la fi sọ́yà ẹnìkan ìjáde. Unity ló dára kájọ fi mọ̀ ṣọ̀kan. Unity ló dára kájọ fi mọ̀ ṣọ̀kan. Àpájọwọ́ la fi sọ́yà ẹnìkan ìjáde. Unity ló dára kájọ fi mọ̀ ṣọ̀kan. Unity ló dára kájọ fi mọ̀ ṣọ̀kan. Àpájọwọ́ la fi sọ́yà ẹnìkan ìjáde. Ayé ipò ọwọ́ mẹ́jọ Mr. Popular lọ́jọ́ mẹ́jọ níyàwó. Òṣùṣù ọwọ́ sóhun ló lè gbálẹ̀ wọn. Àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kó tó òjì rẹ̀. Kájọ finú kan bára wà lólóòótọ́. Ìmọ̀ wa tí ó ṣọ̀kan la fi kó yàjẹ́ra. Ayé ipò ọwọ́ mẹ́jọ Mr. Popular lọ́jọ́ mẹ́jọ níyàwó. Òṣùṣù ọwọ́ sóhun ló lè gbálẹ̀ wọn. Àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kó tó òjì rẹ̀. Kájọ finú kan bára wà lólóòótọ́. Ìmọ̀ wa tí ó ṣọ̀kan la fi kó yàjẹ́ra. Sotiri olanu lẹ láì fọlẹ́fọ̀ o. Aláǹpọ̀lì lè ráàyè wọ́bẹ̀ o. Àwọn ọmọ kóòtù òjìrè o. Ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ sóhun àlòyẹ wa. Káyé tó yàtẹnujẹ tara wa lọ́pọ̀ o. A ò nílè ríra tó bá padà wá jọ o. Táwa pẹ̀lú láyé o máa sọ̀rọ̀ àjọbí.
Very good morning and welcome as we're settling into the broadcast. Ẹ jẹ́ ká tún review lẹ́tà tí orí bàbá wa kọ sí Buhari. What next? Mega rally. A kí gbogbo wa níbikíbi tí ẹ bá ti ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa. We're just setting up. Títí 8 o'clock a bẹ̀rẹ̀ program wọn láàárọ̀ yìí. Mo kí gbogbo wa níbikíbi tí ẹ bá ti ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa. A very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, because we are living in different parts of the globe. Mo kí gbogbo èèyàn wa pátápátá. We need to remain extremely focused. Once again, a very good morning and welcome. Bí yàn bá náà wọn òṣèlú kan mọ́ wọn múyàn sí ẹjẹ́ àtúnkà lẹ́tà tó kọ sí Buhari láàárọ̀ yìí. We're just about 5 minutes away to start the program this morning. My name is Olayomi Koike. Wọ́n ṣe náà kí wọ́n mọ tán ṣe. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Àwọn kan ní kò tí tó wọ́n ní ká sì máa ṣe Nàìjíríà. Àwọn kan ní ká má tí lọ. Wọ́n ní kò tí tó. Wọ́n fẹ́ ronú. Nàìjíríà náà lọ kúkú wà látijọ́ ẹ̀. O bá gbàdúrà títí Nàìjíríà ò lè wọ̀. Kò sọ́gbọ́n ẹ̀. Mo kí gbogbo alẹ́ nǹkan sí. We are 5 minutes away. At about 8 o'clock, we should start preparing for the program. Owó bàbá dá mi o. Once again, a very good morning. A máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ láìpẹ́ ó kù díẹ̀. mo kí gbogbo wa pátápátá bí ẹ ti ṣe ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa láàárọ̀ yìí. Mo kí àgbàlagbà, mo kí ọmọdé, mo kí arúgbó. Orúkọ tèmi ò ní yí padà, Ọláyọmí Kóìkì. We gotta be very, very focused. Lọ́nà bí pàdé báyìí. Tàbá ti lọ lose opportunity tó wà lọ́wọ́ wa nísìn, that will be the end of it. A tún máa padà sí square one. Once again, mo kí gbogbo wa lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. A kí gbogbo àwọn bàbá wa látòrí bàbá wa Professor Banji Akintoye. Pẹ̀lú gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ń gbé tò pé kí Yorùbá lè dá dúró, a kí gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ Yorùbá pátápátá. Bá ṣe kí wọn náà la kí ìyàwó Modúpẹ́ Onítìrì, a kí ti Sunday Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho. Orílẹ̀-èdè wa kàgbéga, kàgbéga, kàgbéga fàlẹ́rì. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé bá ti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ní kẹ́jẹ́ ká máa lépa. Tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ Oòduà dìde, bọ́ sí ipò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀. And a very, very good morning, and let us say welcome once again to the breakfast conversation. Èní ni 16. A máa wùn mí pé nígbà míì tí bá ń sọ déètì yẹn kí a máa sọ ní èdè Yorùbá, but ibi tó lúkálukú gbọ́ Yorùbá dé ó yàtọ̀ síra wọn. But ẹni tó bá sọ pé after 20 years plus tèmi gbé nílùú yìí pé Yorùbá tí mo ṣe ń sọ kò dá tó. Ìwọ tó wà nílé, Yorùbá mélòó gan lẹ́ ń sọ mọ́ nísìn? Ìbéèrè òyìnbó náà ni gbogbo yín tẹ́ ń sọ nílé. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹlòmíì gan tó dé lu òyìnbó rí, tẹ́ bá gbọ́ aspirin tó bá ń sọ nílé, èèyàn rò pé ó ṣẹ̀dé láti Amẹ́ríkà ni. But for the fact that pé a gbìyànjú pé for 20 years plus kò ń ṣe tíyàn máa ṣẹ̀ lọ́ra lọ́jà, because ẹni tó bá gbé ní abroad fún time tèmi náà fi gbé títí di wákàtí, aláwọn tó ti gbé jù mí lọ, torí mo rí ẹ̀gbọ́n wa kan níjọ́ Saturday, petroleum engineer, PhD, as far back as 1994. He's still in this country after 40 years. But Yorùbá tó ń sọ ó sì dá ṣáká lẹ́nu. But kò wá ń ṣe gbogbo Yorùbá yẹn náà nìyàn lè kọ́, ẹlòmíì lè kọ́. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn á máa fi Yorùbá kọ lẹ́tà sí mi nínú WhatsApp. Ìgbà míì á yé mi, èyí tó bá yé mi máa gbé lọ sórí Google láti lọ translate ẹ̀, because ó difficult fún mi nígbà tẹ́ bá kọ gbogbo episode ní Yorùbá. Bí àwọn máa ń rò pé bí mo lè kà ni, torí pé mo jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá. Mo fẹ́ kí amúyẹn sí ẹ̀mí wa pé ǹjẹ́ ọjọ́ 16 oṣù kẹjọ nínú ni òní, ọjọ́ 16, okay, so 16 ni 16. In tí mo fẹ́ fàyọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé tí ẹ bá ní ká má lọ pé ká ṣì wà nínú Nàìjíríà, ǹjẹ́ tá bá fi sílẹ̀ báyìí bó ṣe ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nísìn, mo kí n láti Ọ̀ṣun State pé ṣe ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa. Ǹjẹ́ probability, bí ẹ lè bá mi translate ní àyàngbífọ̀, kí ni probability? Ǹjẹ́ probability pé tí a bá ṣe gbogbo ohun tó yẹ ká ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀tọ́ nísìn, a sì lè máa sọ èdè yìí? Nítorí pé in tó fi lè mú èmi máa sọ pé kò ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ ni mo mọ̀ ní èdè wa, because Gẹ̀ẹ́sì ni gbogbo wa ń sọ tó pọ̀ jù, àti pé ẹni tó ń gbé nílùú òyìnbó fún 20 years plus. Generation kejì lèmi, màmá tèmi ni generation àkọ́kọ́, èmi wá bá màmá mi, èmi náà ti bí àwọn ọmọ kalẹ̀. Ǹjẹ́ tí a bá ní ká máa lọ nínú Nàìjíríà, tí a bá sọ pé a fẹ́ Yorùbá nation, àbí a fẹ́ lọ ní wákàtí kan pé kí Nàìjíríà máa exist, kí ni probability pé èdè yìí gan kò ní go into extinction? Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ mọ ìtàn pè ní pé kí ìran kan ti wà rí kó má wà rí mọ́. They are not seeing the long term. Short term, mo kí n láti Èkìtì. Short term làpọ̀lọpọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá ń wò, wo the long term pé, and kí ló mean by long term? Ẹ máa rò pé long term tá à ń sọ yìí ó máa pẹ́. You have to bear with us, and nobody forced me to speak English. You see, when I'm running my program, as much as I appreciate everyone and I'm communicating to the global community, nobody should say speak English, neither nobody should tell me to speak Yoruba. It is your own prerogative if you want to sit here and listen. And if you don't want to listen, I believe even if I'm not the only one online right now, there are so many things that you can watch, even a repeated program. I understand we have our Biafra brothers, but you want to listen, but you don't tell me when to speak English and when to speak Yoruba, and that goes to my brothers in the Yoruba as well. Bishen Solo, ní láti gbọ́ ẹnìyẹn. This is both not just a Yoruba platform. I'm communicating to the global. Mine is different. I'm speaking to the world. But láàrin méjì, I will speak my language and I will also speak in English. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ̀ ń fi ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation yìí a fi ń ṣeré nítorí pé so many Yorùbá ń wò pé ó máa ṣe pẹ́ díẹ̀. The time is 8:05. This is a live transmission, just for the benefit of those that are watching. I realize that we still have one more platform. Please do not call me when you know I am live. It could get me very, very angry because it's a lot of distraction, especially I could have decided to sleep. I could have decided to do other things, but I'm leaving my time. And for you to know that I'm live and you are now calling, whatever you want to say, send it at a WhatsApp. I will pick up the signal from my laptop. My phone is connected to the laptop and I can monitor a lot of things. Tibati Jilaro, I monitor so many things happening around. We are live on YouTube. Maybe you are not aware. Once again, a very good morning. Kí ni mò ń fà lọ ni pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá tó ń ṣe iyèméjì lórí ìrìn àjò yìí, wọ́n wò pé it will take a very long time after we've declared, after we've got our own nation, before things will get better. But in tí mo fẹ́ fàyọ ńbẹ̀ ni pé if I have left Nigeria some 20 years plus ago, that means that should we declare Yoruba nation at any point of time, 20 years also will come and go like that. Tí a bá sọ pé a fẹ́ push ọ̀rọ̀ yìí, ká knock it once and for all and let everybody make up their mind, that means we are going to run another 8 years in Nigeria, plus another 8 years, plus another 8 years. But for the fact that we are all saying we want to exit Nigeria peacefully, it is the responsibility of every one of us to run faster, accurately. Sometimes it might not be perfect. But it seems a lot of people, Nile, were confused. They are so much confused in the sense that one twisty or Yoruba nation to a lot of things. Mo lọ sí post office ní ìjọ òní. Àwọn tó wà níwájú mi wanted to send something to Poland. And when they gave them the price, they were communicating back within themselves in their language. Our language that we are speaking, Èdè tí mò ń sọ yìí, the longer we stay in Nigeria, the probability that the Western world will damage that language, directly or indirectly, because our language is not the official language in Nigeria as of today. But in terms of it, there will not be any need as inferior complex. In terms of inferior complex, ni pé kéèyàn máa kọ́kọ́ wò lọ́kàn ara ẹ̀, lẹ́mìí ara ẹ̀ pé for the fact that I cannot speak èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì, I am nobody. You will not have to feel like that. Nígbà tí a bá dá dúró gẹ́gẹ́ bí orílẹ̀-èdè. It seems this phone has completely now pakuka. It's gone. Can't do anything anymore. Let me get my other phone that I'm charging so that we can get the next platform on. Once again, it's 10 minutes past 8 a.m. Mokibubua. I understand that a lot of Yorubas that are loving Nigeria, not for the fact that Nigeria is working for them. We're going to be switching, those of you on Olayomi Koiki, I'm going to be switching the phone around, so I might stop that broadcast because it is set up Twitter, I'm sorry, phone LA. So I'm going to switch over, so there might be probability that that will stop, the one you're watching from that there. Once again, a very good morning and welcome. Mokibubua níbikíbi tẹ́tí ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tó wà nílé sọ pé, why do you want Yoruba nation when Nigeria is a big country? We have lived together side by side. The only problem we are having is we don't have good leadership. But in tí wọ́n sọ fún yín ni pé tí a bá exit kúrò nínú Nigeria peacefully, we will not have any need. We will not have any need or any reason at all pé àṣẹ tí ó máa wá láti north. Let me get this clear fún gbogbo àwa tá à ń gbọ́ wa. Tẹ́ bá ní Nàìjíríà ní kó continue, that means pé àṣẹ tí wọ́n máa pa àti òkè ló ti máa wá, kò ní wá láti ìsàlẹ̀. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ lè máa ní a ní government, and that means we have the governor, we have the senator, we have the House of Reps. But àṣẹ tí ó máa darí gbogbo wọn àti Abuja ló ti máa continue. But in tó bá ti mú wa stop pé àṣẹ Nàìjíríà mọ́, àṣẹ tó máa wá láti ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ní àti máa pàṣẹ yẹn. Àṣẹ yẹn ò ní wá láti òkè mọ́. And ìyẹn ṣe pàtàkì, ó ṣe kókó, because ìdí tí a ṣe fẹ́ jẹ́ kí àṣẹ kó máa wá láti ọ̀dọ̀ tiwa gangan, tí bá dẹ̀ sọ pé àṣẹ míì pé gbogbo ohun tí a máa fi run ní economy wa, tá a máa fi run ìjọba, kò ní jẹ́ nínú èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì mọ́. A ní any other choice than pé èdè abínibí wa, èdè tí mò ń sọ yìí, ẹni tó bá mọ̀ délẹ̀ tán á lọ kọ́. Òun la máa fi run operation ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. But àwọn tó wà nílé tí wọ́n ń sáré Nàìjíríà doesn't seem to know. But àwọn kan mọ̀. I'm talking about at least àwọn elite wa. Wọ́n mọ̀ the advantage pé kí ìran kan kó wà kó jẹ́ pé èdè tiẹ̀ ló máa jẹ́ bí communication line. Ìṣesí wa, ìlànà wa. Thank you so much, Freedom First. And we appreciate all our Biafra brothers and the rest of those from different parts of the globe that are watching. But one thing is, so millions of Yorubas at home presently, not that they love Nigeria to that extent, but their concern is, why should we have Yoruba nation as against keeping Nigeria? And I'm asking the question, should we not allow Nigeria to die peacefully? The consequence of that in the long term would have impact. Ó máa ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ in tó máa ṣe fún wa, tó máa ní effect. Ṣẹ̀rí effect tá a ṣì ń rọra rí nísìn is just small out of in tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀. Should we allow Nigeria to continue in another years to come? I'm not talking about next year. I'm not talking about in 8 years. I'm not talking about in 20 years. I'm talking about maybe in another 100 years. And a lot of us will have died. Probably some of us will remain. Because if you add 100 years to your age, I don't think some of us would like to be here again. I would not want to be here. I would rather want to be gone. Because I'll be 144. So until you're back for 144 and you still don't want to go. So it now shows that we are not going to be here forever. We are only here temporarily. And some of us will stop the journey at some point, whether painfully or something that will go and we will say, bàbá tó kú yẹn, àwọn yẹn ráyé lò. But the concern of so many Nigerians now is they think Everything is about jamboree. Whoa, the long term of staying together within a location that could become a threat even years to come. Well, if we do everything within our power, within the means, within our intellectual, we could stop Nigeria before 2023. It has been done before, and it can be repeated again. What the international community will say is, there is problem in Nigeria, but those problems can be managed. But they are not going to tell you how long we should manage it, because for the last 62 years of Nigeria, I think Awamo Yoruba, we have tolerated more than enough. Does not mean that part of the problem that could have allowed us to go longer than this kò ṣe lẹ́yìn àwọn bàbá wa kan àtàwọn ìyá wa kan àtàwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n wa kan àtàwọn àǹtí wa kan for their own selfish gain. Because even what we were given in 1960 is not what we are practicing as of today. But the argument is, as more people are born in Nigeria, they are going through difficulties, but they are also scared to come out of that difficulties. Ṣé rí pé ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ó difficult gan. Because ẹni tó ń go through problem nílé, whether living in any part of Nigeria today. But we are now saying that we have a better option. It might not be perfect, but at least the whole angle of being together as a country that does not perfect us. But don't think that a lot of those at home cares about what I'm saying. They are more concerned for the fact that to so many of them, this is a jamboree time in Nigeria because it's an election time. So they think it's all about politics. But awati rokoja politics. Because if it was politics, politics would have at least enabling their life to be better. In a little way. The world is going through a lot. I was watching yesterday, China, Taiwan. I took my time yesterday and go back and watch some documentaries and some current news. Thank you so much, my brother, my uncle, Kunle Bakers, as you do all the time when you come on the program with the super chat. We appreciate. While I was watching that, they were talking about how China is pushing with Taiwan. They were talking about their military might. They were even giving statistics that, whether accurate or not, that it will take by 2027, okay, China, when it comes to the military might, will go over America. But they were also saying that should China attack Taiwan, which as it is right now, there might be probability. So the world is really unstable as we speak right now. China will lose value in terms of their wealth. They gave us the breakdown because only Biomi Conti is straight something. I can't remember now. Let me try and Google it. Straight. China is like the main waterways. Yeah. Taiwan strikes China. China would have to sacrifice a lot to mobilize their military to get into Taiwan because on a narrow America is prepared because Joe Biden was asked if he would go and defend Taiwan, and he said yes. I know that does not concern us, but what I'm trying to say is, good morning, my brother, Citizen AY, and welcome to the program. What I'm trying to say is, the world itself, as we speak right now, is very, very, there's a lot of bouncing. Let me come back again. But while that program was going on, what I was picking there between these two countries is that their language was what was being said in China at Taiwan. But those Nigerians that are Yorubas, all their concern now is we should rescue Nigeria. And my question is, since we have this option, since we have this opportunity so that we can all engage, why should we try to rescue Nigeria? Yesterday, I don't know whether some of you have been following the news in Mali, but let me put that up. The Western world would always want to use whatever means to keep Nigeria together. And they're very smart in doing so. They have the human resources, they have the manpower, they have the money. But àwa tí a sọ pé àwa ìran ọmọ aládé, àwa la máa sọ pé no, the Western world cannot tell us to continue with Nigeria. But how do we do so? That will reflect in the mega rally that we have been told. I'm not going to appreciate you because I appreciate the media. So I think you are new on this program, Mr. Shegun Fagbule. Let me read what your comment is. You say, are you selecting people you appreciate online? Yes, I do. If that's what you want to hear. She media lẹ́yìn ni. Ṣé yín gbójú yín síta ni? Are you Citizen AY? Ayọ̀gúndèmú? Instead of you to listen, you're asking if I select people. Yes, if I select, what has that got to do with you? Everybody has know you. There's so many media that you can go and listen to. If you'd like, you can get the fuck out of the broadcast. I don't give a toss. I'm sorry. I'm appreciating Citizen AY. Citizen AY. Idiot people all over the place. And I don't regret saying that. It means risk life with me. I appreciate that, and then so what? Any more life take me risk. Lórí nǹkan tá gbé dání. Abẹ́rẹ́ mọ̀ pé British government lè pa mí sí ìbáyìí ni. Abẹ́rẹ́ pé nǹkan tá gbé dání nǹkan kékeré ni. Don't you think that they can poison me quietly? Ìbá ti rí gbogbo wá ti ṣe rí náà fáwọn kan rí. Níta gbé dání yóò ṣe ẹrù pé nǹkan kékeré ni mo gbé dání ni. So if I appreciate people and I don't appreciate you, if that is going to be an upset to you, please just get the hell out of the broadcast. Let's continue. French military has now withdrawn from Mali, and they have now redeployed to Niger Republic. I don't think some of you have noticed that. French military have now withdrawn from Mali, kí lẹ rò pé wọ́n ṣe kúrò nínú Mali? It's because the government in Mali has put down its foot. Ǹjẹ́ àwa ọmọ Yorùbá ǹjẹ́ ready láti put foot wa down pé interfere, we are not going to back down, regardless of whatever it's going to be. I want to review this letter again. We've done part of it. I'm talking about the letter that was written to dead or alive Buhari. The reason why I always use that phrase, Buhari died, it doesn't make any difference to us because Buhari call Antori Eja. I'm not fighting to tell my people to leave Nigeria because of Buhari. Because Buhari that is alive or dead does not have any impact to how my life should be. Because let me give you an example. If Buhari is even alive, if I use the word if, because there are so many evidence, but I don't want to go into that too much, that Buhari is not alive. But that is a conversation for another day. And don't tell me that it is not possible. We're living in a world that things happen. But like I said, we will find out later. But looking at it that even if Buhari is alive, Shama sọ pé nítorí Buhari tó wà ní government àti Ọ̀ṣínbàjò, we should not demand to exit Nigeria. Once again, go and look that report that came out yesterday. And it goes like this, from the ministry disarms, this is the statement that came out from the French government. Operation Bakani, recognition of the force outside Mali, Paris, August 15, 2022, press release. Today at 1300, Tobani 1300 is a 24 hours clock, Lomin. We use it here in UK, but it literally means 1 p.m. The last military unit of Bakani force present on the Malian territory crossed the border between Mali and Niger. It came from Operation Desert Platform of Gio, which was handed over to the Malian Army Force this morning. In compliance with the decision made by the President of French Republic on the 17th of February 2002, the Bakken Force in Mali has been... So they've been there for a very long time. The Western world will continue to deceive us. But it is entirely up to us to say to the Western world, we are taking back what belongs to us peacefully, or the other way around. After 9 years that the French have been operating in Mali, they are now finally pulling back because government in Mali sọ pé òun ò fẹ́ wọn rí inú ìlú òun. So that means that at some point, we should be prepared that if, as at the appropriate time, that the decision to exit Nigeria comes, we should be bold enough to say that a country that would not probably agree with us would have to exit until we have a new mutual agreement. We will have a new MOU. We will have a new relationship. Because what everybody needs to understand presently right now, gbogbo arrangement tó wà nínú Nigeria nísìn, whether the foreign policy is not to save or support the Yoruba territory. So, what I'm trying to say is, don't expect that every part of the world would literally want us to break. Even though as a lot of engagement, by telling the international community the same world that we are looking right now. As much as we are telling them that we want to go, some will be telling you it is not the appropriate time. Some will tell you, okay, when you go, how do you want to do this? They want to even continue to tell us directly or indirectly how we run our operation. We must not allow and tolerate that at the appropriate time, because they have been the same people that kept us in this danger. But how do we all do that? Ṣé ọrùn àwọn leaders wa nìkan la máa fi sí àbí gbogbo wa all together? That will mean that if truly we all want exit out of Nigeria, even Boba Rally in 3, 5, 2, 1 week or whatever days, we should all be prepared to come out. That's number one. So I'm going to go straight into the letter because of my time constraint. I know where we've read it up to. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to read where we read it up to, then I continue from there once again. Dear Mr. President, the Yoruba Self-Determination Movement respectfully write this letter to you for and on behalf of the indigenous people of Southwest of Nigeria, inclusive of the Yoruba citizens of the 6th state of the Yoruba Southwest Zone, Ekiti, Lagos, Ogun, Ondo, Osun, and Oyo State, and the Yoruba citizens part of Kogi, Kwara, Delta State, and all the south of the Middle Niger River in Nigeria. The Yoruba Self-Determination Movement is a movement comprising well over 100 Yoruba self-determination organizations based at home in the Yoruba homeland in Nigeria and abroad in most countries of the world. The Yoruba Self-Determination Movement collaborates the said many Yoruba self-determination organizations in the highest service of Yoruba self-determination agitation and struggle. Mr. President, the Yoruba Self-Determination Movement now serves you notice of the decision of the Yoruba people to assert their right to self-determination, which right of self-determination is inalienable, unquestionable right of every indigenous nation in the world, which is enshrined in many international instruments that provide for the system of order of the modern world. Upon accepting this right of self-determination, we Yoruba nation shall be free to determine our political status, pursue our economic, social, and cultural development according to policies chosen independently by us, and to live under the government independently chosen and ordered by us. In short, in light of the worsening and painful plight of our Yoruba people in Nigeria, an overwhelming majority of the coalition of the Yoruba social cultural community and non-governmental organizations have resolved to pursue of the decision. Over 5 million members of our Yoruba adult population have within a short time signed a petition to affirm without equivocation their support for creating an independent Yoruba state. Consequently, Mr. President, this letter on behalf of all our Yoruba people formally gives you the notice of the decision of the overwhelming majority of our Yoruba nation and people to exercise our right to self-determination to have our independent and sovereign country separated from Nigeria. Formally informs you that we desire to commence this process of self-determination officially so as to establish our independent, sovereign country as soon as possible, hopefully in constructive dialogue with the government of Nigeria. The Yoruba Self-Determination Movement is committed to a peaceful approach to achieving our objective through negotiation with the government of Nigeria. We hope this process will lead to the establishment of the sovereign Yoruba nation state expeditiously and lead to a mutual agree and outcome. Now we're going to continue to review from the next page. I will only take as much as I can. I will note where we stopped and we will continue the review. Let me say this. Our exit out of Nigeria would happen. There's no doubt in my mind about it. I have no doubt in my mind. Some will say, are we prepared? We don't have to be perfect. Some will say that the Nigerian government have the military might to crush us. Yeah, now whether Buhari dead or alive, all these will come out in years to come. But let's focus, because kò ń ṣe torí Buhari, mo kí dáadáa gbogbo ìyá wa lálùbáríkà, ẹ̀tẹ̀yìn bàbá wa, mo fi tọwọ́tọwọ́, mo fi kí gbogbo àwọn mùsùlùmí, mo kí Kristẹni, mo kí àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe. Our focus should be living Nigeria. Buhari, dead or alive, cannot stop. Osibajo cannot stop what we are doing. None of our Yoruba politicians, none of our kings can stop it. We would leave Nigeria without any doubt in my mind. Even in the midst of so many things that a lot of you will quietly don't want to say, or you will quietly take notes. And there's a lot, even if we don't go into all the details. The Yorubas are the most intelligent people, and people can read things even if you don't say it. But let me say something. In the midst of whatever you are seeing, or whatever you are hearing, or whatever you are thinking, Yoruba Madaduro. And that's the fact. Even àwọn tí wọ́n náà wọ́n fẹ́ pé ká lọ, they will have no other choice than to go with us, because it is the best way for us moving forward. But we must all be prepared to make sure that nobody, it doesn't matter whoever they are, after everything we are doing now, wants to say, I'm going to take the whole charge of what we are doing. And I'm not talking about presently now. There are people that are sitting quietly and they're just waiting. Things will not be as it is when we go out of Nigeria. I would want us to operate with a constitution that allows the citizen to ask a lot of questions. But one thing we can say is the time is now or never. I know a lot of you, even if you don't say anything, you can read between lines. You can say things and you're asking questions. Are we going to go? But I'm giving you the assurance again today that we will go out of Nigeria. Now let's go back into the letter. Mr. President, we Yoruba have taken our time to consider various options available to us as civilized people in today's world. I want you to take note of that. We Yoruba people have taken time to consider various options. The question is, I want kan ṣì dúró pé option tó wà nílẹ̀ nísìn ni pé we should go for 2023. So that means that as much as àwa kan sọ pé no, àti wo variant yẹn àti gbé yẹ̀wò, àti wo the angle, àti wo the probability, should we continue with Nigeria? Some say no. Lè stop pé kí Nigeria kó má continue nísìn for reason known to them. Because if anybody is still saying that we should keep them, I'm not talking about the Igbo people that want Nigeria. I'm not talking about the Arewa people, because those ones are not representing us as the indigenous people. And that goes to all the other ethnic groups. I'm actually talking about the Yorubas, tó wà láàrin wa, whether they are living in Nigeria of today, whether they are living in any other part of the world today. And trust me, there are millions of them that will also tell you that argument yín pé kí Nigeria kó pín yẹn is not something that we should put into consideration right now. But what they do not understand is the long term of that is going to backfire every one of us. So what I will now say to those that are in that category, like I always say, we are not fighting you. It is not about the little àwọn tẹ́yin máa ń rò some tábà síkọ̀ ní sàn kan ní ẹ pé àwọn agbèrò máa bà nǹkan jẹ́ wọn níjà lọ. No. I'm talking about those that knows the back end of the corrupt system that we have right now. And I'm talking about our millionaires that are Yorubas. Some of them will never want Nigeria to break. But let me say something to you. Some might want, but they might not probably want to say it now because they are concerned that should they say so, the government of the day. Let me say something. When I use the word the government of the day, I will say it again and again. I'm talking about Sultan of Sokoto. Sultan of Sokoto is in charge, controlling what you call the Nigeria of today. Even if Buhari is still alive, Buhari is no longer in charge of his government. His government have been taken off him. And I use the word if Buhari is still alive today. Sultan of Sokoto is controlling and in charge of today Nigeria. Ooni of Ife knows. They all know. Ooni of Ife of today can categorically stop us from being part of Nigeria. But he's not going to do so. He has the power. Kó pàṣẹ láàárọ̀ yìí pé a ṣe Nigeria mọ́, and that will be the end of Nigeria. The reason why we are dragging like these is because there's a something between these our first class big traditional rulers and the North that is not coming to the public domain. This doesn't have to be a full proportion blown of war. If we say we don't want to be part of Nigeria, our king can come out today and say we don't want to be part of Nigeria. And that automatically stop Nigeria while arrangement and engagement of what should happen to the boundary. Because the only option that will be the first key is our border. Ooni of Ife, Ojaja II has the power to stop it. But he's not going to do so. I'll leave that for you to think about. He has the same power within him, láàárọ̀ kó pàṣẹ. And that àṣẹ supersede everything within the Yoruba land. And we will go and protect our borders. But they're playing a lot of politics in Nigeria of today. We have considered the various options available to us as civilized people in today's civilized world. We have arrived at the most reasonable conclusion and the most sustainable option in the best interest of our people. But how come those that are also meant to be on that same board with us why are they not thinking in the same direction like us? Why do you think they are not? Ṣé gbogbo wa la máa wà níbẹ̀ forever? Mo fún yín ní example, I think 2 or 3 days ago. Where is the previous Ooni of Ife? Where is he now? He's gone. Where is the previous Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́? He's gone. So that shows that we are not going to be here forever. Where is those individuals you know around you? So why must it be difficult for every Yoruba to allow us to go now and then take care of our borders, take care of our new economy, and prepare our mind for the new world era that will be best interest for the Yoruba people as against being in Nigeria today? Is the fact that majority of those that have looked at that do not want it to happen. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí can be resolved and stopped. But we will never get all the majority that we want, even if we tell them everything. There will still be some that will say, no, we don't want to be. Watching fi this sentiment, we've been together for too long to disintegrate. But the only thing to change is that the border will be reviewed. Àwọn tó ń ṣe ọmọ Yorùbá tó fẹ́ wá sọ́dọ̀ wa, what kind of arrangement are we going to have with each other? It's just the border. Border wa gangan la fẹ́ make sure pé we take control back, because border yẹn ló máa fún wa pé ibi báyìí ni àlàwádé tó bá máa wọlé sínú bíbáyìí láti bí pink yìí, tó bá máa wọlé síbi yellow yìí, àfẹ́mọ̀ta nìyẹn, níbo ló ti ń bọ̀, kí ló fẹ́ wá ṣe. We can have a better mutual arrangement with the rest of the North and the Southeast on how they will come into our borders. And that means that based on the fact that we have lived together before, we don't have to be hostile, but we still want to know who is who coming in. If you're coming in, whether by the sea, because we will open up our sea that you can come in, but you will go through immigration. And we will make sure that you log in and you also log out after the appropriate time that you are spending in our land. You can do business. You can marry if you want to. Why is it that we don't want that option? But why is it that the option that we are in right now is so difficult that even ọmọ Yorùbá kò tẹ̀ lè gbéra nísìn kò tẹ̀ náà tẹ̀ ń lọ Abuja? Because Abuja is the capital city, but it is not even meant for the Yoruba people. Do you know that there are some things that you can do that if you want to do láàárọ̀ ó kọ́kọ́ gbọ́dọ̀ gbé dé Abuja? Why should we allow that to continue? When we can stop it and say that àwa la fẹ́ ní border wa, àwa la fẹ́ ní resources wa, àwa la fẹ́ run economy wa to the best interest of our people. And that is why the letter, we are reviewing the letter that was sent to Buhari. So it says again, Mr. President, we Yoruba have taken our time. Have we not taken our time after 62 years of independence? Have we not taken our time after 108 years? But don't expect people like Obasanjo. Don't expect people like Bode George. Don't expect people that you think that would be involved with do what we want to do. Don't expect all your politicians. Your politicians are thinking that they're going to be here forever. You're not going to be here forever. We will all leave at some point. But ní dúró kẹ́ bá ti wá jẹ́ mọ́ ká tó lọ. That is what I want us to remember. because the more tí ẹ bá allow pé kí gbogbo wa ká jáde sí mega rally ká fọwọ́pọ̀, your politicians want you to continue to be in that same bracket of slave, of manipulation, marginalization. Kò ń ṣe Hausa àti Fúlàní nìkan ló marginalize wa. Àwọn Yorùbá politicians are literally marginalizing us as well. And nítorí pé àṣẹ tó ń gbà ó favour àwọn láti suppress wa, láti subdue wa mọ́lẹ̀. And it is time that we stop that peacefully. And I use the word peacefully, but I know at the back of my mind it will be very difficult. Because these politicians are not ghosts. We have arrived at the most reasonable conclusion and the most sustainable option in the best interest of our people. Kí ló dé tí interest yìí àwọn ọba, àwọn baálẹ̀, àwọn ìjòyè, àwọn politicians, kí ló dé tí interest yìí kò mú àwọn? Ó ṣe jẹ́ àwa tá náà fẹ́ lọ nìkan ni interest yẹn wù. Because ẹni tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní bank lénìí tó jọmọ Yorùbá, ẹni tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní different public or private sector tó jọmọ Yorùbá, you do not have a better say in what is called Nigeria today. And everybody knows that. So why is it that this conclusion is difficult for our kings? Ẹ kọ letter sáwọn ọba. Must we write letter to the kings before they know the needful? Must we write letter to the politicians before they know that these options that we are currently in Nigeria today after 60 years does not favor any Yoruba person? It will probably favor few. As I came online this morning, I saw Okeowo. How many of you knows him? He's a millionaire, whether in pounds or in naira or billionaire. Don't expect that every Yoruba wants us to go. I don't know his view, but I'm just want to let you know that this is somebody that I met here in London. You all call these people millionaire. I don't see millionaire in them. When recall all these, you think all these men have the interest of Yoruba people in their heart? The former ambassador to UK, that had his birthday in London. I remember, or maybe somebody can remind me. The former Nigerian High Commissioner to London. Not the present one, the previous one. During his birthday, I met this man you call Okeowo. That was the first time I was meeting him. Let's say as a Nigerian, but as a Yoruba man, and as a Yoruba man to Yoruba man. Tade. Yeah, I need a full name. When I got to where the party was going to be held in London here, I got an intel. Yeah, Justice George Oguntade. He had his 80th birthday. I'm sure you all saw it on the blog, Moriembe Walata. Morning. I guess you're probably on your way to work. Èèyàn ọmọ Yorùbá, àwọn olówó yóò nífẹ̀ẹ́ yín. Ẹ imagine pé tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n ní olówó máa ń fowó ṣàánú ni, èmi nǹkan tó máa ń sọ nìyẹn. I don't think you understand some of these, your wealthy Yoruba millionaire. George Oguntade had an 80th birthday in London. And I got her intel. I can mention my intel now because he's no longer alive. Otumba Dapo Williams gave me the information that there will be a party in London and party in Legon. But I was not going to be, I was told, he wanted to get me an invite. Let me tell you something. All these your wealthy men and women, I pity a lot of Yoruba people. Dapo Williams, may so rest in peace. I told you, Kositi Buhari, Bafiwasi Louis, whether the dead one or the one that was alive, it will be number one to be told. They had a lot of problem here on APC. There's fraction, one side one jagidigonio, fraction. But Dapo Williams is the one that Buhari recognized. And Dapo Williams loved me to death. He called me and he says, Abro, la man pe mi. Abro, àwọn party kan máa wá sí London ní weekend yìí ó máa le gan. Mo ní mo ní tani wọ́n ní ambassador ló fi ṣe party but mo fẹ́ gbé ẹgbà invite but wọ́n náà wọ́n fẹ́ o. Ọmọ Yorùbá sọ fún ọmọ Yorùbá pé kó sọ pé àwọn ò fẹ́ Koiki Media kó wá sí party yẹn. I pity a lot of you tẹ́ wà nílé thinking that you have reasonable olówó Nigeria, olówó Yoruba, and you want them to have this, you want them to consider option táwa sọ pé ká lọ. I told you that I know every one of them from top to bottom bí Buhari. Wọ́n ní but into lè ṣe ni pé ṣe mọ̀ pé media ni ìwọ máa mọ bó ṣe lè bọ̀ má sọ pé èmi ni mo ní èmi mo fún ẹ ní information yẹn àmọ́ náà ẹ̀gbọ́n yẹn fi tó kù lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ mi ìgbà tẹ́tí fẹ́ mi ní information yẹn kékeré ní ìtókù information tẹ́fẹ́ mi yẹn èmi á ṣiṣẹ́ lé lórí ẹ̀yẹn má worry and I worked on it. I pity Yoruba people. Mo wà lórí live program baba mo wà lórí live I go call you when I finish. Okay, all right tí bá ṣe tán àsọ̀rọ̀ I go call you. Ẹ má bínú, I have to take that call. Ṣẹ̀rí reason tí mo ṣe mú ọ̀rọ̀ yìí jáde kọ́nà bá mi fọ̀n kẹ́ Uncle Dapo Williams so that kí ẹ̀yin tí ẹ wà nílé kẹ́ lè mọ̀ dájú pé olówó ọmọ Yorùbá ò ní dá sọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí. Even tó bá wọ̀n ẹlòmíì nínú wọn tó yẹ kó dá sí tó bá yẹ kó fẹ́ dá sí ni a ti mọ̀ níbi tí ọ̀rọ̀ dé after 3 years but they're not because they want Nigeria to continue. Just let me quickly fast track that so that we can go back into the letter. So you might thought if you intelligence yẹn what if we need date what if we need time only no problem wá pàdé mi níbẹ̀. Do you know the reason why this Yoruba man tẹ́ ń pè ní ṣe justice lẹ́ ń pè àwọn bàbá burúkú yẹn this former ambassador I was there when Ogun State kí ló máa ń pa àwọn yẹn ní bíbá kìíní Association of Ogun State I lọ pay courtesy visit and I have the picture and I came can sorrow without evidence right in that embassy number 9 of Timberland. I was there. I think we were about 9 of us. We jókòó. A bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní dárúkọ ara wa lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan. Nígbà tó dọ́dọ̀ tèmi, mo dárúkọ Koiki. Well, I know your dad. Ẹ máa gbọ́rọ̀. Then I know your dad very well. I had introduction. But because wọ́n mọ̀ pé I am against their government. Ṣèbí Buhari ló gbóhùn wá síbí báyìí, dead or alive. Government ló gbé wá síbí báyìí náà, àbí? And they knew where I stand because gbogbo time here mo mọ̀ wá yẹ́ orí ṣe party yẹn but gbogbo time yẹn you know àwa ti ń fire Nigeria ọ̀dà nǹkan they want a puppet media where they can give 500 these people they can give you 1,000 tó bá yẹ kó bá support wọn wọ́n lè fún ẹ ní 2,000 pounds ìyẹn lè ṣe ń rí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tó wà ní bíbá tó ń support Nigeria because àwọn politician kan tó bá dé nísìn ó lè fún wọn ní 500 pounds 500 pounds is a lot of money if you are doing Monday to Friday ẹlòmíì ò rí 500 pounds nílùú tó bá níwèé mo ṣeré o àìmọye àwọn tó yẹ pé wọ́n wà nílùú wọn níwèé 2020 ló ṣẹlẹ̀ so 2020 yẹn ẹ̀mẹ̀kọ́rọ̀ Yorùbá nation ti ń hit up bọ̀ díẹ̀díẹ̀ so Ògúntádé the former ambassador tó ṣe lọ́tọ̀ yìí ìyàwó ẹ̀ bíá Yorùbá ni bíá kò ń ṣe Yorùbá ó ṣáà insist pé Koiki ò gbọ́dọ̀ wá sí party yẹn ò gbọ́dọ̀ invite me but I got there in time ṣe bó tell àwọn ti fẹ́ ṣe èmi ti débẹ̀ mo jókòó sí reception ibi tí mo jókòó sí ṣe mọ̀ pé Ọlọ́run tó bá máa ṣiṣẹ́ ẹ̀ kódà mo ní kó tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ party yẹn mo ti tẹ́ gbogbo picture ní party yẹn gbogbo ẹni tó wà àtẹni tó wà mo ní table plan yẹn ó wà lọ́wọ́ mi ó wà ní archive mi because I took pictures of all the table plan pẹ̀lú orúkọ àwọn èèyàn kankan Ebenezer Obeluwa kọrin níbẹ̀ it was a big party people travel from all over the world big party gidi là ń sọ yìí while I was sitting down Òkèwọdé òun kọ̀ wọlé ni ẹ̀rùn pé bó ṣe wọlé orí dúdú ibi tẹ́mi jókòó sí nínú reception bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe ni mo ti da monument tó jẹ́ èmi kọ̀ súnmọ́ mo náà rásà ó náà búrò ní àṣedé ní èmi àti wife mi mọ́tò Rolls Royce customized Òkèwọ lórúkọ mọ́tò ẹ̀yẹn jẹ́ lọ́kọ̀ sí plate number brand new or whatever but ó ń dán ṣánṣán ni ó ní mọ́tò mi ó ń bọ̀ la máa pààkì sí àmọ́ ní ẹ má wọrí dádì ẹ mọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá mo pọ́n wọn lé dáadáa ẹ máa gbọ́dọ̀ tí mo sọ yìí mo ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí kí wọ́n lè mọ̀ pé olówó tó wà ní Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ tó jọmọ Yorùbá kò lè help ẹ àfi ká dá dúró kí ìran Yorùbá dá dúró kí a lè rọ́nà lọ o need the politician o need olówó kankan tí country bá ń ṣiṣẹ́ o need anybody láti lọ máa rábàbà fún wọn but n tó fẹ́ kẹ́ máa ṣe nìyẹn kẹ́ wọ́n máa rábàbà àtẹni tó ní púpọ̀ I'm talking about Òkèwọ ó wà lórí legit ní tí mo fi rántí ẹni pé mo rí lórí legit ó dà pé wọ́n ní Wàsíù ó gbé nǹkan kan lọ fún nílé àwọn ẹni pé àní olówó gidi yéé Ọlọ́run jẹ́ lè rí Òkèwọ kó lè support mi o wàá gbọ́rọ̀ nísìn ọ̀dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ ti fi support ẹ̀ nígbà tó dé yẹn mo lọ bá àwọn reception èmi náà ẹ mọ̀ pé mi dẹ̀ tèmi fẹ́ wọnú party èmi ti rẹ́ni tó dé so èmi náà fẹ́ take advantage pé ẹni tó dé yìí máa fi ṣe hand luggage fi wọnú party wọn party ò ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nígbà tí mo sọ yìí wọ́n sì set up the party have not started ṣèbí bọ́ ṣe ń ṣe fáyìn náà nílé nìyẹn tó bá lọ bá wọn ta ni family wọn ló wá bá wọn ta ni ẹsẹ̀ pàṣẹ lé wà lè yí dànù but when we have a Yorùbá nation you don't need all these. You don't need all these. Ìtò fi máa mẹ́mi máa sọ̀rọ̀ yìí, èmi ń sọ nítorí pé èmi rí àwọn tí ẹ̀yin fi ń rò pé wọ́n máa ṣàánú wa, tá bá nílùú wa, I need anybody. Ìyẹn la ṣe láti máa dúpẹ́ fún bàbá Akintoye. Lóòrèkóòrè ká máa fún bàbá yẹn ládùúrà, mo fi rẹ̀ sílẹ̀. Ká máa dúpẹ́ fún gbogbo àwọn tó ń ṣètò. Ká máa dúpẹ́ fún ìyàwó onítìrì, ká dúpẹ́ fún CSI. I was on the phone track with him yesterday. Nígbà tó Òkèwọ dé, ẹ̀wọ̀n kémi náà fẹ́ wọlé, ó ti yé yín. So èmi bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí orí, mo ní ẹ máa wọlé, ẹ jẹ́ mo lọ bá reception. Mo ní, this my uncle, his car, he's gonna park it, ibo ló máa park ẹ̀ sí. Okay, Rolls Royce tóbi dáadáa, wọ́n fún wọn ní parking space yẹn. Àwọn níbo ni, mo ní òkè ní sà, mo yà tẹ̀lé wọn lọ sókè. Bí mi ṣe dókè party yẹn nìyẹn bí ṣe máa dókè information ti dọ́dọ̀ àwọn tó ń ṣe party Ògúntádé àti ìyàwó ẹ̀ information ti dé wọ́n ti rí fìrìfìrì Koiki gbà tẹ́mi ti wọ inú bẹ̀ lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ mi ti fi mo ti take picture mo ti take picture Where was there? Ògúntádé ṣàn fà mí mọ́ra pé mọ̀ for the fact kó tẹ̀ pé ọmọ Yorùbá àjọ mo dẹ̀ ti ṣe mo ti pọ́n wọn lé nísàlẹ̀. A place organist. Fóònù mi ló fi connect sórí internet. Ó ní internet ńkọ́. Mo ní ẹ̀ ṣe hotspot tèmi dádì. Mo bá tan hotspot mi, ó connect mọ́ lórí fóònù ẹ̀ kan. Ó mọ ọmọ ẹ̀ kan wá, ìyàwó ẹ̀ náà ọjọ́ jókòó. Wọ́n ti pàtó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ o. So àtúnbá wọn náà ṣáà ń ṣe káràmásìkì pé bí a máa lè wà ní pàtí yẹn ká máa fi óye yín. Èmi ò tí mọ̀ pé information ti dókè pẹ̀lú àwọn játijàti bàbá tó náà mọ bàbá tèmi. Àṣewọ́ ti kún lókè ọmọ àṣewọ́ ránṣẹ́ sí mi nísàlẹ̀. But mo ti take video, mo ti take picture. So wá tí ìyẹn play organist yẹn mo ti ṣe video ẹ̀, mo ní video yẹn lọ́wọ́, màá post video ẹ̀, màá post ẹ̀ sórí social media wa lẹ́nu again. Ẹ máa dúpẹ́ fún Ìgbòho. Màá kàn máa wo ìgbà tí mo wà lọ́dọ̀ Ìgbòho àti oríṣiríṣi èèyàn kàn máa wọlé wọn ní ilé lówó náà lẹ́kàn wọ̀ báyìí because èmi ti rírọ àwọn tẹ̀yìn pẹ̀lú lówó tí wọ́n tọ́ lè ṣàǹfààní kankan tó fẹ́ ṣe just to fast track it. N bá Ògúntádé ya picture but tó bá jẹ́ pé ó fẹ́ lọ toilet ìyẹn Ògúntádé ó fẹ́ lọ tọ̀ ó wá kó fóònù ẹ̀ méjèèjì ó kó lé mi lọ́wọ́ wọn náà búrò gbàgbàgbàgbà gbó dání jáde n fẹ́ lọ yíṣẹ́ ara mi àjọ̀dé toilet náà ni o but àwọn wọnú kíní mi dúró síta ẹ mọ̀ pé that's something tó bá jẹ́ pé tó jẹ́ pé kò rówó rí àbí kíní kan I'm sure you know what I'm talking about and the phone were open, they were not locked. Ó kó fóònù ẹ̀ méjèèjì tó kó dání wá síbẹ̀ yẹn ó kó lé mi lọ́wọ́ so bá ṣe jáde nínú tọ́ílẹ̀tì báyìí èèyàn àkọ́kọ́ sọ̀kalẹ̀ wá bá mi ni wọ́n ní Mr. Koiki ẹni ẹ̀ mọ̀ mi dáadáa lára àwọn Yorùbá lára àwọn diaspora ẹni ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ wúwo láti wá sọ fún mi ó ní Mr. Koiki ó ní ẹ má bínú ó ní kò ń ṣe mi o ó ní but àǹtí náà wọ́n fi rí yín ní pàtì àǹtí tó ń sọ yẹn ìyẹn ìyàwó Ògúntádé. These are the same set of people in Nigeria today that would not want Nigeria to break. Money no problem. So mo á sọ fún òkè owó pé èmi ti ń lọ sa wọ́n ní pàtó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ àbúrò bá lọ sí mo ní náà mo ní lẹ́sẹ̀kẹ̀ mo ní ìyàwó ambassador wọn náà wọ́n fẹ́ rí mi ní pàtí ìwọ ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo sọ yẹn ó wọnú egungun Ògúntádé díẹ̀ kí ló wá lè fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ ó fẹ́ máa pé kí ló wá lè ṣẹlẹ̀ náà but ẹ mọ̀ òun kọ́ ló ń ṣe pàtí ọ̀rẹ́ ní gbogbo wọn so yọkọ̀ọ́dí you will have go with the phone lábẹ́ fi yẹn ṣe èmi kò fi jẹ́ kí ẹ̀yin tẹ wà nílé kẹmọ̀ so ibi tí wọ́n fẹ́ sọ fún nísìnyí pé ẹ mọ̀ pé nígbà tí wọ́n á ní mò ń lọ yẹn ẹ bèrè pé lòdò Ògúntádé fi mọ̀nà Ògúntádé òkè ẹ̀wó imagine ṣé tó bá jẹ́ pé DJ Copy lọ́pàdé tí wọ́n bá fi fún lówó mo kàn ń lo example ni o because gbogbo wọn lọ́mọra wọn kakos ni gbogbo wọn they are all kakos ẹ bèrè pé lòdò fún mi pé kí n gbà mo tọ́nà owó yẹn dáhùn nígbà tí mo fi máa lọ ó wá ń sọ fún ìyàwó ẹ̀ ẹja wá nǹkan kan fábúrò ẹja wá nǹkan kan fábúrò ọwọ́ ayé owó náà bí i £30. Ṣé woman yẹn second wife ni ìyẹn woman ni tó tẹ̀lé Justice Ògúntádé wá sí London is the second wife kò ń ṣe first wife. What I'm just trying to say is so that we move forward with our conversation here is don't ever think that all these àwọn Yorùbá olówó they will be involved ní nǹkan tá à ń lọ yìí. Ẹ̀wọ̀n kó tó bá tẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ó yọ wàzó méjì 50-50 owó wà ní wallet wọ́n wá ń yọ kọ́bọ̀kọ́bọ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ fẹ́rẹ̀ ọtìrẹ̀ ọmọ tó rówó rí. àmúrẹ́ àdáde má wọrí àmúná mẹ́rin nílẹ̀ wọ́n máa fẹ́ ẹnu ẹ̀ má wọrí èmi náà ṣáà lo style mo gbowó yẹn lọ́wọ́ wọn. Ẹni tó wá sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn fún mi ó padà pè mí níjọ́ kejì pé kí n má bínú pé àǹtí ni ọba àǹtí ṣe máa ń ṣe nìyẹn o ìyẹn ìyàwó wèrè Ògúntádé ẹni ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo sọ yìí ẹni pé tó bá yẹ pé mo parọ́ mọ́ wọn pé kó gbóògùn bọ́tà kó wá fi búra sí. The reason why I came up with this to tell you is don't expect too much from Yoruba Olowo. Whether they are going to allow us to go or not, don't ever, because they are all the same. Tí Igbo náà wà ń bẹ̀ mo ti lọ ṣiṣẹ́ fáwọn Ìgbìnẹ̀dàn nílùú yìí, the former governor Ìgbìnẹ̀dàn yẹn, kódà àwọn èèyàn tẹ̀sánwó fún mi ìyẹn tún kọ́. Gbogbo ambassador rẹ̀ ló wà nínú party yẹn because òun ló máa ń host the king of Ashanti. Wọ́n pe king kan ní Ghana, king ẹni tẹ́ bá google ẹ̀ Ashanti àbí Ashanti. Every year Ìgbìnẹ̀dàn èmi ò mọ deal tọjọ ní but according to ẹ̀mọ̀ pé mi journalist tí wọ́n débi kan máa ń fi mú fọ́lẹ̀ wọ́n ní ọdọọdún bó ṣe máa ń ṣe anniversary yẹn ní London ní Clarence Hotel. Kíní ló ní kí n lọ kí ló ń pe bọ̀bọ̀ yìí èyí tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní bẹ́ǹtì gbogbo wọn ìkànnà ní gbogbo wọn Frontier ní gbogbo wọn I'm talking about èyí tó ní bẹ́ǹtì ẹ̀rọ mi létí Alester Soyode gbogbo wọn lọ́mọ míì Ben television náà dà nísìn lọ́la wọ́n kàn fi ṣe 419 fi corrupt bẹ́ẹ̀ Ben television ibẹ̀ ni Ọ̀túnba Oseni ṣiṣẹ́ for a very long time. Ọ̀túnba Oseni chairman media. He was presenting on Ben television for a very long time. But gbogbo kìíní ẹ̀ front ni Ben television. I know him very well, Alester Soyode. Òun ló ní kí n lọ cover event yẹn. Event tó bá lè ṣe á pè mí pé ṣé mo wà available àbúrò. Ashanti Popukin. Mo mọ deal tó ní. But anyway, so kò ń ṣe pé tó di ti Yorùbá nìkan Ìgbìnẹ̀dàn at least ọmọ Igbo ṣá lòun àbí bíi middle belt. They are all the same. Imagine kí wọ́n lọ ṣiṣẹ́ for 5 hours. Kó dìgbà tó fẹ́ gbowó ẹ̀tọ́ ní kó gbowó lọ́wọ́ ìyẹn dẹ̀ lọ́ntì ẹ̀ kò bí animari lọ́la. Mo ti lọ ṣiṣẹ́ níbi tí emir yín former emir Sanusi àti Alákìjà Bọ́lá Ṣàgáyà ṣèbí billionaire lòun náà. They are all shit hole ni mo sọ fún yín. Shit hole ní gbogbo wọn. Ibi tí Bọ́lá Ṣàgáyà wà ni mo pàdé kí ló ń pè ìyálọ́jà yẹn. Ìyẹn mo ń sọ fún ìyálọ́jà yẹn pé Yorùbá máa lọ a máa free ṣẹ́rí afẹ́ free bondage gbogbo ara wa kì í má sọ pé yín. We are trying to free ourselves. So that's why I'm saying now, going back to this letter, we have reviewed, according to the letter that was sent to Buhari, Yoruba have taken time to kò ń ṣe àwa Yorùbá tá la fẹ́ lọ. Yeah, Ìgbìnẹ̀dàn tó yeah, ìtò ṣe governor yẹn. Kò sí ambassador tó sì níbẹ̀. Gbogbo àwọn ambassador yẹn pátápátá lọ fún mi ní take pictures. Bóyá kí n jọ kí n bá wọn ṣe direct number wọn ni wọ́n fún mi ó wà lọ́wọ́ mi. So what I'm trying to say is, throughout the past 60 years, throughout the past 60 years of independence, we Yoruba people have attained to a considerable high level of modern education and modern development than all other black nations before the coming of European colonialism and the amalgamation of hundreds of people to form the country of Nigeria. Have patriotically and consistently made positive effort to impact the lives of the other nationalities of Nigeria with high standard. Ẹ̀gbọ́n kan tó kọ sí bíbá. Ẹ̀gbọ́n kan tó kọ sí bíbá. Ògo adúláwọ̀ wa kò lè jáde as long as we remain in Nigeria. We don't need somebody láti máa lọ dọ̀bálẹ̀ fún wọn láàárọ̀. Even if it's your uncle, your sister, even a tombo later abroad, if the system was working, you would not need that. Because we want to have a system where everybody's lives matters. Oh, yes, I mean, only appreciate them. I'm my bago ìlọ́wọ́ yín man. But kò ń ṣe pé kí èèyàn kan wá dé láti abroad kẹ́ wá lọ jókòó pa síbẹ̀ torí pé ẹ fẹ́ jẹun ebi ń pa yín. Tí wọn náà bá níṣẹ́ lọ, no, wàá kọ́ appreciate wọn wá dẹ̀ lọ. We must not miss this opportunity. The opportunity that we have right now can benefit us in the long term, but we must first stop this contraction. The reason why I just take you through those timeline. In tó bá mú wọn tọ́rì àti èmi tí mo wà lábroad bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ṣe àwọn kan yẹn tẹ́ wà nílé sójà ló máa fi nà yín pa wọ́n dẹ̀ fọlọ́pàá wọ́n dẹ̀ lè arrest yín gan sef because tó bá jẹ́ pé Nàìjíríà ni mo wà ni mo lọ pàtí yẹn kí lè rò kó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ tó bá jẹ́ pé Nàìjíríà ni mo wà ni mo lọ gate crash because mo lọ gate crash ni and iṣẹ́ tí journalist máa ń ṣe nìyẹn journalist máa ń gate crash ni kò síbi tí journalist lè wọ̀ ó kú bó ṣe fẹ́ wọlé ni o lè wọlé pẹ̀lú direct entry tó bá invite ẹ̀ o dẹ̀ lè wọlé pẹ̀lú backdoor o dẹ̀ tún lè lo èèyàn nínú ilé iṣẹ́ journalist nìyẹn but ẹ imagine pé tó bá jẹ́ pé Nàìjíríà ni mo ti lọ bá wọn gate crash party yẹn ni wọ́n máa arrest me kódà pàǹtí ni máa sùn lálẹ́jọ́ yẹn because wàá fi agbára pé àwọn làwọn ní agbára and this is what we cannot tolerate moving forward as a country. They will use the power. So throughout the past 60 years of independence, what have you benefited from Nigeria? And why should we try to save Nigeria for some, corrupt elite, corrupt politician, corrupt media, corrupt system that care less about the Yoruba person? When we have option to do the needful now and then we have value. Ṣé value yìí nísìnyí ṣé kò ní bá ẹni tó jẹ́ mùsùlùmí ni? Tẹ́yin mùsùlùmí tẹ́yin pariwo pé ẹ̀yin tá à ń ṣe yìí kò bá ìlànà ẹ̀sìn mu. Tẹ́yin kìrìsìtẹ́nì tẹ́yin knock off táwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe náà why? Ṣé bí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ṣe rí lẹ́nìí? They've used Yoruba land to enrich themselves and use Yoruba land to impoverish the Yoruba people. I was speaking to somebody in India yesterday, Omo Yoruba. Imagine the access that one Indian and Ninilewa as against the access that one in Timolong. And we are all struggling because of a system that is not working. So let's move forward with the letter. Page cannot and go through so that we can open the phone line. Hopefully. However, our efforts have not yielded any of good result for our people. Gbogbo akitiyan tí a ti ṣe, gbogbo àwọn tó kàwé, gbogbo àwọn tó ní ìmọ̀, èèyàn kan pè mí lánàá. What they are doing in their own team, they are I'm not going to give the name of the person, but I just want you to, because while he was talking to me, I was doing a quick laptop I do a lot of things. I think this is it. We have a lot of people that are Yoruba intelligent. I'm not going to give his name, but this person is an academic, a researcher, doctorate program in humanitarian, post-conflict restructuring, and disaster management. We have brains all over the world, but our land cannot be developed because we are trapped in a country called Nigeria today. This person worked as a UN advisor to, I'm not going to mention the name of the country just for security reason, but he's a UN advisor. I'm just going through his CV now. This person's CV. An academic, a researcher, completing a doctorate program in humanitarian, post-conflict restructuring, and disaster management. I'm going to mention the name of the university. The university is in Netherlands. I have conducted research and presented papers on disaster risk reduction management and humanitarian. They are working on things that whatever is going to happen, we must also have people to prepare for, I'm sure, at least based on what I've read. This is a Yoruba man. Ewo is m.phil, M-A-F-I-C-M, M-C-I-P-S, M-C-I-L-T. We have too much brains. But the reason why those brains are not working in today is because we are trapped in Nigeria. And Tabare Kuro, it will become a lost generation. So, transferable key skills, national government and international affairs, experience and skills. Thank you so much, Mr. Femi Kasali. He's a full member, just like so many of you are members, but I have to appreciate him, just like I do appreciate every one of you. I hope you're listening. So, gbogbo àwọn skills ta ní in the past 60 years, títí di wákàtí, iṣẹ́ wo ni skills yẹn wá ń ṣe nílẹ̀ tiwa gangan? These skills are working tirelessly round the clock in the world that we are living today. But ààrí skills yẹn lò ní orí ilẹ̀ tiwa gangan. Àbí regret kan tí mo sọ. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n fún yín ní programming and change management experience and skills, policy definition, pattern, change management, persuading, managing dependency, quality assurance, requirement management, coordination, assessment, and evaluation. Problem, I'm giving the CV of one person. And everybody, kódà tó kàwé gan, ó ní brain. Kò dìgbà tí yàn bá lọ sí university. But what we are saying is, kí gbogbo kíní kó lè, so that it can work together. We must take back our country back by fire, by force. And forget about whether Nigerian government máa gbé helicopter or máa yìnbọn sísàlẹ̀. We must say we are going. Tí yẹn bá ti ṣẹlẹ̀ gan, there's no longer Nigeria. Ṣé rí àwọn tó máa sọ pé wọ́n máa pa wá yẹn? Ṣé yẹn mọ̀ pé tó bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí pa wá kò sí Nigeria mọ́ ni? That's what you need to understand. Àbọ̀rọ̀ mi yìí nísìn. Ṣé rí gbogbo that language? Wọ́n máa pa wá yẹn. Tí pípa bá ti dé, kò sí Nigeria. Nigeria stop to exist. Is this Nigeria ṣe exist nísìn ni pé because kò tí sí pípa àbí? Ká tẹ̀ sọ pé kò tí sí pípa. But the time tí wọ́n bá make a declaration, tí Nigerian government bá ti gbé sójà jáde, kò sí Nigeria. Ṣé yín mọ̀ pé kò ní sí Nigeria mọ́ ni? How do you think the country will continue to function when there's a fight going on? Ìlú wo ló máa wá bá yín ṣe business? Ìlú wo ló máa wá níbẹ̀? The first thing is the foreigner will leave. Should there be a crisis where the government continue to attack, whether the southeast or the southwest, because we want to leave Nigeria, there's no longer Nigeria. Eléyìí ń ṣe gba civil war yẹn. That even go, okay, even let's go back to the civil war. As at the civil war, nǹkan mélòó ló máa function. And this time around is different. So all these, issues, thank you so much, Wo TV. This time around is different from that previous time in 1967 or 66 that Buhari is trying to say, we want to keep Nigeria. No, you're not keeping any Nigeria together. I'm not going to mention the name of the university. He has PhD in humanitarian, skills. And all these skills, university. He was at one university in 2001 in UK here. I won't mention the name of the university. I was also in another university here in UK in 1986. 1986. He was in another university in UK in 1985. He was in a university in Glasgow in 1984. He studied also somewhere here. So imagine this person, all his life, education, but yet, kò lè rí lò ní ilé wa. And that's just one out of so many of you doing so many good things. And those of us that were late, we are all the same. So we're going to open our phone line, but not yet. So let's continue. However, our efforts have not yielded any much of good result for our people. Ṣé gbogbo wàhálà ẹni tó kàwé títí nísìn àti ẹni tó wà nílé tó ń try láti ṣe ìgbìyànjú pé káràkátà là ń ṣe à ń lọ sóko, and everything is not working. Economy is going down. So ṣé kìíní show yield any result fún wa? Now moving forward. Yoruba people have now decided to manage their own affairs and to command on a cumber. Let's break it down. On cumber. So this is the pronunciation.
Unencumbered.
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 Okay. Not having any burden or impediment, free of debt or other financial liability. Kò ń ṣe Hausa Fúlàní nìkan la máa dé pẹ̀lú. Mo gbọ́ voice note continue consent sí mi. Imagine ẹni tó yá ṣe shark loan. Ó wà níbí báyìí náà ní UK. Imagine you borrowed 100,000. Ó dẹ̀ ti dípò tí fi ń san almost $500,000. Níbi tó. These are a lot of problems that people are going through. Ẹ̀wọ̀n kan máa ń pè kíni kan ní shark loan. Government UK deal pẹ̀lú wọn dáadáa níbí báyìí. They go to rural area or they go to irú ọ̀dọ̀ tiwa níbí báyìí náà wọ́n máa ń lọ sí àwọn wọ́n máa ń set up káàkiri ni. Wọ́n pè kan ní OCAM. I'm sure pé àwọn ìyá wa máa mọ̀ wọ́n pọ̀ káàkiri. What they do is ẹni tó bá ń struggle financially tó bá lọ́bẹ̀ wọ́n á lè fún ẹ ní £250 without no credit check. Tó o bá careful sórí £250 yẹn o lè end up kó san 5,000 lé lórí. And what happen is àwọn máa ń rán ìwà sílé ìmí ìwà epo ilé lọ́ọ́ ti máa wá ń gbà wọ́n máa mú pépà wá. I'm sure pé àwọn kan ti gbárù lónìí rí o. You know, you can, it's good if you loan shark it's called. Àgbákò gidi ni wọ́n payday loan. Àgbákò Charles Olúmọ ni wọ́n. Government UK deal pẹ̀lú wọn dáadáa ni. Èèyàn kan tí mo gbọ́ voice note ẹ̀ lánàá. Owó tó yá ó ti san ẹ̀pọ́n ṣé òun náà ló ń pè ní pọ́nmúlé lantern okay. Ẹni ẹ ti san more than £1 million. Ẹ̀hàn pé $1 million kò yẹ kó san ní one go. Bọ́ níbi tó ti ń gbà. A ní ẹja kúrò kí gbogbo wàhálà ilé ìdádúró díẹ̀. It's just too much. So the meaning of
unencumbered.
Òun lọ lò ní bíbá òyìnbó yẹn ti pọ̀ jù. Wọ́n ní ẹ wá wo bó ṣe lò ní bíbá èmi àwa lò ní meaning ẹ̀ so that àwọn ẹ̀rọ kan àwọn professor ló kọ lẹ́tà yìí àwa gbọ́dọ̀ break it down sí nǹkan táyà yìí máa understand. Yoruba people have now decided to manage their own affairs and to command free or debt, other financial liability, not having burden. So that, need láti máa lọ kan. You don't have to go and be knocking the door of your politicians before you become, you want to go to the hospital, you want to eat, you want to do whatever you want to do. We will know because we will be able to control our resources and manage it, within our people. Is that not good enough? So why should we continue with Nigeria is the question. Again, I increase volume because I think I saw it the Banshee program have been
unencumbered.
That's
unencumbered.
UNENCUMBERED. So ọ̀rọ̀ tó lò ní bíbáyìí láti bíbáyìí títí dé bíbáyìí pé Yoruba people have now decided àti ṣetán a fẹ́ manage ara wa. Not má bá wa manage ara wa mọ́. Yoruba politician ò lè tí a lè question ẹ má bá wa manage ara wa mọ́. Yoruba people have now mo kí gbogbo àwọn tó wà lórí Mixlr about 13 people are listening. They cannot see me but they are listening. Ẹ̀yin náà máa ní right láti ẹ̀yin lẹ́ni show. My job is to present. Your job is to call in and also decide what we want. But don't call yet. At about maybe another 5-10 minutes, I will allow you to call. Paper kan la máa deal pẹ̀lú lẹ́ni. I will deal with the next one. Ìjọkíjọ ti bá review ẹ̀tàn náà ni. Because 30th of September lọ fún government kò fi respond. So I need time láti máa, àti ṣe the first one. This is the part 2 of it. So Yoruba people have now decided àti ṣetán to manage their own affairs and to command on
unencumbered,
not having any burden or impediment. Ọmọ tó ń pè ní burden. Tí bá àgbẹ̀ máa ń like example. Sórí bá ṣe wà báyìí nísìn ẹrù tó gbélé wa lórí lílé báyìí. Burden. Sórí ẹrù yẹn àwa ń gbé jura wa lọ. Sórí àwọn táwa labroad ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nílé afẹ́jẹ́kẹ́ yìí náà kẹ́ free so that ìwọ gan lè máa send owó lọ sí níjọ bí ní another 3 years 2 years ìwọ náà lè máa send owó lọ sí abroad láti owó ilẹ̀ Yorùbá because lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí nísìn ẹrù yìí ó ti wọ̀ wá lọ́rùn báyìí ẹrù tí a gbé ó ti wọ̀ wá lọ́rùn a gbọ́dọ̀ jáde nínú ìlú jágbajàgba yẹn a shit hole country that has no value for anybody kò ní value for anybody débi pé ó máa ní value fún ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nílé mo sọ fún yín pé olówó yín wọ fẹ́mi ní respect ní bíbá ìwọ wọn expect pé kọ́ fún ẹ ní respect nísàlẹ̀ imagine ọ̀kẹ́ owó oníkèmí gba 30 pounds lójú ààrẹ ó ti fún mi lówó ó ti fún mi lówó lójú ààrẹ gba 30 pounds àbúrò bàbá má dẹ̀ jẹ́ kó lọ ó dáa wọ́n sọ fún ìyàwó ẹ̀ yaba ṣé tó bá máa náwó nínú pàtí yẹn nísìn ṣé 30 pounds ló máa ná ṣé tó bá jẹ́ pé ọmọ olówó tó jẹ́ pé ó mọ bàbá tèmi náà jẹ́ tí wọ́n jọ wà ní kakos ṣáà fún mi ní 30 pounds lójú ààrẹ ṣé 30 pounds ra epo sí mọ́tò tó ń gbé káàkiri tó gbé wá síbẹ̀ yẹn. So what I'm just trying to say is don't look up to all these people. Let us look up to our nation that will respect you. Tibari MP Minisin. And then so what? Ali pàdé gan kí má dàmú. Jọra àjọ máa wọnú bus kan náà ni. Ibi tó ti máa ṣe shopping nínú Tesco lèmi náà ti máa ṣe àbí Asda àbí Lidl. This is what we are asking for. Ìtàn béèrè fún nìyẹn. Kò dẹ̀ ń ṣọ̀rọ̀ ibi kitchen yìí nísìn. Oúnjẹ wà níbẹ̀. Ààrẹ ni bá wa jẹ́. We want the same life, and that is why we are saying
unencumbered.
Not having any burden or impediment. Àbúrò mi kan pè mí lánàá. Ó lọ́mọ tó ní disability challenge. Ẹ gbọ́rọ̀ yìí. And I've known her kàtẹ́ tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ Yorùbá Nation. She has become part of me. So, I do just like everybody. I'm sure pé náà ní àwọn èèyàn kankan tẹ́ máa ń support. Ó wá pè mí lánàá. Ọmọ ẹ lọ ṣe physio. Ó wá ní owó pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ òun. Ó lọ́mọ tó ní disability challenge. Ó wá gbọ́mọ ẹ lọ ṣe physio. Ó wá ní pé owó pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ òun pé àwọn fẹ́ pe Uber. Ó dà pé mi náà dẹ̀ ní bí 15,000 naira l'account me or something. So I sent 10,000 naira to her. Because she did not want to feel guilty. Ẹ mọ̀ pé kò lo Uber yẹn. Màá sọ ìdí fún yín. Ẹ̀yin politicians ẹ ti báyé jẹ́ nílé. Tá a bá lọ ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa. Ẹ mọ̀ pé mo kàn ń lo that phrase pé tí a bá lọ ìyá máa jẹ ṣé gèsè gbogbo wa lára níbi tí wọ́n ti báyé jẹ́ nílé. I'm just going to read my conversation with her. This is what she said to me. And this is not to blame her. But in Nigeria ti ṣe òun ni mo fẹ́ sọ fún yìí. I send lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ mo send 10,000 naira sí. Give and take pé láti ibi tó wà yẹn pé 10,000 yẹn máa àgbè. A message came to me at about 1 p.m. Only we are out for therapy and we have done since 12. Imagine Anthony disability challenge. Tolomo Tony disability challenge. It is a raining day. Yeah, the journey will be less stressful. Emma ló sọ message sí mi pé the journey will be less stressful if I take Uber back home, but I only have 1,200 naira with me, which can only take us home by public bus alone. Ṣé mo kún ló gbé suggestion wá pé Uber máa fáwọn ní stress free at least wá jókòó all the time condition wá dẹ̀ máa lọ. I mean that is the expectation. Kò tó bá yẹ pẹ̀lú tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ni good morning to you on the other side of the globe. I hope you woke up very well. Kò tó bá yẹ pé Nigerian ṣiṣẹ́ officially láti ilé láti máa gbé ọmọ yẹn lọ hospital with ambulance and they'll take him back home. Only, sir, I need your support to get Uber. My shoulder and arms is painful already. Emo tó láti gbé ọmọ yẹn, ọmọ tó ní disability, ó gbọ́dọ̀ gbé pọn ni. Bóyá ó pọn sẹ́yìn ni, àṣà gbá kan. The message was sent to Ewo time frame here because sometimes, message bá wá, a máa rí lókè, but tó bá ti ń di pé message bá ń pọ̀ sí, a máa drop sí lọ sísàlẹ̀. So I think she was lucky that the message came at the right time because ó send message yẹn ní 107, 108, and by 114, must reply it. 10K sent, safe journey home. My party sorted out. Not that I have. I think I had about 15,000 in my account. But because it's somebody that I love so much, I love, for the fact that Nigeria is tough for everybody. Only reply me padà ní 3:55 p.m. Only thank you, sir. Èmi náà wá reply padà ní 6:14 p.m. Mo ní you're welcome. Èmi dẹ̀ ti gbàgbé. Èmi tún ṣe nǹkan mi lọ. Àfìgbà tó di 7:38 p.m. She sent another message. This is the message. Don't blame her. It's just that is what Nigeria has done. Nigeria has literally crippled everybody. So it is. So tẹ́bá ní ká dúró kí gbogbo èèyàn gbọ́rọ̀ tá à ń sọ yìí. It's going to take another 20 years. I do. Ó send message padà. But mo ka message yẹn, I felt uncomfortable. I felt pained, not for her, for what Nigeria has done. This is the message. Good evening, sir. Just got home a few minutes ago. Uber didn't take us. 3 drivers canceled the trip until another person came up. He said, can only take us if I didn't order through the Uber app. He asked me to cancel the trip and negotiate offline. At the end of the day, he said the last price is 10K. This is from, I'm not going to mention the Bitofilo. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi, I told him to go. Omi sunkún lọ́rọ̀. Ohun tí Nàìjíríà ṣe báwo yàn torí ọlọ́. Èmi sẹ́ẹ̀sì 10K sí pé kò fi wọ Uber. Ó dẹ̀ tún cancel Uber yẹn ṣá. Ó ní kí Uber yẹn máa lọ. Ó jẹ́ tí wàá lọ wọ public transport. Ẹ̀wù tí Nàìjíríà ṣe fáwọn èèyàn wa nílé. Èmi ni mo sẹ́ni owó sí. Èmi ni mo sẹ́ni owó sí pé kó fi pe Uber. Ẹ̀yin politician, a fi ń wọn ìmọ̀. Ẹ rí wèrè. Ẹ wá ṣe election. Ó ní nígbà tí mo ka mẹ́sẹ̀jì ẹ̀ àyà mi já. Mo ní kí lè lè kẹ́. Ibi wọn ló sọ pé ó ní di Uber tí bá yẹ pé mo ò ní owó ní sí. Ẹ mọ̀ pé tó bá yẹ pé kò sí náírà, màá kọ́kọ́ send owó wà lákàntì bí mo send owó sí. Ó wá ń bẹ̀ mí pé kí n má bínú pé ó wọ Uber yẹn. Ó ní ẹ̀ tí wàá wọ bus lọ sílé. I told him, ẹ̀gbọ́n mi, I told him to go. I can't pay such for Uber, even though the amount you send is enough for it. Only forgive me. Ṣé o lè ẹ̀kọ́ máa ní kí forgive àbí kí Nàìjíríà ẹ̀wọ̀n tí Nàìjíríà ṣe fáwọn èèyàn wa nílé? Ẹ̀wọ̀n tí Nàìjíríà ṣe fáwọn èèyàn wa nílé torí ọlọ́wọ́ ọba. Nígbà tí mo send owó pé kó pe Uber, òun á ń wo owó yẹn. Ó ń wo owó yẹn pé owó tó pọ̀ ni. Nígbà tí mo ka mẹ́sẹ̀jì yẹn, inú mi bàjẹ́. Mo wá, ó ní forgive me, sir. I didn't take Uber again. I decided to tell you because my conscience will not let me rest because I asked for your support to take Uber. Mo wá reply. This is the reply I sent her back. Mo ní, Lord. Money, good you told me, but next time you should have go ahead and pay. Money, it is not about the money, but about the comfort. If you want to support comfort, ó ní ọmọ tó ní disability, ó ní ó fẹ́ comfort, mo ní send owó sí ẹ náà. Kí ló tún wá sọ? Kí ló tún jẹ́ wá ń wo owó yẹn? Kí ló owó tá máa fi sílẹ̀ tá máa lọ? Money, Money never look down at yourself. Owó rẹ pé ò lówó lọ́wọ́. Ṣé tó bá yẹ pé Nàìjíríà dání tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ tó tẹ máa bèrè owó lọ́wọ́ mi ni? Ebo máa tọ́jú ọmọ ẹ̀ náà. Money, are you saying that if you have the money, you won't use it? Money, even if you need extra, I can still support with it. Tó bá tẹ̀ jẹ́ pé o need the extra sí. Money, always consider making good decisions for your children. Money is just a paper. You don't have it now, does not mean you won't have it. Then stay safe. O ṣe send message similar on say only thank you, sir. I'm sure you have people like that as well sometimes. Send owó sí wọn pé kó ṣe nǹkan kan, and they will still not want to do it. Nigeria ni. Let's continue. And this is what the burden Nigeria has done. This is what Nigeria has literally done. And that is why I said burden. The burden.
Unencumbered.
Unencumbered. Not that she didn't have the money, but she's already thinking differently. 10,000 if you want comfort. I'm sure when this thing gonna say 10,000 and I go to buy ogun gan lè má cover because ọmọ tan sọ ọmọ àgbàlagbà ló gbé. In 5 minutes, I'll open my phone line. The Yoruba are denied the opportunity to control over their lives and destiny. The Yoruba are denied the opportunity to exercise their God-given right in Nigeria. That is give me a tissue there, please. That is dragged down by a ponderous, ineffective, and a bloated central government that is regularly burdened. By contentious religious involvement, by a powerful culture of public corruption. If the healthcare system was working, this, my sister, would have made use of it. By headstrong effort of one ethnic nation to subjugate the others. Mr. President, you might be aware, given your military service history, that in a memo in early February 1969, only 9 years after Nigeria's independence, the intelligence community, problem in Nigeria, 1969, 6 years after the independence, the intelligence community advising the U.S. government on the Biafran war asserted that further disintegration of Nigeria was likely as far back as 1969, and that the Western world might have to live with a loose confederation. Àwọn àgbáyé ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ allow kí Yorùbá kingdom kó dá dúró, kó go wá lè búyọ, ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ allow it. And just to finish it off, a formation of several completely independent nations. What we Yoruba have now chosen is the formation of our own independence. Yoruba country separated from Nigeria. Mr. President, okay, I'm going to come out to be say the next page. So I'm going to say this is where we end, and we will continue from there. I'm going to open my phone line, and we can have your call on your own engagement. You know, I was carried a little bit out of that. Once again, a very good morning. Please do not call any other number, and don't get me angry more. Only call our studio line. About the studio line, sit at a back end team. And Tobamo, the line is now open so that you can also be involved in the conversation. The number, for those of you that never know, please save this number always and use it as the studio line. The other number you know is still working. Please do not call any other number apart from my studio line as we speak right now. My name is Olami Koiki. Yoruba Nation, our mega rally will be announced. I don't know when, I don't know what day, I don't know what month, but all we've been told to tell you is the rally is going to come up very, very soon, and we should all go and prepare. We're going to give reasons why we need to go and the benefit as well. So, some of the reasons why Yoruba needs to get the hell out of Nigeria now before it is too late. Reason for Yoruba to exit from Nigeria. Yoruba tribe was a nation and a country before the 1914 amalgamation. Nigeria was literally forced upon us for the last 100 years. This has created injustice, just as I've mentioned, some few minutes ago. It has also created terrorism, just as we see all the time, where people are being massacred and killed. It has also created banditry, killings, and raping, and so many others. Just 1 minute. Increasing on terrorism, banditry, killings, raping, kidnapping, racial abuse to our sisters and fathers from our land. Fulanis are enslaving us in our land. They are occupying our position in the Yoruba province. Hello, good morning, caller, and welcome to the program.
Good morning, Mr. Koiki. Ọlọ́run máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́, Ọlọ́run máa fún yín ṣe, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ṣàṣetì. Ọlọ́run bá tó ti wá wá tó ti bá ṣe pé àbá wá sí délẹ̀. I just want to appreciate the effort, your zeal, your compassion so far. Ẹ ò ní ṣàṣetì o. Gbogbo a ò ní ṣe àṣetì. First and foremost, níbi tí ọ̀rọ̀ ìdè lónìí, Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kí mọ̀, Ọlọ́run á fi mọ̀ yé wa, Ọlọ́run á fòye yé wa. Fún àwọn tó tí yìí nígbàgbọ́ nínú Yorùbá nation, àgbàdúrà pé Ọlọ́run kò fi ọwọ́ tọ́ wọn lọ́kàn. Bàbá ní ìdẹ́rù kan ti kúrò pé declaration wá sáyé, because bàbá fi kí ní the next 20 years, àwọn tó bá máa yé wọn á yé wọn, tó kò tẹ̀ ní yé kò ní yé, kì í ṣojú lásán. Àwọn arábí ìṣídébẹ̀ náà ni pé káwọn èèyàn máa ṣe ìrẹ̀wẹ̀sì. But Ọlọ́run á fòye yé wa. Àdúrà mi ní ṣe, because a rí ọ̀dàlẹ̀ láàrin wa o, kò sọ́dàlẹ̀ o, the right thing. Yorùbá nation ti dúró. Yorùbá nation ti dúró. No going back. Bẹ́ẹ̀ káwọn èèyàn wá kó má ṣe ìrẹ̀wẹ̀sì. Kó má jẹ́ kí àwọn èèyàn tó yẹ kọ́kọ́ ń gbèsè wọn. Kọ́ tó lórí ẹsẹ̀ wọn ẹsẹ̀ méjèèjì kọ́ wo nǹkan táwọn lè ṣe fún Yorùbá nation. Ọlọ́run pẹ̀lú wa.
Àmín, ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Ọlọ́run máa pẹ̀lú nígbà.
Lágbára Ọlọ́run, thank you so much.
Ẹ ò ní ṣiṣẹ́.
Àmín.
Jésù àdéhìn mú.
Àmín Jésù.
Ọwọ́ ọ̀tá ò ní gbà yín.
Àmín Jésù.
Gbogbo mọ wọn lórí yín á dòfo.
Àmín.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí fáwọn ẹlòmíràn láyé láti.
Thank you so much. Àmín. Tó bá di aago mẹ́jọ alẹ́ ẹ pàdé mi lórí Ọmọlúkà Great TV níbi tí a tún máa sọ oríṣiríṣi àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ àǹfààní tí ilẹ̀ wọn Yorùbá fi gbọ́dọ̀ dá dúró. The number is open. I will have the line open till about maybe 10:30 or thereabout before I start getting ready for the studio. But as we waiting and get more calls, we will continue now to appreciate those of you that have joined. Thank you so much. Let me pin that for helping me to put that on the Instagram. You're not having any problem all the time, so let me just pin it right now. I really appreciate you, Mr. George Akin. Whether we've mentioned your name or not on this platform, we appreciate ourselves. The Yoruba should go out of Nigeria now. There's a lot of reasons we shouldn't be part of Nigeria. Thank you so much, Akim Adiora Zaki, Muki Yamini, Canada, Muki Wentewa, in America, all over the world, and all your contribution and support as well. Please, you're only allowed to call the studio line. Do not attempt to call the second line because we're using that. Muki Wentewa Lori Mixella. We have about almost 12 of you this morning, and we appreciate you. Hello, caller. Good morning. Hello. Hello. All right. Maybe you want to try again. It could be your network. Mokinyo Babawa Oba Martins, Mr. Akishola, Mayawa Akishola, Muibad Bakari, Mr. Yetunde Rashid, Akinbade, Moki Buboyi, Moki Bubuale Konsi. I understand there's a lot of things that you listen to hear, and it could sometimes, say young people is so serious. Be rest assured that nothing can stop Yoruba nation. Hello, good morning. Hello, Maria Oyami, tell me. Gbọ́yàn ẹgbọ́n sókè o, if not, my láti cut it off ni o. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Koiki.
Yeah, I'm going.
Ẹ kú ètò.
Ètò ni ẹ.
Mo ní lójú àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ìrandíran wọn máa jẹ ìyà yẹn ìrandíran wọn ó máa jẹ ìyà yẹn mo wà lórí live program bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń sọ ẹkún yẹn èmi náà dẹ̀ ń sọ ẹkún bí tí mo wà ṣùgbọ́n ṣẹlẹ̀ àwọn èyìnbó yẹn àtàwọn Fúlàní yẹn wọn ò ní problem tó máa jẹ ju àwọn politician wa lẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn ló sọ gbogbo wa di nǹkan tá a dà yìí o ṣẹlẹ̀ àwọn politician ilẹ̀ Yorùbá yẹn kò sí bọ́ ṣe wọn ò lè rú lógò gbogbo ọmọ wọn máa gba ẹ̀sọ́ gbogbo nǹkan tó ṣe yẹn gbogbo ọmọ wọn pátápátá gbogbo àwọn politician tó wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá là ń sọ àwọn ló pa kíní yẹn jẹ́ di bá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ó yẹ kí gbogbo àgbàdo ká òkè ni but àwọn tó sọ pé àwọn ń jà fún wa yẹn tó jẹ́ olórí wa yẹn náà pa tiwa jẹ́ imagine àwa ń dúró fún declaration yẹn ó wá sáyé gbogbo nǹkan tó sọ wá dà yẹn àwọn ọmọ wọn máa padà jẹyà àwọn ọmọ wọn ló máa padà ṣẹrú fún wa gbogbo kò sí nǹkan tó bí lọ́mọ lọ́wọ́ máa padà ṣẹrú fún wa ní pẹ̀lú gbogbo nǹkan tó sọ wá dà ń lù yìí wọ́n máa ṣẹrú fún wa gbẹ̀yìn ẹ máa bẹ́ tòyìn lọ.
ẹ ṣe gan ni mo kéèyàn ìyá wa lẹ́tà ẹ bá ń ká àwọn ọmọ ọdún wa mo gbọ́ wọn nísàlẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn ọmọ wa pátápátá là ń kí nílé àti lóko mo kí ìyá wa Sekirat Ọmọwùnmí mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ti wà gbogbo ibi tí a bá wà náà ẹ jẹ́ ká máa sọ fáwọn èèyàn nílé pé òmìnira Yorùbá ó gbọ́dọ̀ dúró òun ló jẹ wá lógún ló ṣe kókó fún wa ẹ lóò láti South Africa.
ẹkúnṣẹ́ takuntakun Ọlọ́run amú adélẹ̀ lérí. mo kàn fẹ́ appreciate dájú wa ni o Prof Akintoye in fact ṣẹ́rí lẹ́tà yìí èmi gan fúnra mi mo ṣe ń kà up till now tí mo ti kọ́ bẹ̀ látòrí péjì náà mo ti kọ́ bẹ̀. inú mi kàn dùn ní sí lẹ́tà yẹn ni pé wọ́n ṣe kọ lẹ́tà yẹn from start to finish. tó bá wù wọ́n kí wọ́n respond tó bá wù wọ́n kí wọ́n má respond àwa ń lọ. you understand letter of termination of contract ní lẹ́tà yẹn sí Nigeria government. àwa ń lọ a dẹ̀ ti fún wọn ní so many reasons ta fi ń lọ. so àti àwọn olóṣèlú tiwa àti àwọn tiwọn tó bá wù wọ́n kí wọ́n gbọ́ tó bá wù wọ́n kí wọ́n gbà àwa ń lọ. èmi kàn fẹ́ appreciate bàbá ni èmi fẹ́ kọrin fún bàbá ẹ má bínú o dáàdì o wà pẹ́ láyé dáàdì o wà jẹun ọmọ ẹni bá ní kò ní rí bẹ́ẹ̀ àfọ́ lójú àkànlápá kó sẹ́nu tírélà àkútú ẹ báyìí gbogbo wọn ṣe máa parẹ́ ní ẹ lágbára Ọlọ́run lójú ẹ̀mí wa gbogbo aládé máa délẹ̀ dédé lágbára Ọlọ́run àfàwọn tó bá sọ pé ní débẹ̀ àwọn náà ní bá wa débẹ̀ ẹ máa bẹ́ẹ̀ tó bàbá wa.
ẹ ṣe gan ni mo kí gbogbo alẹ́ nǹkan sí mo kí ẹ just reason ẹ bá wa fowó sínú security account I'm gonna be pushing it out again this morning ẹ bá wa fowó sí central account those two accounts that is very very important in this movement. It's a PayPal account. Hello, good morning.
Hello, bro.
Ẹ káàárọ̀. Good morning.
Hello, Mr. Wiki. Ẹ káàárọ̀, sir.
Ẹ káàárọ̀.
Ẹ jẹ́ ṣé ń gbọ́ mi dáadáa, sir.
I'm going loud and clear.
Inú mi dùn láti. Ògo ọmọ Yorùbá lẹ jẹ́ gbogbo yìí tó ti jáde Ọlọ́run ò ní jẹ́ kó wá sílẹ̀ o.
Àmín. Àmín. I think it's his network. Hello? All right, let me see if I can get him again. Mumbo Yami, once again, I know there's a lot of small rallies that are coming up. The mega rally will only be announced by our leader at the appropriate time. So any rally, these are just, the rally that is just, I think there's going to do a rally somewhere in Ilaro or Songo, somewhere around that area, this morning, that later on this month. So couple of rallies to Bambo. These are not the mega rally. Mokin Yawa Omolara Yabo Ajala. Etalosi Kuwait quickly. Eba Machine Kia Mokin Mr. Dari, Mr. Treasury Road, Mokin Boni. Ekabo Soreto Yawa.
Yes, Ọlọ́run ní gbogbo mi dé lójú wa lágbára Ọlọ́run ìgbà tẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀gàn ìmẹ́gàn omi jábọ́ lójú mi. Ṣárí àwọn olówó yẹn wọn kì í fẹ́ jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn lówó. Mo ti réyàn méjì kan tí mo ti gbé lọ́dọ̀ wọn rí tán sọ fún mi pé ìlú òyìnbó yẹn ò dá o. Ìlú òyìnbó yẹn ò dá o. Ẹ má lọ sí ìlú òyìnbó ò dá o. Ìgbà tẹ́mi wá dé ìlú òyìnbó ni mo wá wò pé ṣé pé báwọn èèyàn ṣe wọ́n dẹ̀ lọ o àwọn tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn wọ́n lọ bẹ̀ o ṣé wọ́n wò pé ṣé bí ìlú òyìnbó ṣe rí lélẹ̀ táwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ máa convince àwọn èèyàn pé kéèyàn má lọ sí ìlú òyìnbó pé ṣé báwọn èèyàn ṣe rí lélẹ̀ then kì í ṣe àwọn politician nìkan náà máa jẹ̀yà nǹkan tó wà ńlẹ̀ yìí o ṣe rí àwọn tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n jẹ́ tó ń support àwọn politician yẹn tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n dẹ̀ lórí láyà tó ń dẹ̀ rí nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Nàìjíríà yẹn tó jẹ́ pé wọn ò kó àwọn ọmọ wọn sí Nàìjíríà tó jẹ́ pé a rí nínú wọn tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n kọ́ àwọn ọmọ wọn sí Canada tó kọ́ àwọn ọmọ wọn sí abroad tó wá jẹ́ pé torí admission titi wọn àti titọkọ wọn tó wá ń support àwọn politician torí mo wo program kan bọ̀ mí ní dárúkọ ẹni lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ mo ti mọ woman ó ṣe program kan lánàá tó ń convince àwọn èèyàn yìí pé ìka ò lè dọ́gba yìí pé àwọn tó wà lábúròd náà kí wọ́n rí àwọn tó ń bẹ́ẹ̀gì ní abroad ẹni tá a bá rí tó ń tọrọ owó nílùú tí mo wà yìí bí ẹni tó ń wá láti ìlú ẹ̀ òun ló ń tọrọ owó ẹ lè rí ọmọ kú etí kankan kó dúró sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ títí kó sọ pé òun tọrọ owó ẹ lè rí kó sọ pé òun tọrọ owó because they are all equal ní gbogbo wọn ṣé ti ẹ̀yin kí ọkọ wá jókòó sí Nàìjíríà kó dẹ̀ máa wà lórí mídíà kó dẹ̀ máa convince àwọn èèyàn pé kì í ṣe gbogbo èèyàn ló máa lówó dání àwọn kan wà tó jẹ́ pé wọn ò ní lówó dání àwọn kan wà kan máa lówó dání àwọn yẹn náà máa máàkì ojú wọn àwọn yẹn náà ọmọ wọn náà máa jẹ nínú ìyà yẹn kì í ṣe àwọn politician nìkan because a sọ pé àwọn politician ẹ̀yin kan tún jókòó ẹ tún wọ́n encourage àwọn politician pé nǹkan tí wọ́n ṣe dáa Tinubu ló máa ṣe kí ni Tinubu fẹ́ ṣe kí ló fẹ́ fà wá Èkó nìyẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ báwo lè kó ṣe rí ṣùgbọ́n ló lead wọn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ òun ló control Sanwó-Olú òun ló rán àwọn èèyàn pé kán lọ pa àwọn youth ní ensars so kí ló fẹ́ ṣe so àwọn politician nìkan kan náà máa jẹ̀yà yẹ o gbogbo àwọn tó ń support àwọn politician yìí náà gbogbo náà máa jẹ̀yà yẹ gbogbo la máa máàkì ojú wọn gbogbo náà máa jẹ̀yà ó sọ pé ọmọ Nàìjíríà ló so ìyá onítìrí dẹ̀ ti sọ náà pé tá a bá gba yẹ̀wù Yorùbá nation ẹni tó bá mọ̀ pé òun ò fẹ́ á lọ sílẹ̀ Fúlàní á lọ sí Sambisa so nǹkan tí mo ní pé kí n dá sí nìyẹn pé Ọlọ́run àgbàlẹ̀ wa fún ọlọ́dẹ̀ ti gbà fún alágbára Ọlọ́run ẹ tó bá sọ pé ká má rí gbà wọn lè oníṣojú ẹ̀ lágbára Ọlọ́run ẹ máa dé tó bọ̀sà.
Thank you so much. Aki gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ti ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa from different part of the globe ẹ jẹ́ ká máa ṣe ní kíákíá so we can get as many people to add their own as well. Lẹ́ka ìlà ṣe ń review and we are also discussing the way forward. Hello caller, good morning. Ó dàbọ̀ ìyá mi Ọmọlára.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
This is Tulola from Nigeria, sir.
Go ahead, my brother.
Yes, sir. He's one of my people from Nigeria Association. Then give me your number. Say, make I talk to you.
I'm on a live program now.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, I dropped one message for you. Voice message. I try to hear the voice message. Sir.
Okay, when I finish program, I'm going to listen. All right.
Yes, then Nigeria don't have lights now. My phone is off like 30 minutes or 20 minutes now, but I will try to charge my phone back to talk to you, sir.
Okay, then we'll talk later. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. But hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello.
I'm listening.
Yes, sir. Then, Daddy, I want to make you believe something, sir.
I'm on a live program now. I don't know whether what you're saying is going to go into the live show. Maybe we should talk later because I'm on a live transmission right now. So let's talk later. Go charge your phone and we'll talk again. Okay? All right. I mean, imagine people have to go and charge their phone. You know, something that should just be normal. I don't understand why so many people do not understand what we are saying. Hello, caller. Hey, Carol. Mukina Mr. Akinola Okwong. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò. Yeah. Láti bo? Ogun State. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm very.
Okay. Ẹ gbẹ́nu sí fóònù yẹn dáadáa because àgbọ̀n yín dáadáa yíyà àti pé nìkan lè ń bára yín sọ̀rọ̀. Okay.
Yeah. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn àtàwà ní Nàìjíríà, láti ní bí àwọn agenda àwọn people, àwọn all politicians and their followers. Èmi rò pé lórí ọ̀dọ̀ tèmi nínú ẹ̀mí, rò pé Yorùbá nation tí àwa náà bá lè organize military ẹni Yorùbá fẹ́ gbẹ́gbẹ́
Tabale organize kini and Tabale organize kini.
Tabale organize military.
Okay, we don't discuss anything security on the show, so it's not something that we discuss on the show. Okay. Yeah. Because these are sensitive things that you're talking about, so it's a different thing entirely. Yeah. All right then. All right. Ejo tebankwe eja kafi, or so, because there are things that is not going to go through, the social media as much as gbogbo ṣe wọn pé ká sọ hello caller ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò.
Hello, ẹ káàárọ̀ Mr. Koiki.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ yàwá.
Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun o.
Àwa ni ẹ máa.
Olúwa máa tì mí lẹ́yìn síwájú àti síwájú sí.
Àmín.
Olúwa máa fún yín ní nǹkan ìdàgbára.
Àmín Ọlọ́run.
Mo sọ tó gbà mí. Mo ní mẹ́sìn kò fẹ́ fún àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá. Ṣùgbọ́n bí tó pọ̀ fún láàárọ̀ yìí, mo máa ń sáré opportunity yìí. Màá fi dúpẹ́ torí tí Ọlọ́run sọ pé ká dúpẹ́ gidigidi ní oṣù yìí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n má dé kí mo lè kó kékeré kan. Ọlọ́run oṣù mọ́lẹ́ máa rí owó ẹlẹ́gà wa o oṣù bàrẹ̀ máa rí o Ọlọ́run Yorùbá nation o oṣù bàrẹ̀ máa rí o bàbá alágbára oṣù bàrẹ̀ máa rí o nítorí nígbà tí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá jáde kúrò ní Nàìjíríà tí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá jáde kúrò láàrin àjò òjèèdè ènìyàn Fúlàní rí wa ó sá àwọn tẹ́lọ́rìsì rí wa wọ́n padà sẹ́yìn mo wá bí wọ́n wí pé kí ló ṣe yín ẹ̀yin Fúlàní tí ẹ̀ sá àtẹ̀kí tẹ́lọ́rìsì tí ẹ̀ fi padà sẹ́yìn o torí pé wọ́n lágbára Ọlọ́run wa tó ju gbogbo agbára lọ ni ẹ wá rírì o ẹ̀yin Fúlàní níwájú Ọlọ́run wa àti níwájú Ọlọ́run Yorùbá nation ẹni tó fi inú àpáta ṣe adágún omi tó fi òkúta ìbọn ṣe orísun omi bàbá wa ló ní gbogbo agbára o òsì túbàrẹ́ màrẹ́ o ẹlẹ́dàá wa oṣù bàrẹ́ màrẹ́ o gbogbo ògo jẹ́ ti Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè Ọlọ́run àwọn ọmọ Odùduwà Ọlọ́run Yorùbá nation àti gbogbo ọpẹ́ fún àti gbogbo ògo fún kí Ọlọ́run gba ọpẹ́ wa ní orúkọ Jésù. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ sà, mo fẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ṣe fi òye yé mi, mo fẹ́ sọ fún àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá wípé àsìkò ti tó o, the atmosphere ó ti yí padà, àsìkò ti tó fún wa báyìí. Torí ẹ̀ ni mo ṣe ń gbé Ọlọ́run ga fún ayé yín, mo ń gbé Ọlọ́run ga fún ayé gbogbo àwọn sọ̀rọ̀sọ̀rọ̀ yòókù. Ó jẹ́ wípé ẹ̀ ń fún wa ní strength tí ẹ̀ jẹ́ kó rẹwà tẹ̀ jẹ́ ká rẹwẹ̀sì. Àyà ti bẹ́lẹ̀ ó bẹ́ síṣẹ́ àsìkò iṣẹ́ ti tó fún wa torí pé the spiritual atmosphere has changed. This is the time for us. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nínú oṣù kẹjọ yìí ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ká tẹ̀síwájú láti máa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run gidigidi fún orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá nation. Ẹ lè jẹ́ ká continue láti máa ka Psalm 121 wà yẹn fún ààbò kí Ọlọ́run fi ààbò bo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá nínú oṣù yìí. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nínú oṣù kẹsàn-án ilẹ̀kùn ni mo rí níwájú àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá nínú oṣù kẹsàn-án sà. Ilẹ̀kùn ni mo rí níwájú wa. Ṣé ìdàgbà pé tí wọ́n bá ti gba ilẹ̀kùn èèyàn á gba ilẹ̀kùn jáde èèyàn á tún gbà wọlé sí ibòmí. Mo rí ilẹ̀kùn níwájú àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ní oṣù kẹsàn-án. Ṣé wá rí sáà tí mo ṣáàjì tán nísìnyí nígbà tí mo ń kọrin yẹn? Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nínú oṣù kẹsàn-án ẹ jọ̀ọ́ gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá gbogbo wa ní kẹ́jẹ́ ká máa ka sáàmù ní ojoojúmọ́. Tó bá ti tún ṣe é ṣe fún wa o kí a lè gba àwẹ̀ ní ọjọ́ kìíní oṣù kẹsàn-án yẹn kí a ka sáàmù yìí káàkiri. Tẹ́lẹ̀ gbogbo oṣù kẹsàn-án yẹn wá máa ka sáàmù yìí. Ẹ wá jẹ́ ká máa fi orúkọ Yorùbá nation sí bí mo ṣe fi sí yẹn. Torí pé sáàmù yẹn sọ pé nígbà tí àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì jáde kúrò ní Íjíbítì jára lé Jákọ́bù jáde kúrò láàrin àjòjì ènìyàn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa kà wípé nígbà tí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá jáde kúrò ní Nàìjíríà tí àwọn ọmọ Odùduwà jáde kúrò láàrin ọ̀yẹ́ ẹjọ́ ní oṣù kẹsàn-án ẹ jẹ́ kí a máa ka sáàmù yìí pẹ̀lú àdúrà nítorí pé à ń lọ ni. Bí ọ̀tá fẹ́ bí ọ̀tá kọ̀ à ń lọ ni o à ń lọ ni. Ẹjọ́ sà mo wá fẹ́ fi òye kankan yé wa nípa orílẹ̀-èdè tẹ̀yìn wà ní ẹ̀tẹ̀ ń gan o. Wọ́n ní ṣe nǹkan kan àwa la máa gba ara wa sílẹ̀, mo rò pé ó ti pẹ́ náà tá a ti ń sọ. Mo wá fẹ́ sáré sọ àti ọ̀pọ̀ díẹ̀ kan fún wa tí mo fi fẹ́ kí òye yìí lè yé wa dáadáa. Ṣé tí ní orílẹ̀-èdè tẹ̀yìn wà nú ẹ̀yẹn ní UK táwa ń pariwo yìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí gbogbo wa ti wọ̀n tá sí mọ̀ wípé àwọn gangan ni wọ́n fi wá sínú ìgbèkùn. Ṣé tí ní ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation yìí kò ní ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ àwa Yorùbá tó wà ní Nàìjíríà lóbi kan. Yorùbá nation ó máa sẹ́ẹ̀tì gbogbo Africa free pátápátá ni. Ṣé tó bá pọ̀ ojú gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ńlá nínú the black Americans in America tó bá ṣe wọ́n mọ nǹkan tí Yorùbá nation tá à ń sọ yìí jẹ́ ni. Ṣé gbogbo wọn ló yẹ kó máa gbé plákáàdì lójoojúmọ́? Kí wọ́n máa bá wa pariwo fún, kí wọ́n máa sọ pé Yorùbá life matter lórí nínú mẹ́gàrà rally tẹ́ ṣe ní ọjọ́ wo nínú park mo appreciate ní kúrálì yẹn mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ṣe o lórí ọkùnrin kan wọ́n gbé Yorùbá life matter wọ́n gbé dání. Ṣé tó bá yẹ pé òye yìí yé gbogbo èèyàn dúdú pátá ní gbogbo
I think we'll wait for our network to come back. Lẹ́ǹkan sí àdúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo èyí tí ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ wa. I can see a message, Treasury, Abby White. I'm going. All right. Eze Ugona, good morning, my brother. I'll hear Biafra. All right. Okay, maybe she might come back later so that we don't waste too much time. It's 8 minutes past 10 as we continue the campaign and the awareness for the Yoruba exit out of Nigeria peacefully. We're going to be discussing more about the United Nations maybe some other time. Should we do a push more from the United Nations? Should the United Nations allow genocide to continue without taking the necessary steps? In as much as United Nations do not give countries, it is our responsibility, to do the needful. The line is still open up to 10:30. Then I'll do my closing remarks. Then at 8 o'clock, I'll be live on Treasury Road. I can see that you're also listening on the MixLR, and likewise, I can see you on the YouTube. Thank you so much, Mr. Kazim on the MixLR, Mr. Alawo Baba. Mukiba Bawa Shokutino, I can see that he's doing a lot, educating people regarding the Yoruba nation. Mr. Laide, Mr. Luashegun, and the rest of your team, Obati Daruko, Egbomik Bejami, Olong, and the rest of you as well. At the point where we are right now, I think our focus should just be Yoruba nation. We have nothing to do with the politics in Nigeria. Let us continue to tell people that Yoruba Nation is not a political party. Elokola, Emma pay any other number, any don't pay lori my previous number. Please, you only call the studio line. Elokola.
Wọ́n gba òmìnira èmi kò sí olówó kankan ní ara àwọn tó ń bá wọn jà sí òmìnira ní ìlú yẹn jàjà àwọn tó fi ní pé wọ́n wà ní irú tí wọ́n wà lórí àga tó fi ní pé àwọn alágbára wà lọ́wọ́ wọn kò síbi tó ti máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ àwọn aráàlú àwọn poor people àwọn ni wọ́n máa ń gbára wọn lẹ̀ ní any country tó ti pọ̀jù lónìí kò ní ṣẹlẹ̀. Pé a máa wá rí nínú àwọn alágbára ìlú rẹ̀ àwọn àbáwọn olówó tó ti wípé ibẹ̀ ni gbogbo ìgbésí ayé wọn wà wọn lè darapọ̀ gbogbo ń pẹ́ rí nìyẹn àti pé gbogbo èrò tó mi ti rí tó dà tó kọ́ irú ìtàlù tí mo wà yìí tó mo súnmọ́ àwọn ìtàlù dáadáa mo máa ń béèrè pé ó ní àwọn kan nínú wọn tó ti wípé àwọn ọ̀dàbí ìgbà tó wọ́n láwọn ètò ìtàlù ni wọ́n àwọn kan máa dájà àwọn kan lọ nínú màá máa béèrè lọ́wọ́ àwọn jẹ́ gbọ́dọ̀ mi gbà eléyìí ṣé ọmọ ìlú náà ní á ní hàn kí ló dé bọ́dà wọ́n á máa sọ fún mi wípé because nígbà tí wọ́n fẹ́ gba òmìnira wípé ara àwọn tí wọ́n fẹ́ gbé báwọn gba òmìnira nì ara àwọn tí wọ́n wà gbé ìfún òmìnira nígbà yẹn nì wípé ara àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ wọn ni because kò sí wọ́n gbádùn èmi náà tó rí èmi àti wọn àjọ ń gbé dáadáa lábẹ́
No problem. All right, once again, àǹfààní tó pọ̀ ni kí ìran Yorùbá kó dá dúró, èdè wa ò ní lè sọnù, àṣà wa ò ní lè sọnù, gbogbo tó jẹ́ nǹkan abínibí wa àwa la máa ní, àwa la máa take resources wa la máa control. Mo kí yín yèyé Olúwatóyọ̀sí Abọ́ Olówó, mo kí gbogbo àwọn olóríṣà wa, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin mùsùlùmí, bẹ́ẹ̀ kí àwọn pásítọ̀. Ìjẹ̀sìn kọ́ la gbé dání o. We are asking to leave Nigeria. It is our right. Nigeria was not created by God. God did not create Nigeria. Nigeria was created by mankind. Hello, caller. Hello, bẹ́ẹ̀ la kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin baálẹ̀ wa nílé lóko ní gbogbo ibikíbi tó lókàlùkù bá wà. À ń gbọ́ yín ẹgbọ́n sókè láti Imo State lẹ́ni tí ń pè wá, ṣe máa ṣe sùúrù fún wọn díẹ̀. Mo kí gbogbo ìgbèríko kọ̀ọ̀kan, mo kí gbogbo àbà kọ̀ọ̀kan. A ní àbà tó pọ̀, but àwọn àbà yẹn ó yẹ kó ti wà expand, ó yẹ kó ti tóbi ju bó ṣe yẹ lọ. But ẹwẹ́n tó pè wá gan tó ṣe ń sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ lọ charge fóònù àwọn because fóònù àwọn máa kú in the next 30 minutes. Hello, caller, ẹgbọ́n sókè.
Yorùbá nation now, up Yorùbá nation man, forever and ever. Kò ní dá fún Nàìjíríà o, orí burúkú ló máa jẹ́ ti Nàìjíríà. Yẹ kí wọ́n kọ́ sorry, allow me to do this because now mo fẹ́ upgrade it bá pè. Mo need láti máa ṣépè fún Nàìjíríà because ó fẹ́ báyìí mi jẹ́ kí n tó escape. So èmi yìí is a testimony of Nigeria. Ìlú mùjẹ̀mùjẹ, ìlú apanilẹ́kùn ni, so orí burúkú ló máa jẹ́ ti Nàìjíríà àti ti Fúlàní àti ti àwọn tó ní káṣí wà together. Bí Tinubu kò ní ṣoríire, arúgbó lórí burúkú arúgbó Tinubu, àmì Ahmed Tinubu. So then now let me continue. So but inú mi dùn ṣá o because lẹ́ni a lot of people voice ó ti spring up. Tẹ́lẹ̀ mo rò pé our minor, we are minority before to agitate fún, but now ó gbẹ ti voice yẹn ti so much escalate, ó ti big, so mo ti ní confidence gan. Mo máa ń ṣépè gan sí i, mo máa ń make sure pé mo máa ń ṣépè fún England bó ṣe wù mí ni. Àárín àwọn òyìnbó ni mo ń gbé òkè má parọ́, but máa ń ṣépè fún àwọn òyìnbó mi care because àwọn ọlọ́pàá yìí wá jẹ́ mi hide ẹ̀. Even lẹ́ni ìṣẹ́bí around like 3 a.m. làwọn ń sìn, mo jí ni just to wash your shoe. So mo fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ kan nípa Zoom meeting tó ń ṣe lẹ́ni. Bí bàbá Professor Akintoye ṣe wá ṣe presentation wọn lẹ́ni, mi understand bóyá wọ́n gbé bóyá ẹnìkan bí wọn nù ni o because gbà kí even God the anchor guy tó invite wọn kó sọ̀rọ̀. Baba Akintoye ló sọ̀rọ̀ from A to Z.
Okay, all right. Let me say this quickly before you go and dive into something else, which could be a little bit. Baba Akintoye can come out and talk to us at any time, and that is a press release. Please do not call my other number. You're only allowed to call the studio line. Is our leader, and he can have a media call without any interference. I'm sure you know that American government can come out and talk, and then he doesn't take any question, he doesn't allow anything, and Joe Biden will go back in. So what you've actually any suru, I don't want you to dive into what you don't know. That's why you can have all different any suru. If you know too much, then what I'm saying, you listen to what I'm saying. Because what you said is, Baba Akintoye was sorrow. Then what they saw, they came our media sorrow. Killer media so he has actually come to talk to us, and that's all. If you breaking news, news and close it. I'm sure you've seen that a lot of times. So what difference does it make? You see, you're not listening, my brother. You are not listening. That's a different thing entirely. There's some point that he doesn't have to talk. He doesn't have to allow. You're not listening. You're not listening. So there's what I call a press release. He can come and talk to us. If he says he wants to talk to us for 3 minutes and he come and talk to us and he's gone. So,
okay.
so, and then that's that. Yeah. So you are going back in again into something else entirely, and I'm trying to stop you, but you're still going into it.
Okay, I'm not going back. What you already clarified me. Yeah. So, but now, okay, take me sorrow. It's what they concern me. As I did concern me, I'm a agitator on my own single-handedly. That is Emil Peru. As I am, will confront any government internationally, most especially on England, I can't handle them by myself. Okay, be nature's given right to me. So, we have to follow suit or anything. I can start my own agitation by myself because money evidence. I will look by position. That's current status to our. So emi already me bother mo ni beru lara emi go am agitating by myself. Emi go I'm a leader on my own. So but kò sí bẹ̀rù. So Yoruba nation, Oduduwa nation has come to stay. It has come to stay. Kò sí anything anybody lè nothing anybody can do about it. But I wish good luck in me pẹ̀lú Ọmọlúkà tó fẹ́ ṣe. How I wish my joke would move because you monitor everything.
All right, you watch it at 8 o'clock. If not, you watch it later again. I gotta let you go because we finished 5 minutes with you. And we're really short of time this morning again. Once again, a very good morning. To those of you that have joined. If anybody has anything that wants to be done, please do not wait. The longer we are waiting, the more we are all in problems. We're still reviewing the letter from Akintoye to Buhari, dead or alive. Tomorrow, we will continue with that letter, or maybe some other time, but later on tonight as well, I will be on Omoluka Great TV at about 8 o'clock. If you have the time, you join me. Like I said, in about 10 minutes, there will not be any more call, then I can do my closing remark. Hello, good morning, caller. Hello, good morning. Hello, sir. Anyway, not letting the
every day I don't follow program here. The question Oluwama Sagbara Dotun. Kerry, I get Yoruba nation ó ti rí àwa ti dúró already. Àti dúró. Announcement la wa retí lé. Ẹ̀yin má worry fún àárín yẹn. Àwọn aráàlú la máa gbára wa kì í ṣe àwọn ìjọba náà máa gbé sílẹ̀ ìjọba ò lè gbé sílẹ̀. Aráàlú ò bá dìde kò sí nǹkan kan tára ìjọba fẹ́ ṣe fún wa. Tinubu wọlé ni lágbájá náà ń pè ní Àtíkù ni kò sí kankan everybody fẹ́ ọ̀dà wa. But one problem ni à ń sọ́fà nínú ìlú tá a wà bẹ́ẹ̀ already Nàìjíríà làwa wà àwọn òrìbí kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀. Sọ́fà bẹ́ẹ̀ gidi tá a dẹ̀ ń sunkún tá a ń pariwo. But láti gbàgbá ẹ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú yín. Àwa ń rẹ́dí láti sọ fún ìgbókè ẹ̀kan sọ ìgbókè o déètì tí ọjọ́ báyìí kò ní nǹkan tí gbogbo wa dúró fún. Yes, as not reclam. Eléyìí kì í jẹ́ pé ẹnìkan sábọ̀ wá máa gbódò ẹnìkan sá lọ France ẹnìkan sá lọ bí kan kò sí tó kàn wá láàrin yẹn. Tẹ bá ti start nìyẹn. Ó di ìjọ tó bá yọ̀ǹda irrigation tiwa fún wa ká tó wà lá. Bọ̀tẹ̀ púpọ̀ ará ìlú tá a wà ń bẹ̀ nínú ibi tí mo wà gan-an àtòbí 300. Ní kiri pé most wa a ti táyà but ẹ̀yẹ kan fún wa ní gún àyẹ̀dín tiwa.
Ó kò jẹ́ àndọ́kàn bàbá wa kọ́ fún wa ní gbogbo ìlànà tó kù.
Lẹ́tà náà bí bàbá ṣe sign ẹ̀ bó ṣe everything bó ṣe send ẹ̀ fún gbogbo ẹ̀ pátá láti dọ́là dẹ̀ rí everything. But àwọn rìsíìtì tó máa fún wa. Àmọ́ pé no náà máa sọ. Nítorí mostly gbogbo àwọn àgbààgbà Yorùbá tán ti rẹ́dì láti sọ fún ẹ pé kán lọ bá ṣe meeting yẹn gbogbo pápátá wọn ti gbowó kò sẹ́ni kankan tó rẹ́dì láti sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ lọ nítorí wọn máa dúró pé àwọn fẹ́ padà sẹ́yìn bọ́tí kọ́kọ́ ni mẹ́fà fẹ́ jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn mọ̀ ẹ bú lágbájá àbí ẹ máa ṣe nǹkan fún lágbájá ẹ máa ṣe kíní nǹkan sínú nígbà tá a bá ṣe nǹkan tá a fẹ́ jẹ sọ lápò mẹ́ni tá a máa dín pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ nígbà tá a bá gbàlẹ́sùn wa. Amabalagaja ni, amabata medoja ni, àwọn ẹlòmíì tó ń ti ń gbé owó lọ́lé fún dídí like ibi 6 to 7 years pé kò sí kankan tí Nàìjíríà lè ṣe fún wọn but tán bá rọ́mọ yahoo àbá rọ́yà àwa boys tó yẹ pé tán rí gbòkè o bọ̀bọ̀ yìí ó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ bí 2 million àbí 3 million wọ́n máa gbé bọ̀ wọ́n á ká wa mọ́lé ẹ máa sọ pé ó lè ní wọn àwọn tó máa gbé billions of naira dollars tó ń kó wọlé ẹ̀ ń kó bọ̀ tẹ̀lé wọn ẹ̀ lè arrest ẹ mú èèyàn ẹ ló jẹ́ 1.6 billion ó kò jẹ́ wọ́n fún 12 years Buhari sọ pé òun fún un ní free. But most àwọn èèyàn tí ó jìyà tí ó ṣẹ̀ rárá tó ti wà lẹ́wọ̀n èèyàn mélòó náà free wọn. But the problem yẹn àwa tálíkà Nàìjíríà nìkan tán dìú pẹ̀lú láti waste wa mú wa dẹ̀ ní àti já àti ready fún Yorùbá nation now a máa gbà pẹ̀lú àṣẹ Ọlọ́run Olúwa máa fún iṣẹ́ máa bí tòló àwọn òyìn.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá wa ẹ̀yin ìyá wa tí ẹ wà ní àbá kọ̀ọ̀kan ní gbogbo ibikíbi tí ẹ bá wà káàkiri gbogbo àgbáyé. Let's go straight to the next caller as we are really running out of time this morning. Hello caller, good morning. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Ẹ káàárọ̀. Architect. Angboye, go ahead. Angboye to our on. Hello.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ bàbá mi.
Go ahead, sir. My copa, go ahead. Go ahead. I think going.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ bàbá mi.
Ẹ káàárọ̀.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Ẹ wo inú mi dùn fún gbogbo àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ tá ń gbé yìí. Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ jẹ́ kó ṣeé ṣe fún wa.
Àmín.
Èmi náà lọ sí mo lọ ṣe àwọn prayer kan concerning this program.
Okay.
Yeah, concerning this ìgbésẹ̀ tá ń ṣe.
Okay.
Mo dẹ̀ post pé ká lo Psalm 91 náà ká fi gbàdúrà.
Okay.
Kódà ìgbà tí mo wà ní camp nǹkan tó padà ń gbàdúrà fún nation nǹkan tó jẹ́ pé major prayer point mi nìyẹn Yorùbá nation ni nítorí pé kò ń ṣe ṣeréṣeré Ọlọ́run ló ti fọwọ́ sí nǹkan tó náà kọ́kọ́ dá fún wa nìyẹn káwọn terrorist lọ lò káàdì kan tó wá dàrú àwọn àsìkò dẹ̀ ti tó fún wa ní ìsìn láti sọ pé a fẹ́ padà sí ìlànà Ọlọ́run nǹkan tó Ọlọ́run ládìdí là fún wa òun nìyẹn òun ní Yorùbá nation kò ń ṣe Nàìjíríà tí wọ́n fi tipátipá wọ́n rèpù wọ́n wá wọ́n bà nǹkan jẹ́ wọ́n jí gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tí àwọn technology tá nígbà yẹn because a ti ń ṣe àwọn idẹ a ti ń ṣe adé gbogbo ẹ̀ náà kó lọ tán lọ kó sí museum wọ́n ṣàwọn release wọn díẹ̀díẹ̀ lẹ́yìn ọjọ́ mẹ́ta yìí. So evidence yẹn pé wọ́n jí àwọn nǹkan wa lọ ni wọ́n wá jalè wọ́n kàn ṣàbà pẹ̀lú wọ́n ṣàbà exactly bí àwọn Fúlàní ti ń ṣe kí ni ìyàtọ̀ láàrin wọn àti Fúlàní kò sí yàtọ̀ because ìyàtọ̀ tó wà níbẹ̀ ni pé àwọn Fúlàní wọ́n ń gbéyàn wọ́n gba owó wọ́n release wọn padà ọkàn pa wọ́n àwọn máa gbéyàn wọn lọ fi ṣe slave trade wọn ní dá wọn padà ìyàtọ̀ tó wà níbẹ̀ nìyẹn. So kí ni mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ fàyọ ni pé ojú wa ti là ní ìsìn Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ fún wa ṣe torí a ti dìde tá a bá ti dìde wọ́n ní ọmọ tí ò bá ti gbé pa kò ọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ tí ò bá gbá pa kò sí bí àwọn òbí ẹ̀yìn fẹ́ gbé kò sí bí ìyá ẹ̀yìn fẹ́ gbé bẹ́ẹ̀ tó bá ti kápá sókè ìyá ẹ̀ máa gbé nígbà táwa náà ti wá tá a ti rí nítorí pé ọ̀nà yóò da abúlé ní ọ̀la nílẹ̀ àti padà wálé nǹkan táwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì ṣe nìyẹn ó pátá ti ń forí tì tán ti ń forí tìyà yẹn wọ́n gbà tó tọ́ka nǹkan wọ́n ké gbé sókè sọ́rọ̀ wọ́n lọ sọ́kùn ọ̀lẹ́ sí gbogbo àdúrà wọn ó ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ Moses sí wọn. At the end of the day today country tó máa fèsì Israel ní pé àwọn fẹ́ bá Israel yìí wọ́n á tòrò and that is kind of community tí wọ́n fẹ́ ká build torí security wa gan wọ́n combine pẹ̀lú America strength combine pẹ̀lú Israel strength combine pẹ̀lú Russia strength ló yẹ ká build nígbà tá a bá ti gba Yorùbá nation wa tán kó má ṣe pé torí àwọn tó fẹ́ bá jẹ́ níbọ̀ àwọn Fúlàní àwọn kankan náà ẹranko ni wọ́n ẹran ni wọ́n màálù ni wọ́n so a ní láti gbáradì yìí ni ń jẹ́ pé gbogbo nǹkan tá a bá ní ìkáwọ́ ní ká fi múra sílẹ̀ nípa ti àdúrà ni nípa ti físíkà gbogbo nǹkan tá a bá ní ká fi múra sílẹ̀ torí ó ń bọ̀ àwọn ládẹ́dẹ́ àwọn olówó yẹn wọ́n ti jẹ àjẹyọ ẹ̀gbọ́n kan tó bá sanjọ́ sọ ni ó ní òun sí reason pé kí nàìjíríà pín gbé torí nàìjíríà ló méjì òun ìwọ́n ti yóò náwó kò sí nǹkan tó kọ lókàn ẹ̀ pé you don't feel what others feel ó kàn ń gbọ́ ni kò dàbí pé ẹni tó bá wà stranded sínú igbó tó bá gbọ́ pé èèyàn kan wà stranded sínú igbó kó kàn máa pẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ sí bíi ó dùn fún ẹ̀ báyìí experience ẹ̀ tó rí oríṣiríṣi tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ láàrin nínú igbó pẹ̀lú bí wọ́n ṣe kidnap àbí kéèyàn padà ní màkó yọ sí ẹ̀ wọ́n máa mọ̀ pé it's a big deal pé kéèyàn wà stranded sínú igbó. So these are the things that we are looking at. And we need to prepare ourselves very, very well. And I really appreciate gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní diaspora tẹ́ ń fi gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ní àtowó àti time àti everything láti fi rí pé ẹ ń push ẹ̀ dẹ̀ update wa lórí àwọn kìíní àyínú wa dẹ̀ dùn gidi sí ni. So àwa náà ṣe grassroots awareness lọ́dọ̀ wa náà bí báyìí. God help us to kọ́ lọ́n pa orílẹ̀-èdè wa fún wa.
Amen. Thank you so much. Mokinyi Adenike Ofe, Waris Chinado Mokinyi. I know there's a lot of people that wants to get through. We'll try and push it as quickly as possible. Eka Ralagba, Eba Agbonsoke.
Hello.
Eka Bosoreto.
Eka Akweki.
Eka Rasa.
Orúkọ Jésù, Ọlọ́run ló kì í sílẹ̀.
Àmín Jésù Kristi.
Àpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run lórí ayé. Orúkọ Jésù kò ní rẹ̀ yín.
Àmín.
Kò sì ní borí lórúkọ Jésù.
Àmín o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ mẹ́bẹ́ láyé ìgbà tí iṣu Yorùbá bá jiná lórúkọ Jésù ẹ̀ ò ní wọ sáré.
Àmín. Àmín.
Ní àtàyà àtọmọ àbọ̀ Ọlọ́run yóò wà lórí yín.
Àmín.
Mo gbàdúrà fún olóyè Sunday Igboho náà. Ibikíbi tó ń bá wà Ọlọ́run àbòkù dáàbò bò wọ́n.
Àmín o.
Ìpá ọ̀tá kò lè ká wọn.
Àmín.
Àtàwọn àtọmọ àtàyà ẹ̀jẹ̀ Jésù kò bò wọ́n mọ́lẹ̀.
Àmín.
Bàbá Akintoye náà mo kí àwọn náà bàbá yẹn onínúure. Orúkọ Jésù Ọlọ́run yóò san wọ́n lẹ́san.
Àmín.
Ọwọ́ ọ̀tá ò ní pa wọ́n lórúkọ Jésù.
Àmín.
Ṣẹ́rí ohun tá ṣẹ́rí Yorùbá ti ṣetán láti bọ́ lóko ẹrú o. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ohun Olúwa Ọlọ́run ò dẹ̀ ń purọ́ èèyàn lè purọ́ o mọ Ọlọ́run kì í purọ́ Ọlọ́run bá sọ gbólóhùn kan gbogbo ọdún kò lè ṣaláìṣẹ. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ohun tá a nílò nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ni àdúrà ṣẹ́rí ohun tó fìyà ń jà wá Yorùbá látọjọ́ yìí ni pé òòṣà tá a yàn láàyò àwa Yorùbá agbó òrìṣà ga gidi gan Ọlọ́run ò sì fẹ́ owó ẹ̀. So èyí ló fà á tí Yorùbá fi ní ọrọ̀ tí Yorùbá ò jẹ ọrọ̀ yẹn ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run ti ṣetán láti jà fún Yorùbá. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbàgbọ́ nínú Ọlọ́run ìdí nílẹ̀ Yorùbá nípa Ọlọ́run ti ṣetán láti jà fún wa. Then number 2 àwa tá a jọ mọ Yorùbá tó jẹ́ pé torí ohun tó ń ṣe Nàìjíríà á ti lọ ń gbowó lọ́wọ́ òun lóṣèlú. Ẹ tún lọ gba 5,000 gba 10,000 gba 20,000 láti dìbò gain fáwọn tí ń kó yín lóko ẹrú ó yẹ kí ìwà tó ṣí by this stage. Ìyá tá a jẹ yìí yẹ kó ti tó gbà tó bá gba 10,000 20,000 tó wá jìyà yẹn fọdún mẹ́rin ọdún mẹ́jọ ìgbà olóòtú náà tán. So ó yẹ kí iye wa kó ṣí ó dẹ́ fọ́ opportunity náà bá gbogbo àwọn lọ́ba ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá sọ̀rọ̀. Ṣe rí ìlú tá à ń lù yìí kò gbọ́dọ̀ ya o tó bá ya yóò balẹ̀ yóò gbogbo ogun tá à ń sáfún kò sọ́gbọ́n tó gun yẹn ò lè dé ogun kẹ̀kọ́ máa dé Nàìjíríà àdúrà wa ni pé kí Ọlọ́run kó fi mọ ní wọ́ọ́rọ́ kó má jẹ rẹpẹtẹ kò sọ́gbọ́n yẹn tá bá dé kò sógun àkàntọ́ra wa ni àdúrà yẹn ò yẹ àdúrà tó lè gbà nìyẹn torí Ọlọ́run ti fi hàn mí láì mọ ìgbà pé ìjà ṣẹlẹ̀. Ìbò tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ń jìgàn ṣẹ̀gàn àwọn tó máa dìbò wọn àwọn tó máa wọlé wọn ní pé ìjọba fún wọn ibi tí ìjà ti máa wọlé nìyẹn. Wọ́n kí gbogbo wa kí agbára dì ká máa gbàdúrà lóòrèkóòrè kí àwa Yorùbá ká tẹ̀ fẹ́ràn ara wa rìkíṣí Yorùbá ti pọ̀ jù ọ̀tẹ̀ àwa Yorùbá ti pọ̀ jù ẹja lọ jáwọ́ nú àwọn rìkíṣí àti ọ̀tẹ̀. kí ohun tá à ń wá yìí kó lè tẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́. Orí ìṣọ̀kan nílò ìgbà tẹ́mi ní wọ́n máa sọ kalẹ̀ ní Pentikọ́sì, Bíbélì sọ pé wọ́n wà ní ìṣọ̀kan. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá kí gbogbo wa ṣe ara lóṣùṣù ọwọ́. Àìṣùwà lóṣùṣù ọwọ́ olórí gbogbo ètò ń ṣe lórí Facebook rẹ̀ táwọn kan náà tó ń sọ oríṣiríṣi sọ̀rọ̀ kó máa bára wọn jà. Ṣé kò yẹ kí yẹn máa ṣẹlẹ̀? Nígbà tí a tún ṣídìíra síta ni. We need to embrace ourselves with love. So another way ni pé ṣẹlẹ̀ àwọn aláìdáwọn tí òyìnbó yẹn ẹ má jà dáa lóyìnbó. Orí pé òfin táwọn òyìnbó yìí ṣe é lẹ̀ fún àgbà Nàìjíríà yá ẹ̀dá ti ń jẹ lòdì. So àwa la máa jà fúnra wa, ibi tá a bá jà dé ni òyìnbó máa tó dá sí. So the England government àwa la máa kọ́kọ́ jà náà kó tó lè kó òyìnbó máa kó tó lè kó àwọn ṣe máa intervene. Bọ́dá àwọn fúnra wọn gan wọ́n jèrè lára àwọn ìjọba Nàìjíríà. So wọ́n rówó gbà lọ́wọ́ gbogbo tó ń jí bí ìbílẹ̀ náà ń kó lọ. So wọn ní wà á pì pé kí á tètè pé bọ̀rọ̀. So àwa la máa jà fúnra wa. Ẹ wo Kẹ́ńyà kékeré ń bẹ̀ yẹn. Kẹ́ńyà dìbò successfully. Look at Nigeria, they pé gbogbo country lọ́wọ́ respect gbogbo ẹ̀yà yamayama, gbogbo ẹ̀yà bayaba. Àníjọba wà, àwọn Fúlàní wọ́n bàyàn káàkiri. Ààrẹ ni tó máa arrest wọn bí Yorùbá kan bá sọ gbólóhùn kan pálíkọ́ lọ ti mọ́lé.
Ẹ ṣé gan-an.
Ọlọ́run kó ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́ tó lóun ẹ̀dẹ́gbẹ́ tó máa bì wọlé.
Ẹ ṣé gan-an bàbá wa. Thank you so much. Let me mo dúpẹ́ lọ bàbá wa to just buttress. I know when taba gbọ́ tí àwọn èèyàn bá ní tó bá ti dé anything tó bá sọ̀rọ̀ pé pé ìṣẹ̀ṣe and all that, which I think my father bàbá wa nínú Olúwa sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, not literally saying that it's against òṣìṣà tá à ń ṣe. Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa fi ara balẹ̀ ká gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ lágbọ̀ọ́yé dáadáa, èyí tẹ́ ń pẹ́ ṣe sùúrù. What we are saying is, for thousands of years, we've lived side by side. A gbọ́dọ̀ fà kan ká má fà kejì. Kò ń ṣe pé Christianity àti Islam àti tradition kò sí nínú Nigeria. But what we are saying is, as at right now, we need the whole three to be consulted in your own little ways. Nobody will criticize any religion níbi tá a dé. Kò ń ṣe Christianity nìkan ló wà ní àgbáyé. There's Buddhism, there's Hindu. There are thousands of religions. Kò ń ṣe Islam nìkan ló wà. Ìtorí ó bí àwa sínú ẹ̀ la ṣe ń rò pé o lè wá explore kó jáde kúrò nínú ẹ̀ kó padà sínú ọ̀nà ọ̀dà ìsìn mi. The most important thing is the humanity. Humanity wa gangan ló matter. So, but when people hear, ó dà pé ẹni yìí ẹ̀ ń condemn ṣẹ̀ṣe, ẹ̀ fẹ́ yẹ kí ṣẹ̀ṣe, ẹ̀ ń condemn Christianity. No, it's not the issue. The issue is, ǹjẹ́ a ní humanity wa gangan ló matter. Because your religion is your private affair. And I think the reason why people are really, really angry when it comes to religion in Nigeria is because the religious have not really helped push things further. Nígbà tó bá yẹ kó sọ̀rọ̀ wá dákẹ́. And I keep saying it all the time. It is entirely up to you. If you want to practice the three of them, it's entirely up to you. If you don't want to practice it, it's entirely up to you. But níbi tí a dé ní wákàtí, èèyàn kan gbọ́dọ̀ sọ fún èèyàn kan pé pé Ọlọ́run tí a wá ń pè o, Ọlọ́run ọba Jésù Kristi o, ó wá sọ fún wa pé ìṣẹ̀ṣe wa yẹn kò dáa. I will not even accept it. Because as far as I'm concerned, I have lived in a society like this for the last 20 years, and I don't think religion has been any problem. My 2-3 neighbor tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ mi nísìn, they might even be atheist. Ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ kó lọ consult ọba dọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run káwọn tó Ọlọ́run kọjá máa lọ yanjú ẹ̀. Ìtò wà ń lẹ̀ fáwọn nísìn ni pé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ Yorùbá, ẹ jẹ́ ká kún fàdúrà. Oníṣẹ̀ṣe ni ẹni kún fàdúrà sí. Ẹlẹ́sìn Mùsùlùmí ni ẹni ẹ kún fàdúrà sí. Because a ti wà nù ewu báyìí. Ewu ta dẹ̀ wà nù ẹ̀, we want to get the hell out of it. and until we all fight it with whatever we have. So, but when people go, what and don't pay what one, they pay ṣe o. Tó bá ń wẹ̀ kò ṣe, bó dẹ̀ wẹ̀ kò má ṣe. But one thing we've got to understand is òmìnira Yorùbá, ìran Yorùbá, àsìkò ti tó tí a gbọ́dọ̀ get the hell out of Nigeria because Nigeria is a shithole country that is not working for anybody. And the longer we remain in Nigeria, it will create a lot of problems. It's our life Lord program. Go ahead.
Mo dúpẹ́ bàbá mi kó èkì pé mo ti ẹ̀gẹ́ ti ń lè lò. Olúwa ṣeun. Ẹ kú ètò, ẹ kú iṣẹ́ ìwọ̀n. Mo kí bàbá wa pé fún iṣẹ́ takuntakun. Mo kí wọn lọ́pọ̀.
A dúpẹ́ f'Ọlọ́run.
Ṣojú ẹ̀mí wọn káwọn náà jẹ́ pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́ kárí wọn pẹ́ lórí ilẹ̀ tẹ́tẹ́ wọn tẹ̀nà pé mo kí màmá mi ní tìrìbì o àwọn alálẹ̀ àmà tì wọ́n lẹ́yìn mo kí bàbá wa Ìgbòho òòṣà akọni mo kí bàbá yìí mo kí wọn tókùtókù mo kí wọn tí gbogbo ohun tó fi ń kíyàn nínú ayé mo fi àbí amòde ọ̀run kí wọn mo ní pé wọ́n á tẹ̀nà pẹ́ ikú ò ní pa wọ́n ọpẹ́ lọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation máa já sí. Bàbá mi kó èmi fẹ́ bẹ̀ àwọn youth wa nítorí tá bá wo bó ṣe ń ṣe wá tí a bá ní ká máa sọ problem tí Nàìjíríà ní láti ní dọ́là ní ìmọ̀ kókó 100 years a lè sọ problem yẹn tán torí pé kò sí nǹkan kan tó ń work kò sí anything fún less privilege kò sí anything fún àwọn ìyá wa. Wọ́n ti sọ àwọn ìyá wa doníbàárà wọ́n ti sọ àwọn bàbá wa doníbàárà wọ́n sọ àwọn ọmọ aládé di oníbàárà wọ́n sọ wá dolè wọ́n sọ wá di aláburú tí ebi bá wà nínú àwọn èèyàn ṣìṣe because gbogbo ẹ̀dá ló ní ibi àti ire gbogbo ọ̀nà ni ẹ̀dá fi máa ń fẹ́ yó kí ikùn yó. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí program mi láàárọ̀ yìí so màmá kan pè tí mo mú ọ̀rọ̀ wọn dání tí mo ti ń tọ́ láti pè tipẹ́ sọ wípé gbogbo èèyàn ló máa lo Rolls Royce tàbí gbogbo èèyàn ló máa kọ́ mansion kò possible nítorí pé gbogbo èèyàn kan ló máa jẹ́ trillionaires láyé ṣùgbọ́n value system amúnítì tí everybody nídìí láyé òun ni pé kó jẹ́ kó yó kó dẹ̀ ní shelter tí ọlọ́dẹ̀ dá oníkálukú sí orí ilẹ̀ tó wá fàlùmọ́nì síbẹ̀ láti fi tọ́jú gbogbo ìran yẹn Ọlọ́run ṣàlọ́ba ìyá òun lọ́ba ìran òun ló ṣàdá oníkálukú gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìran tirẹ̀ nínú ayé kí ló dé àwọn ìran kan wá tó wá ń kó àwa ìran kan lẹ́rù tí ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wá jẹ́ àgbà nínú ìran tiwa tẹ́ wá ní káṣà ní sùúrù káṣà dúró sínú ẹrú yẹn tó dìgbà tó bá gba gbogbo nǹkan tó wá sọ wá di aláìsí mọ́ wọ́n pa àwọn èèyàn tó ní iṣan tó légungun nínú ní tó ní ọpọlọ nínú ìran wa ẹ̀dẹ̀ ní ká dúró ẹ̀yin yúùtù Yorùbá nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà dìde èmi ò tí mọ bí ìròyìn yẹn ṣe jẹ́ truth ìròyìn kan tí mo gbọ́ ni pé àwọn Yíbò wọ́n já bíríìjì látọ̀nà bèbè níbi nǹkan wọ́n ṣàjà bíríìjì yẹn wọ́n já bọ́dà wọn mo rí fídíò yẹn nísìn mo dẹ̀ gbọ́ nǹkan tó ń sọ pé mo dẹ̀ rí fídíò yẹn pé I don't know where it is ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo eléyìí ẹ jẹ́ ká máa prepare fún nítorí pé a ní láti control border wa a ní láti control ilẹ̀ wa a nílò pé kí ẹ̀yin Yorùbá yòótù kẹ́yẹ lé sky ilẹ̀ ohun gangan lolúwa fún ènìyàn kì í ṣe sky òde ọ̀run ẹyẹ lé sky ẹ gbájúmọ́ ilẹ̀ tí Ọlọ́run fún yín ẹ dìde kẹjà fún freedom yín ẹ dìde ní ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà kẹ dúró sí orílẹ̀ Yorùbá kẹ gba ilẹ̀ yín ẹ̀yin youth tí àwọn àtàwà nílùú òyìnbó bá ń tara fún yín nítorí parí pé kò sí valid system ní federalism ten practice tí ò ní nǹkan tó ń ṣe fún ọmọdé fún àgbà fún obìnrin fún ọkùnrin àfi kó máa exalt yín religion á exalt yín àwọn ogun á exalt yín àwọn government á exalt gbogbo nǹkan ló exalt yín báwo lè ṣe wá fẹ́ ní sane mind báwo ni mental health yín ò ti ní tí ò ní di ti wèrè tí ò ní di ti wín tí ò ní di ta ti wín. How can anybody be sane in that country? How can anybody be sane in that country? In that Nigeria, èmi ò rí ẹni kankan tó wà níbẹ̀ tí ó lè sọ pé èèyàn lọ́hùn lòun tàbí òun ṣe ìfẹ́ lọ́hùn because kò possible. Nítorí pé nínú ayé
ẹgbà kan máa wà tí ẹ̀dá máa weak system jẹ́ kó lè gbé dìde system jẹ́ kó lè fún jẹ system jẹ́ kó lè fún ọlọ́run kò dáwà pé ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ayé wa a gbọ́dọ̀ máa sáré ni a gbọ́dọ̀ wọ́n máa nígbà kan téèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ relax tó gbọ́dọ̀ jókòó tó máa fẹ́ ṣubú tó máa ó gbọ́dọ̀ rí system tó máa bá kẹ kò sí system kankan tó ń bá kẹ anybody ní nàìjíríà ẹni tí àwọn èèyàn wí àwọn ọmọ yorùbá náà ó ń jẹjẹ lẹ́ni sí èyí tó máa ti lọ fi abẹ́ ìṣòwò ṣe kínní èyí tó máa ti lọ fi do ẹ̀ ṣe kínní wà èyí tó máa ti lọ ta ọmọ tó bí wà mo wo program kan lánàá ìròyìn ló ta ó lọ gbé ọmọ òkókó fún 2,000 naira torí pé wọ́n fi rajà rẹ̀ ní orí ilẹ̀ tiwa tí ọlọ́run dá tí ó ń sọ fún wàrà tó yín ẹ̀yin yóòtú tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá dìde ọlọ́wọ́ láìkò lọ́lọ́ máa dá gbogbo yín sí ọlọ́run máa fìyà jẹ ẹ̀yin yóòtú ilẹ̀ yorùbá tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá dìde kẹ́ gba ìran mi là kẹ́ gba ìran yorùbá là nísìnyí ní 2022 yìí òmìnira yìí ti dọdún 2022 yìí kò lọ́dún mi ọdún yìí ni bàbá wa Tinubu nígbà tó dìde fún lọ́jọ́ kìíní àná yorùbá ló lóun fẹ́ lọ gbálẹ̀ kó tó máa kẹ́wọ́n nàìjíríà nísìn nígbà tó ti jẹ gbì tí gbì dẹ̀ máa gbé tó máa gbé gbogbo wọn mọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn tó ń ṣe gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ tó ń ṣe ní nàìjíríà torí ẹni yorùbá kì í ṣe ẹgbẹ́ à ń ṣe ẹgbẹ́ àfẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ ìran la fẹ́ gbàlà ethnicity group wa tribe wa la fẹ́ gbàlà. Ìyíbùtù nàìjíríà gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà láti tí wọ́n bí yín láti 1970 ẹ dìde kẹjà fún ilẹ̀ nàìjíríà o ẹ dìde kẹjà fún ilẹ̀ yorùbá kúrò nínú nàìjíríà o ẹ dìde o 2022 yìí ni o ní orúkọ ọlọ́run àlàyé bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ̀ ló ṣe máa rí àti dábàá ọlọ́run tó ní àṣẹ ọba ọ̀dádá tó dá ìyá tó dá ìran tó dá gbogbo ohun tó wà lẹ́yìn tó dá wa ní yorùbá tó dá wa ní ọmọ aládé tó dá wa ní ọmọlúàbí tó dá wa ní ìran tá a jẹ́ yìí tó dẹ̀ dá òyìnbó náà ní tiwọn tó dá haúsá ní tiwọn tó dá fúlàní ní tiwọn tó fọ́níkálùkù lórí ilẹ̀ tó jà tó júbọ̀ là ń bá kiri àní pé àníjọ ṣe province máa wà business máa wà alignment máa wà oríṣiríṣi máa wà ṣùgbọ́n ó gbọ́dọ̀ wà according to the act according to the plan according to the law. ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ kí ló káwọn kókó máa fi ẹ̀jẹ̀ ká máa di bẹ́gàsì ká máa di ẹni tó máa bẹ̀bẹ̀ ká máa yí ilẹ̀ nítorí mọ́tò tó lè lọ fọwọ́ tiẹ̀ gbà tó lè lọ fi credit tiẹ̀ gbà kí ló dé. Youth of Nigeria, youth of Yoruba land, ìwọ tó bí sílẹ̀ káàró jíire tí ọlọ́run wẹ̀ ṣùṣùṣù tí ò lọ dá ẹ sí Afghanistan tí ò dá ẹ sílẹ̀ Iran tó wá dá ẹ sí ọ̀dọ̀ káàró ajíire tó ní kó máa sọ èdè tí wọ́n sọ yìí tó dẹ̀ ń gbọ́ mi tó ń gbọ́ mi dìde lórílẹ̀ èpè yìí tó wọ́n tó bá dìde ọlọ́run á ṣèdájọ́ fún gbogbo yín. Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi, mo kí yín White Lion ló dàbọ̀.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni, thank you so much. You can see the pain from our mother. The time has really, I've really gone out of my time. Mr. Kane, so I'm not going to allow your call to even come into at all because I only have 15 minutes and I need to join the studio and I'm sure you all understand that. So I'm just going to enter it with ni akoshi funlaye ko wole edeba shini kia because emo pe man lo Star Radio and that in Star Radio no láti fi ṣe broadcast ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá Nation no. Ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè ìyá wa ní kíá.
Káàárọ̀ nínú kan nìyí o ẹ ti ṣiṣẹ́ Olúwa ràn yín lọ́wọ́ o a ò ní ṣe tí a ò ní kú sọ́nà bí èéfì o Olúwa fún adé ilẹ̀ lérí wa lórúkọ Jésù mo dúpẹ́ o àwọn bẹ̀rẹ̀ àjọ àwọn àtàjẹ́ ọ̀dọ́ nílé ẹ jẹ́ ká dìde o this is our time nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní àjàṣẹ́ ètò nílọrin ẹ tún wò lánàá ní ilé ibẹ̀ ìwòye àwọn fúlàní tó ń kó nílẹ̀ wa wọ́n dẹ̀ ń wọlé wọn pa wá nítorí pé kò tí ì kọ́ ẹnìkan àwọn míì sì jókòó ẹ má jẹ́ àjókòó ẹ jẹ́ ká jẹ́ our brothers keeper let's hold ourselves Ọ̀ṣun should hold the hands of Ọ̀yọ́ should hold the hands of Lagos should hold the hands of Ogun should hold the hands of Ekiti, Ondo, Ìlọrin, Kwara. We should hold ourselves. We should be our brothers' keeper. Níbi tí lẹ́ẹ̀kọ́ dé yìí o. Mi ìdẹ̀fẹ́ ká fi gbogbo ìgbà sùn mọ́ ṣe mọ́ fáwọn ará bíi tẹ̀fà tí wọ́n tún máa padà lọ rìn. Wọ́n tún máa lọ pa múra ogun wá ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ kan máa bá wa nílé bí ìbọn Ọlọ́run á ràn yín lọ́wọ́ o. Gbogbo ọgbọ́n tá a máa fi jagun yìí bàbá mi á fún wa. Ilẹ̀ ìlérí náà tá à ń gbò. àwa ò ní bá wọn lọ lórúkọ Jésù o. Mo gbà ládùúrà o. Wọ́n ọ̀rọ̀ tí bàbá Kwèkì sọ, wọ́n ti masterpize orí àwọn èèyàn wa. Èèyàn mi béèrè owó ipò fẹ́ fi ṣe plot nítorí inú iyẹ̀pẹ̀ ló káwọn ọmọ ilé náà kàn rọ̀ṣẹ̀ nígbà tí kò lè sanwó láńlọ́ọ̀dù mọ́. Mo débẹ̀ mo ní inú ilẹ̀ oko á wọ ara àwọn ọmọ tẹ́ ẹ tó ṣe. Mo dẹ̀ lọ nígbà mo dé mo fún wọn ní 100,000 pé kọ́ lọ fi ṣe ilẹ̀ yẹn. Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé nǹkan míì ló gbówó lọ gbà? Ó níyẹn ṣe pàtàkì fún wọn ibi tí wọ́n ronú sí ni. Iṣẹ́ tó yẹ káwọn gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ṣe fún wọn. Fúnra wọn ni wọ́n ṣomi, fúnra wọn ni wọ́n ṣe ná, fúnra wọn ni wọ́n ṣe ọ̀nà, fúnra wọn ni wọ́n kọ́lé. Kí wá ní àǹfààní wípé tí wọ́n ń jẹ nínú Nàìjíríà? Kò sí àǹfààní kankan. Ọgbà tá a bá wá gba ilé olómìnira wa, rí iṣẹ́ tí ó yẹ kí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ṣe fún ará ìlú. Tó yẹ kára ìlú ṣe fún gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ó máa jáde. Ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá ti kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà, ẹ ò ní mọ̀ pé nínú ìdè la wà o. Ẹ jẹ́ ká túra wa sílẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ ká dira wa mú ká jẹra wa nìkan ká gbára wa kúrò nínú ìdè yìí o. Olúwa ràn yín lọ́wọ́ o. Ẹ ṣé o.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Thank you so much. Funyawa, like I said, I'm just trying to push. One thing is that Yoruba Nation is non-negotiable. Akintoye political party. As I'm getting ready, as at the right time, I might just either run it through to Star Radio UK or just cut it out as well. We'll go straight to the next caller. Eba Ashini Kia Kiama Toria Siko. Goes okay.
Yeah,
yeah.
Am I on now? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Nasarawa Information, terrorists have kidnapped Nasarawa Information Commissioner.
Wọ́n ní ìgbà tó bá máa ṣe rálì yẹn pé ó máa jẹ́ wọn ò ní sọ ó kàn máa jẹ́ within 2 or 3 days. How do we people táwọn àbígbà ìṣe wa fẹ́ gbọ́ láti prepare láti lò because àìbá wọn sí mbẹ̀ láti wọn jáde o. Ẹ máa bá máa wájú bó ti ṣe káwa mọ̀ àbí ẹ máa sọ fún wa prior to the time because it's enough for us to do it.
All right.
Nọ́mbà orí àfíìsà wọn yìí wà pàtó àkéde àwọn nàìjíríà wọn máa rò pé bọ́tọ̀ ń sọ yìí ayé òṣèlú rẹ̀ ni àwọn alágbára wa nígbà tí wọ́n tí àlébọ̀ ń gbó went on the field and so many things like that ó tó di pé àwọn fúlàní wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní yọ ìbọn tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá protest ní nàìjíríà they know we wanted a change is for dialogue but now tó ti gba wèrè torí wọ́n ti dàrú. Yorùbá wọn ti ní gbogbo agbára wọn lè máa ṣe bó ṣe wọn àtúnyẹ ayé Abacha ló ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ notwithstanding wọn lè pa 1 million youth gbogbo ẹ̀yin 1 million youth ẹ̀kọ́ra yín tí Zazu sọ pé olùkó ìjọ yẹn ẹ change orientation we need you not for Zazu now for you to emancipate your ìran kúrò lọ́wọ́ gbogbo nǹkan tó fi wá ṣe ẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wà yẹn ó yẹ kẹ́ ti kóra yín jọ kẹ́ ti sọ pé ẹ rẹ́dì láti gba òmìnira ara yín. We consider the happen seeing you. Nobody is about the ready. You should do. Thank you very much.
What we might do is I might just run parallel the program into Star Radio so you can just enjoy a bit of it as well. I'm only making the push quickly. You only have 1 minute. I go straight to the point. I go straight to the point.
Ẹkúṣẹ́ takuntakun ilẹ̀ Oòduà gbé wa o. Ọ̀dà àkọ́kọ́ mo kọ́kọ́ gbàdúrà fún Chief Sunday Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho ṣá. Àní wá wọn ti ẹ̀mí wọn á gùn fún wa o. Torí àwọn ló liberate gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá káàkiri worldwide nípa ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn Fúlàní tó dé bá ìran Yorùbá. Ẹ̀wọ̀n wáyé ń pa wọ́n ní Kwara, tó ń pa wọ́n lọ́tún, tó ń pa wọ́n lọ́sì, tó ń pa wọ́n ní Èkìtì. Ẹ̀wọ̀n máa tó pa ní Òṣogbo náà níjọ́ wo mélòó bẹ́ẹ̀ ní last week. A dẹ̀ sọ fáwọn èèyàn wa náà síbẹ̀ náà orí wọn ò tí ì pé àwọn ọ̀dọ́ wa nílẹ̀ Yorùbá wọ́n sì náà fẹ́ máa tẹ̀lé àwọn Tinubu àǹkó ìjọ olójú wa tó fẹ́ là pàtàkì jùlọ àwọn ìyá wa tó ń lóyún tó ń gbé ọmọ sínú fún oṣù mẹ́sàn-án ẹ̀tún wa ń tẹ̀lé tí wọ́n lọ ń dójú ẹlẹ́yàtẹ̀ láwọn olóṣèlú kù yìí dẹ́ pé àwọn ìjọ wo ni olóṣèlú kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ti kó àwọn ọmọ síta pé kó wọ́n máa dìbò fáwọn ṣùgbọ́n ẹ̀yin mẹ̀kúnnù yìí náà ni tó ń fara ní pé àti jìtàn wàhálà ni àti mọ́mi wàhálà àti wàtò wàhálà gbogbo nǹkan ìran ìnira ló bá dé nínú ìlú burúkú tó ń pè ní Nàìjíríà yẹn. Ọlọ́run á máa kó gbogbo àwọn yúùtù Yorùbá ilẹ̀ Yorùbá jọ Ọlọ́run àgbà Ọlọ́run àwọn amọ̀nìṣèkà yẹn olóṣèlú olódìbò ìlú Nàìjíríà yẹn Ọlọ́run àgbà wa o. So ẹ pètò.
Thank you so much. Mo kí gbogbo wa ní gbogbo ibikíbi tí a bá wà. I'm just about 10 minutes. So, but what I will do is my link program more program tí a máa lọ ṣe lórí studio. Mo wà lórí live program bàbá mi máa jẹ́ ìpín padà mo wà lórí live show mo wà lórí program lọ́wọ́.
Hello, Mr. Wiki.
Go ahead straight away.
Hello, Karen Kwito.
Ètò nìyẹn.
Ìka tó mi fẹ́ sọ ní pé ṣẹ́rí nípa pé YouTube ti rẹ̀dí ẹ̀. Ṣẹ́rí àwọn YouTube ti rẹ̀dí.
Ọ̀dà.
Ṣòtì.
Àgbọ̀yé.
Ìpẹ́kọ̀ tó mi rí pẹ̀lú pé because èmi àtàwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan àjọ sọ̀rọ̀ the last time. Ṣòtì ó jẹ́ kó yé mi pé kí n máa fóun ní follow up bí everything ṣe ń lọ. Most of àwọn èèyàn ò ní ẹlòmíì ò ní kò ní Android phone lọ́wọ́. Ẹlòmíì dẹ̀ ní lọ́wọ́ gan tí kò tiẹ̀ ní wọ́n.
Ẹni sùn ní ta sọ fún gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ṣẹ́rí lórí YouTube ibì kan wà tó kọ clips bí a next time tí bá ṣe program lórí software ṣẹ́rí ibi clip yẹn right ẹ lè cut even 1 minute kúrò nínú gbogbo tí mò ń sọ yìí and that goes to all our media so gbogbo pé wọ́n gbọ́n yẹn ẹni tó bá tẹ̀ gbọ́ 2-minute program ta ló irú ọ̀rọ̀ wo ló ń sọ yìí ó lè lọ ṣe káràmásìkì so ẹ má máa sọ pé wọ́n ì tí gbọ́ effort ní ká wá bó ṣe fẹ́ gbọ́ wọ́n ì tí gbọ́ yẹn is not an excuse.
ẹ mọ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní pé àwọn ṣẹ́rí àwọn yẹn ti gbọ́ ẹ má àwọn yẹn ò gbọ́ ṣòtì even àwọn tó tẹ̀lé àwọn olóṣèlú ṣòtì àwọn tó tẹ̀lé àwọn olóṣèlú wọ́n mọ̀ pé a fẹ́ pín even àwọn gánde rẹ̀dì ṣòtì bọ́yì kan tó ń ṣe àwọn yẹn ní wípé àwọn Yorùbá dẹ́kun wọn lẹ́nu ṣé lóòótọ́ ni ṣé lóòótọ́ ni ìdí ní ẹ̀dá àwọn yẹn fi ń dúró de declaration ṣòtì declaration àwọn yẹn dúró de ìjọ tó bá declare bẹ́ẹ̀ kì í tàn yín jẹ nínú àwọn 10% tó tẹ̀lé àwọn olóṣèlú àwọn 7% máa follow Yorùbá nation.
Lágbára Ọlọ́run.
Àwọn 7% ẹ jẹ́ ká believe fún bẹ́ẹ̀ but àwọn èèyàn believe pé bí ẹnu làwọn èèyàn kàn ṣe é pé ẹnu ni jàre pé Yorùbá wo
ṣẹ́rí gbogbo àwọn ẹni sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n mi tẹ́ bá rí gbogbo àwọn lórí burúkú àwọn politician àwọn lòṣì àwọn tó ní ṣàǹfààní irú ọgbà àwọn ilé nísìn right all these are àwọn ilé gbọ́dọ̀ wà relevant ṣé àwọn ilé rẹ̀ ń sọ pé àwọn leader tó fi jẹ́ ká lọ irú Ṣẹ́gun Òní àwọn lòṣì lórí burúkú déédéé gbogbo wọn pátápátá so gbogbo àwọn ilé ìyá ọkọ̀ la máa fi lé gbogbo wọn tó bá tó àsìkò kan ó kù díẹ̀ ni àánú afẹ́ lọ nísìn wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ politics. The Social Democratic governorship candidate in Ekiti State, Ṣẹ́gun Òní, has won the INEC. Àwọn olùṣọ́mọlé Yorùbá. Gbogbo yín là á ṣe ń fún ní preference ni ó kù díẹ̀ ni. Ẹ jẹ́ kó pè fún rally. Rally yẹn làwọn dúró dè. Tó bá ti pè fún rally, bí alátinú rally yẹn, ẹ ṣe tó bá wù yín kẹ́tẹ̀ ní kí sójà kẹ́ yìnbọn lọ́sọ̀kan. Ẹ bá a ṣe ní kíákíá mo ní láti lọ sókè nísìnyí.
Àwọn yẹn rẹ̀
olùṣe lórí burúkú ọmọ ilé
nígbà tí wọ́n jà ní gàngàn ní táìmù yẹn tí táwọn Fúlàní.
Kọmíṣánná Nasarawa ló ti jí gbé lọ nísìn. Kọmíṣánná Nasarawa ló ti jí gbé lọ.
Níbàdàn àwọn yẹn ti rẹ́ẹ̀dì pé ẹnìtì táwọn Fúlàní bá gbé wá àwọn yẹn ti rẹ́ẹ̀dì pẹ̀lú wọn ṣó ti yẹn nígbà yẹn ṣe understand tó bí àwọn yẹn ti rẹ́ẹ̀dì ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ṣó ti àwọn yẹn ò bẹ̀rù ṣó ti ìgbọ̀ declaration táwọn yẹn dúró dé yẹn náà làwọn yẹn dúró dé.
All right. I gotta let you go. I'm not I'm not taking any more calls because I now have to change our show. I can allow the program to run parallel, to what we are doing right now. But let me see. From wherever we are watching. Bashir Ahmed, ìyẹn tó jẹ́ media Buhari. Ó ti kúrò nínú gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ẹ rántí pé wọ́n ní kí gbogbo ọkọ resign ó sì tún withdraw owó ó ń gba salary ìwọ ọ̀dọ́ nísìn ó fi parẹ́ lórí politics when we should be getting the hell out so I'm gonna go and change my outfit a ní kẹ́ ṣe sùúrù so àgbà call mọ́ for now because mo lọ sí studio ẹ ṣáà gbọ́n kan tí mo sọ àṣà lè ṣe wà ní studio ká tó gbà call. And I only have 5 minutes. Money like change our show. So I'm going to allow this to run. So we'll run parallel to the program. So please bear with us. If you want to listen to Star Radio UK, if otherwise you can come off, and then maybe join us later on tonight with Omoluka. So what I'm just going to do now is we just play something while I go and get myself changed and prepare for the studio. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tá à ń fight fún yìí ó ti tẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ kò sẹ́ni tó lè gbà kúrò lọ́wọ́ wa ọmọdé ò lè gbà àgbàlagbà ò lè gbà politician ò tó bẹ́ẹ̀ láti gbà lọ́wọ́ wa. We must fight to get the hell out of the mess that we've been in. And the only way we can do that is if we all work together. So enjoy this music while I come back. Sunday. All right. Let's join. Wọ́n náà ti kidnap Commissioner Nasarawa. Wọ́n ti gbé lọ. Àwọn terrorists ti gbé lọ. Tí mò ń tó ń bọ̀ Nàìjíríà. Eré lẹ pé ni. Border wa, a gbọ́dọ̀ defend the border wa. Ní àwọn kan máa pè ó, ṣàgbọ́ padà lọ sí studio pẹ̀túnẹ̀ tó ń pè yìí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ program to Star Radio. About it on Star Radio, I can run maybe another 1 hour just for calls. So, consider continue lọ. Wọ́n á pè mo ní passo tí mo ní láti lọ post fáwọn tó ra flags. Àdúpẹ́ lọ́gbọ̀n yẹn tẹ́ ń bá wa ra flags yẹn, you're helping the movement. So, gbogbo yẹn tí a dẹ̀ ti post ní America, ẹ túbọ̀ ṣe sùúrù ó máa dọ́dọ̀ yín. It has already been posted, you will get it. Kò sọ́gbọ́n ẹ̀. So bear with me. If I adjust our cameras, like I said, we're going on the studio now. We need to join the Star Radio. But I feel like we're going to I borrow me anything. So, one of the kidnapper, Nasarawa commissioner, or the kidnapper. Tí mo wọ̀ fún ẹ̀gbọ́n kan tí mo sọ mo fẹ́ kẹ́ disturb mi níbí wáyé o ọmọ Oòduà Torí ìgbà tó bá kidnap o, ẹran tí ọba Ifọ̀n tó pa ní 2 years ago kọ́ lọ́ba Ifọ̀n. Yeah, come here. Look, wait, come here. I'm going on the radio now, okay? Ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tí mo sọ, what do you want? You want anything?
Yeah.
What do you want? Acting me.
I want toast and honey.
You want toast and honey? Go and call your brother. Lọ́pọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n wa fún mi.
Bigger toast than the bread.
Eh?
Bigger toast than the bread.
You want toast and honey and bread?
But I no bread.
Eh?
I no bread.
There's bread.
Then
Boy, you know.
Yorùbá nation ìlọ́gbọ́n ìbàkìní ẹ̀dàbí lẹ́sọ̀ òye kò máa gbọ́dọ̀ wò onílé wò
Eh? On this one.
ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ jẹ́ ká lórí. Ọjọ́ wo ni wọ́n dalẹ̀ ìfẹ́ sọ́kàngàn? Àwọn kan sáré kó lè dára. Èrè bó bàjẹ́ kókò mí làwọn kan sá.
I don't want your noise.
Ṣó dára kí dá aṣọ ìwà?
Toaster.
Yorùbá ìrònú kẹ́lọ́ fi mọ̀ ṣọ̀kan. Ọ̀sán ló kọ̀ ọ̀sán ìwà ká.
Alright, I gotta go live now in the studio. Lóṣì, kidnap commissioner, kidnap kìíní. Ṣé àmọ̀ kò tí Yorùbá bá ti dá dúró, a máa secure border wa lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀. Gbogbo ẹni tẹ́ fi pè tẹ́ bá tá bá ṣe tán ní studio, ẹ ráyè pè padà. Bọ̀ kí nǹkan máa pè nísìn, ẹ farabalẹ̀ kẹ́ gbọ́ Star Radio. Ẹ̀rọ àpẹ tó ń pè yín o, ẹ wà pẹ̀lú wa rárá, another planet lẹ́wà. A ní kẹ́ máa pè àwọn èèyàn kí n gbọ́ràn.
Bring to you. Yeah, welcome to tonight. Right here, ready? But remember tomorrow morning, exactly at 5:30 a.m., the Power Hour will be coming your way. A time of prayer and intercession with the Power Word International and the head pastor himself, Reverend Michael Esiama, will be bringing that program your way. Yeah, it is a call to prayer. Rise up and then pray. Okay, now let us move on to updates from Nigeria, because I have the singular honor of presenting to you once again the one and only and still the reigning champion. I call him that, the White Lion. Yes, Mr. Olaimikweke, who is here this morning. And I say, Yomi, good morning to you.
Well, it is a very good morning to you back in the studio, Mr. Archie. Good morning to Frank. Good morning to all other presenters. And we say welcome once again to all our listeners from around the globe. And we say welcome to Star Radio UK. It is your finest African and Caribbean radio station in London.
Yes, how are you doing? And how is the nice weather now? A bit of rain. It seems that the heat is gone down a bit.
Well, I think we needed the rain. If you look at the drought that is currently taking place in some part of England this morning, I believe, some of the farmers, will be more excited as well. I mean, it's been very, very warm. I was out yesterday, and you could still tell that the weather is still playing a big impact. But I believe right now, looking from the window view, it is a bit calm, and we hope, it can become more calmer. In as much as, I love it to be hot, but again, it's got to be a little bit balanced, especially, with the children in the house during this holiday period. And literally, you just also have the window open so that you can get that fresh air. But in the night, it could be a little bit difficult, sleeping in this very, very hot weather. But again, it's good to be back again with you this morning, Mr. Archie.
Yes, we are back, and we are here to bring you updates from Nigeria. It is Star Radio UK. It is your favorite African and Caribbean radio station in London. It's now 6 minutes past 11. Mr. Olaimikweke again on North London Studios, and Archie here in the South Studios, and we are bringing you updates from Nigeria now. Now, interestingly, the federal government has been warned against acute hunger. Now, when I saw that story, I think what cropped to my mind straight was that, look, we have farmers in Nigeria who will have tilled the land, come out with their produce, whatever it is, because there are no droughts per se in that part of the world. But because of terrorism and abductions and banditry that is going on, they are not able to go till the land. And now that of food production for the West African sub-region is now going to go hungry. So what about the other neighboring countries that is around them? What do you think is going to even happen to them? John?
Well, I think what we need to understand is Nigeria has been a bit of problem, for some time now. I mean, we're talking about, some very, very long time where a lot of Nigerians are going through difficulties. You're quite right. You will expect that Nigeria should be, producing enough, to give. You expect Nigeria to be given enough, when it comes to the situation that we have presently. But the reason why we are going through that difficult is we are now allowing, the terrorism that is creating a lot of havoc. And I will get, the engineer are working on the audio. I was actually listening, yesterday, and I'm going to be bringing that up. But this headline says, federal government warned acute hunger, and likewise, the Sierra Leone crisis as well. When you look at the Nigerians' inflation rate as at July last month, it has literally jumped from 19.64%, it has actually jumped to 19.64%. But as of June, which is a month prior to that, it was only 18.60%. So signaling a looming cost of living crisis in Africa's most populous nation. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the 19.64% inflation represents the country's highest inflation in 17 years. So I was able to break it down. So let's take it back to, Nigeria returned back to democracy, in 1999. So that means 10 years of the PDP, we were already in danger, and the 7 years of the APC. So it's not literally just the APC, but this has been going on for 17 years. According to the Statistician General of the Federation and the Chief Executive Officer, Prince Samuel Adeniran, say this in the Consumer Price Index in July 2022 that was only released yesterday. Economics and other stakeholders warn that the rising inflation will worsen hunger in the country, adding that the government risks mass protests to the one similar to Sierra Leone. I repeat that again. The government of Nigeria should be preparing for mass protests, as we saw in Sierra Leone, we saw that in Sri Lanka, we saw that in places at the beginning of this year when citizens were literally coming out on the road. We are not the ones saying that, but this is what the economics and the stakeholders are saying. And the question is, should that happen, this is going to be a very big problem. And that is why we are saying to the government, I don't know what they're going to be doing right now, but it seems that the situation is now becoming alarming, that more Nigerians are going into abject poverty as we speak this morning. I'll come back again to you in the studio while we get the audio from the interview that I picked up yesterday on Star Radio UK. It is your finest African and Caribbean radio station in London, Mr. Archie.
Well, listeners, that's a troubling situation. I mean, even a friend of mine will say that even whilst we are lying flat, facing up, we couldn't see God. Though talkless, once we are lying, face down, how can you even have the chance of seeing God? Okay? Now, so, when even think we're taking a long walk, you were expecting people to have the means to cater for themselves or fend for themselves, they couldn't do that. Now that the inflation is, galloping, let me put it that way, galloping inflation, and there is all sorts happening. Prices of everything is just skyrocketing. How will people even survive? And when we say that what is happening in Sierra Leone, there is a chance that could happen in Nigeria What do you think the leaders are doing? Are they now thinking of opening the western border so that those who bring in rice and other stuff will be able to bring it in, which we're looking at the prices, that might be comparably a bit cheaper, that people can afford that as well? What do you think? Let's see whether Yomi has got the audio.
Well, yes, we've got it lined up, and it is actually as just not part of almost every part of Nigeria is going through danger as we speak this morning. So, act of genocide. Assembly members call on United Nations to intervene in Taraba community. This is what has actually happened. Let's listen to this.
Burnt houses, markets, and abandoned farmland. These are some of the images one is greeted with on arrival at Tati Village, Takum local government area of Taraba State. Sad memories left behind by suspected bandits after recent attacks on Tati and over 30 communities in Takum and Usa local government areas, as well as Yangtu Special Development Area. For the first time since the attacks and counterattacks, journalists guarded by armed security operatives to these communities see the level of destruction. In the wake of these attacks, residents now take refuge in a government-owned secondary school in Takum town. Thousands have been displaced from their homes. They now seek refuge in towns believed to be secure, pending the return of peace.
They are still killing our people in the bush up to now. The record of the people we gathered so far, it was 280. But yesterday, this morning, we discovered about 5 people now are now in the bush, that they killed them. When they come, they will be shooting and poaching people, slaughter them with cutlass and killing them, shooting guns anywhere. We need government to support with security because there are some of the crop that we need to at least see people gather here, even to job, see somebody fall sick, even where to go, learn where to go. We cry and the government cannot turn up. So we need the federal government to look onto it, so that they should at least supply with security so that we'll go and then out with our food product.
Well, you heard him right there. They need the government, support. They need the government intervention as quickly as possible so that the people can go back to the farm. And you are quite right. There will be more hunger in the country because of the insecurity, the terrorism, and the kidnapping that is happening. I'll come back again to you in the studio. But before coming back to you in the studio, it seems some of the government as well in some of the states might not be able to help the citizen. As this morning, from the news that we are getting, the terrorists have actually kidnapped the Nasarawa Information Commissioner as we speak right now. I'll come back again to you in the studio. This is Star Radio UK, your finest African and Caribbean radio station in London, the 16th of August, 2022, 13 minutes past 11 a.m.
Listeners, at times I'm dumbfounded when it comes to some of the stories. But I'm just going to say good morning, good day to Miss Gold. It says Mr. Koike and Mr. Archie, good day. Prince OG, Nigeria is facing hyperinflation presently. Terrorism and corruption had eaten up the economy totally. Disintegration is the way out. Now, more you watch, you guys say, good morning all. May Nigeria not happen to us as it's happening to others now. Now, we had the Akintoye who yesterday also issued a statement because, when there is security, the people are able to go around their duties and are able to do whatever they have to do. You can go sell your peanuts on the street. You know that you are able to sell it, and the little that you make, you are able to. But when you want to even go out, venture out, and you are being attacked and abducted, and your poor family are now going to be charged with paying ransom before you are released, and if not, you are killed. Well, the Yoruba socio-political organization, Akintoye, has berated the current administration for failing to secure the lives and properties of Nigerians as the economy spirals due to high inflation rate. This stance was contained in the statement issued yesterday by the Akintoye spokesman, Jare Ajayi, who further slammed the shoddy handling of terrorism across the country. Now, the group also referred to Garba Shehu's statement that a terrorist deceived the government into releasing his wife and children without also releasing the passengers who had been kidnapped from the Abuja-Kaduna train. An extremely regrettable and admission of failure. Now, the statement continues to say, in view of the fact that the government is expected to possess superior power in virtually everything in the country, considering the fact that the primary responsibilities of the government the provision of security and welfare for the people, the present administration has failed to provide either security or welfare for the people of Nigeria in recent times. Young.
Well, and it's the same Afenifere that continue to believe that the government or the new government, as they are supporting, Peter Obi, from what we've heard, from some of their press statement, you're quite right. I had the privilege when I was home last year to meet with one of the leader of the, Afenifere, Pa Ayo Adebanjo, and some of what, I did ask him is, why should we continue to, to say that restructuring will solve the problem in Nigeria? The line they believe is, restructure will take us back to where we were, when the country was given an independence in 1960, which was, the region of the, the western region, the northern region. But the situation is, they've been deceived so many times by the politicians that they would go into restructuring, just as they are already supporting Peter Obi, as we speak right now, that Peter Obi, probably might get there and restructure Nigeria. I'm not too sure about that. But you're quite right. The statement that was released yesterday, by their publicity secretary, Mr. Jare Ajayi, and it says, worsen insecurity, Nigerians living in fear, uncertainty, Afenifere. Yes, they are pan-Yoruba social cultural organization. As a lot of Yorubas even disagree with them, we still also have millions of Yorubas that listen to their own ethos of how we should get out of Nigeria, as against somebody like Professor Banji Akintoye, that is the leader of the Ilana Omo Odua, that believe that the Yoruba people literally needs to opt out of Nigeria. I was reviewing some of the one of the part of the letter that and this is just as much as we know that it's not just the Yoruba that are going through a burden in Nigeria, all the ethnic groups. We just talked about Taraba State, but this is what in one of the letter that was written to President Muhammadu Buhari on behalf of the Yoruba by Professor Banji Akintoye, and it says, and I quote, throughout the past 60 years of independent Nigeria, we Yoruba, having attained to a considerable higher level of modern education and other modern development than all other Black African nations before coming of the European colonialism and the amalgamation of the hundreds of peoples to form the country of Nigeria, have practically consistently made positive effort to impact the lives of the nationality. So let me give an example. We had Dr. Aborodi that traveled from Germany, and invested in farming, mechanized farming, but he was eventually killed, by the terrorist Fulani in Gogon. And that led to where Chief Sunday Igboho, also came out to say, we cannot allow, the influx of Fulani terrorists into the domain of the Yoruba land. But rather than the government looking into how to resolve those issues, the government went after his life, wanted to assassinate him on the 1st of July 2021, and eventually he was able to escape. But 2 people died in that particular house. Then there's something that it was also mentioned here, in that letter that I'm reading before coming back again to you in the studio. Yoruba people have now decided to manage their own affairs and to command uncumbered control over their lives and destiny. If the government do not have the capacity, to believe that Nigerians are going through a very difficult time, this is why the Yorubas that wants to disintegrate out of Nigeria is not just because of the security. It's got to do with the economy. It's got to do with the welfare of our people, and it's got to do with the identity that has been hidden under Nigeria. And if you look at the headline that I did talk about, even Zamfara, as we speak right now, has now banned motorcycle and also direct to shoot at sight.
Well, it's quite worrying. It's quite worrying because if you look at the first story that we're talking about, the federal government being one of the accused hunger and the tendency of what is happening in Sierra Leone, happening in Nigeria, then I get worried because I look at the call by the Taraba community who are calling on the UN to come to their aid. What can the UN do for them? Because we know that so far as Nigeria is concerned, they have a government who is capable, who is alleged to be capable. Now, we look at Sowore, who called for the revolution now, because even at that time, we didn't have so much inflation and things were not that tough. So we look at him calling for that much, and then he was apprehended. And then we look at the NSAS protest, that it was a peaceful protest that was going on because of the treatment of citizens by this SARS group. And then what happened to them? So if it should happen that this, whatever is happening, people cannot take it any longer. The inflation, and when desperate situation call for desperate measures, and people say that, look, we have to do something about it, and they rise up. Do you think that the federal government is just going to sit down and just say, oh, let them just go around, let their anger and go away? Are they not going to be attacked?
Well, let's take it back to, what Showore says on his official Twitter handle, in the last 24 hours. There are over 16 presidential candidates running in the 2023 election. I am yet to find records of any one of them fighting for student rights, qualitative education, or education opportunity for the young people. For me, education is a right. It is not a privilege. He also said Nigerian students haven't seen the inside of their classroom in the last 6 months due to the portrait strike action occasioned by the teachers seeking better education standard. Nigeria's wicked leaders, past and present, have ensured education is not a priority.
Well, listeners, it is Star Radio UK. It is your favorite African and Caribbean radio station in London, 1122. What do you think? What is the way forward for Nigeria? The late musician, I've forgotten the name, would say, which way Nigeria? Which way Nigeria? Where we are now. Standing at a crossroad. Which way? The federal government has failed. So what do you think can be done? What next? All right, then. Let's go to some of the other stories making the round. It is Star Radio UK, your favorite African and Caribbean radio station in London. We were talking about the inflation, 19.64%. So, if you look at how much people are earning, virtually they are scratching. So, 19 how can people survive? Tell me.
Well, it's going to be, the help of the diaspora to also continue to help, their loved ones and their family, or people that are close to them, or people that are just begging. When you go on the social media, almost not everyone, but at least, majority of Nigerians at home, with one way or the other, ask for a kind of support. And some of those support will always be that they would like to travel out of Nigeria if you have a means to help them out. And if you don't have that means, some might ask for, as little as, whatever you can give so that they can feed their loved ones. Not that they are not, capable of going to the farm, but in a situation where the chances of you going to the farm and meeting, remember, these are very remote area for those that are, doing the farming. And that means that, when you have a Fulani herdsman or a terrorist that is already waiting for you on the highway, there is a lot of problem. But is this problem going to solve the problem? The governor of Zamfara State, Bello Matawa, has now issued that there will not be any motorcycle from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. in Gasua town. He has now also directed that the personal security to shoot at sight anyone found out violating the new order. The first thing is that it's good for security reasons, but the question is, in each of these states, the only means of transportation is motorcycle. And not just about that, some of these roads are not as durable, and that means, there could be chances that people might still probably get caught up. So are we now saying that the innocent people could be shot at sight? Is that a security measure? Is something that we're asking our listener this morning. But is it a preventive measure? Is another thing as well. But as we're saying that, there's still a lot of pressure, because as we speak, last night, there is the Nasarawa State Commissioner for Information and Culture and Tourism, Malam Yakubu Lawal, at his Nasarawa Egon country home, has now been kidnapped. Prior to that, the commissioner adoption was coming just barely 28 hours after terrorists invaded on Saturday night, invaded the Nasarawa Egon Government Science Secondary School, killed a teacher, Mr. Atua Nasala. So it seems that Nigeria, as it is right now, is going through a lot of pressure. And I'm going to come again to you in the studio, but when we come back, we go straight and touch some of the other headlines at 11:24 a.m. on Star Radio UK.
Yes, listeners, Mr. Olaimi Koike. Taiwo Suleiman says, Mr. Koike, Eku Esio Odua. And it goes on to say, Yoruba Nation now, Odua today says Equator. Okay, as well. All right, then I'll keep your comments coming through, and I promise you I'm going to read that. We're going to go into the other stories, but one that is troubling me is about this motorcycle that people use for transportation. And you are saying that should on site. I mean, virtually you see any motorcycle riding. I mean, whether it's picking somebody who has traveled late. I mean, because you look at the roads in Nigeria, which are not good, and people might have traveled all the way to maybe the city center and now have to get maybe a means of transport to wherever they are going. And you say that, well, shoot, when it's the sight of the motorcyclists, just shoot them. Just shoot them. I mean, can you just imagine what is going to happen to citizens, ordinary citizens, the poor who don't own cars and will be, cannot even afford to pay for the riding in a taxi or something and have to use the Okada?
Well, I mean, you're quite right. I hope the state will put out as much information, not just to the citizen, but also those that might be trying to travel past some of this community as well. As much as we want each of the state governor to be very active, to protect the lives and properties of each of the citizens in their state, but also to be cautious of not allowing a security architect that is not very, very good to when it comes to the citizen itself, because we have lot of record to show the ignorance and the negligency of each of these security operatives, and that was actually led to this NSAS 2 years ago. NSAS was not just in Lagos State, it was happening across the 36 states of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and somebody in Nasarawa was as much as going through the same security problem when it comes to manhandling of some of our citizens in Nigeria. But the question then is how do you differentiate an ordinary person that must have traveled through and then you end up shooting the person as against the terrorists that you are meant to have got a lot of intelligent gathering before an attack could take place.
Wow. Now, Green for God News, Equator to you too, says greeting Koiki and the other brother in the studio. Okay, and Adebayo Adeshola says Equator, Mr. Koiki, and Green for God, lots of hearts to you as well. It is Star Radio UK. It is the Tuesday edition of the morning show, 11:28, and Yomi, take over, bring us some of the other stories.
Thank you so much. It doesn't seem to be ending with PDP as Wike accused River elders of gang up is one of the headlines coming today. A very, very sad story. A man have died in a motel after meeting an online lover is one of the headlines. Federal government ASU meets today. Strike has now entered 183 days. It also seems that 9 universities may lose 159 courses accreditation. And that also takes us to Kwara State, where there was a clash between the Fulani terrorist herdsmen and some of the Yoruba OPC that led to I've seen some of the images. They're very too graphic that we can't show that. But the state governor Abdurrahman Abdurrazak has now said that the government will institute a committee to look into the crisis which occurred among the people in Ajashe Ikpo in Irokpo Dun local government area of the state, which happened last week Friday. According to report, 4 unidentified corpses were recovered by the police after the clash that occurred between the Fulani traders and members of Odua People's Congress at Kara Market, Ajashe Ikpo, on Friday. So we'll see what is going to be the outcome. But however, in a statement that was signed by the chief press secretary of the governor, Rafiu Ajakaye, on Monday yesterday, Governor Abdulrazak said that there was no clashes between the people of Ajashe, Ikpo, and the Fulani of the Bororo community. That is a total lie, because there is evidence and there's a video evidence that there was a fight. He said that the Friday incident involved some cattle traders in Kara and members of a group who were traveling through the area from a neighboring country. What we've seen is each of our governors, have tended not to really push out, this narrative that, there's a Fulani terrorist, there's a Fulani herdsman, as against, the governor of Benue State that have literally said that there is a Fulani terrorist operating, within his boundary and is doing everything within his capacity, to deal with them. Even though we know that the Mayate Allah is now also taking, the Benue State governor, to the International Criminal Court, for crime, according to them, against some of their people in the state. But what we do know is all these clashes that is happening in Nigeria today is a Fulani terrorist that have now invaded the country pretending to be herdsmen, but rather they are becoming more problematic. Again, Peter Obi meets Wike and Mimiko. Could there be a synergy that Wike might end up to be part of the Labour Party. We saw the move by Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, traveling to commission on, with the invite of the Governor of Rivers State, Wike. But it seems again that Peter Obi has now met with Wike and Mimiko. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has again met with the Governor of Rivers State, Nelson Wike, and the former Governor of Ondo State, Olusegun Mimiko. The trial also met on Monday night with top politicians. We don't know what is going to be the outcome of that. I'm going to go straight to the business section this morning. As we say, may Nigeria not happen to you. Our fuel subsidy has now hit 1.59 trillion naira. Refinery rehabilitation got 54.66 billion naira. We have 4 refineries, but none of this refinery is working, to the full aspect of it, and that literally means that more Nigerians, will continue to pay high price when it comes to diesel and the petroleum, which is known as petrol. The latest data on the amount spent on subsidizing premium motor spirit, popularly called petrol, that was seen in Abuja yesterday, showed that the government have now subsidized the commodity to the tune of 1.593 trillion between January and June this year. It also gathered that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company has pumped about 54 billion into the refinery rehabilitation during the 6-month period. The question is, what impact does this have on a lot of Nigerians? Is a question that we're asking the Nigerians that are listening to us this morning. Should Nigeria reverse 9-year power privatization? Is the question that has been asked in this particular headline before coming back again to you. With about 2.9 trillion naira intervention and fund pumped into the power sector by the federal government, the World Bank, to resolve decades of rot analysis shows that there is still no relief to the crisis, especially as the country approaches the election year 2023. While the year 2023 will see new presidential and governorship candidates elected into office, that is, if election will hold in the first place, grand promises to fix power sector woes. A flashback into almost 9 years of the privatization have fetched the country with perhaps not only assisting in shaping the mind towards the 2023, but also provide an overall. And the question to some of us that believe that the country should be dissolved and disintegrate so that power sector can be dealt with, within, a new nation as against Nigeria that has become a burden. But the question then to those that are listening is, when people like the World Bank continue to pump money into a sector that is not working, then the debt comes back to Nigerians. And that is why we are saying that, the world should continue to allow the disintegration of the country called Nigeria so that more Nigerians can decide where they actually want to be. And if you want to be part of Nigeria, the country called Nigeria can continue to borrow money on behalf of Nigerians. Because if the World Bank, all these, institutions keep borrowing the country money for a power sector that is not available to my community in somewhere in Ondo State, in Ekiti State, the question then is, can we allow that to continue? A breakdown of the transaction showed that the federal government earned a whopping $2.5 billion involving 6 generation companies, Gencos, and 11 distribution companies. But the Bureau of Public Enterprise Data revealed that the government sold stakes and concession the 6 Gencos for $1.2 billion, which is about $460 billion. The other 10 disco, the sale of Kaduna Electric held later, were sold at about 1.2 billion, which is about 455. The government sold 60% shares, retained 40%. Each disco also paid 1 million naira as license application fee for the Nigerian Electricity Regulation Commission (NEC) of about $75,000, about 27.1 million for a 10-year license. This is now total about 200. So when you look at the staggering amount of money in there, these still have not been able to allow money into the country. So from 2017 to 2020, the Buhari government said it has now spent 1.7 trillion on the sector. The World Bank in May provided $500 million funding to improve its electricity distribution sector. The question the World Bank should be asking this morning is, where is that money if there is no power sector in most of our community, both the rural and the urban, that is having a big impact where production is not coming out, but yet $500 million was also provided by the World Bank just in May to the federal government of Nigeria.
Well, if you take a country like Nigeria, how big it is, and giving them 500 million, you know that is just a drop in the ocean, looking at what they go borrow or what they are using the money for. But what do you think? Let me say good morning to Oluwatunye. It says, good morning, Mr. Koiki and Archie. Okay. And Aziz. Hey, Aziz, long time. How are you? It's been quite a long time since you joined the program, but thank God you are well and you joined us today. Thank you.
He's watching us from Florida.
Oh, Aziz from Florida. Okay. How is the weather in Florida? I know that you are still sleeping now, though. But let's move on. Let's move on. Now, Yomi, the fuel subsidy issue that you didn't talk about. Now, when it comes to Nigeria, I don't know what to think, because I'm looking at a powerhouse where crude oil, I mean, the sixth in the world, and we don't have a single refinery working well. I mean, that would have been the best way to subsidize, because it's from our own, so we don't need to take it out and now use what do you call it, the hard and foreign currency to import them in. So what do you call it, refinery that was being put up by Dangote, what has become of it, and what is going on so far?
Well, the government have pumped so much support, when it comes to, the Dangote refinery that we believe, the government says will be in operation very, very soon. Dangote oil refinery is expected to produce per day 650,000 barrels per day. Where is it going to be getting the resources? Definitely that will be given by the federal government. So it will need, the total amount of that crude oil, for him to refine it, create a fertilizer out of it, giving also, the petroleum that is being needed in Nigeria today, because there's no power sector. The government believes that the Dangote refinery, it is the investment over about $25 billion US. The Dangote refinery is an oil refinery owned by the Dangote Group that is under construction in Lekki, Nigeria. When it complete, it will have the capacity to process about 650,000 barrels. Where is it today, and what do we know when it comes to these, refinery? But what we can say is, the federal government looks to Dangote refinery and other solutions as Jet A1 eats 1,000 naira per liter. That is for those, kind of petrol that is needed, to fly the aircraft and the private jet. Until the Dangote refinery comes on stream, there may be no respite from the aviation fuel crisis rocking both the airlines and the industry at large. According to the Minister of Aviation, Adi Siraki, says this in a reaction to the astronomical rise of the aviation fuel, just as the essential commodity have now reached about 1,000 naira to a liter. Local airline operator Wednesday last week hinted that the price of aviation fuel has continued to rise, hovering from 900 to 1,000 in Lagos, in the northern part of the country. So one thing is, deliberate act is what has not allowed the four refineries to be functioning, because if an individual could build a refinery, I do not see any reason why, the 16 years of the failure of the PDP, from Olusegun Obasanjo to Yaradua, to Jonathan, where inflation is 17 years as of today, 10 years out of that was part of the PDP, and 7 years we can align it to the current APC of Buhari and the Yemi Osinbajo and the cabinet that works with them.
Yes, Aziz says, thank you, Mr. Archie. Yes, thank God you are doing very well. God bless you too. God bless you too. So the fuel subsidy, how much does government subsidize on a liter of petrol or diesel? How much?
From what we can say is that, when you look at what the government have pumped into, the fuel subsidy is almost 1.59 trillion. That is a huge amount of money. And that is why the international community continues to be alarmed that the country will go bankrupt very, very soon, because what the government is actually pumping in to subsidize it. That doesn't mean it's having any impact on a layman, in somewhere in Agege, or a layman in Sokoto, or a layman in Ebonyi, in any part of Nigeria today, because they are still paying a huge amount when it comes to, the petroleum itself in each of their state. And people need this because we do not have a full 24 hours electricity. And if you're running a small scale business, as simple as selling pure water, because nobody's going to take a pure water that is not cold in the very, very hot weather in Nigeria today.
You know, I do ask myself the question, countries like Nigeria, Ghana, is it Togo, I mean, all those places where, we talk about natural resources. God has blessed those countries with so much, but management, at times we blame our what do you call them, those who ruled over us, blame the British and the colonial masters for whatever. But when we took over, what have we done to preserve those things, for those things to yield fruit for us all to enjoy? That is the question on the lips of people. But do you think that going to the 2023 election is going to bring about the required results that Nigerian need, or the Yoruba, or the Igbo, or the Northerner, or the person in the middle belt? Is the person going to enjoy anything of the sort? Well, continue to send your comments in. It is Star Radio UK. Now, Yomi, let's move on to some of the other stories and what is happening on the social media platform.
We go straight to the social media at 11:41. This morning, quite a lot as usual is happening on the social media. Let's take it one at a time. Simon Ekpa 1 hour ago. What we, the modern generation of Biafra, will do is to allow the repeat of Zik to happen with Peter Obi. Their history are the same: banking fraud, corruption. Britain used Zik to divide the southern Nigeria and put hatred today. We have corrected it. Zik was very corrupt. That is coming from one of the, the strong agitator of, Biafra this morning. Let's take a look at what more other people are saying as well. Elochukwu Ohagi, we rather not birth Biafra than birth a nation as worse as Nigeria. This is how determined we are in birthing a sane society in the heart of Africa. So that is coming from there as well. Let's take a look at what more is saying. Henry Shield, El Rufai is a threat to Nigerian democracy. One of the a very skit comedian, came out I think yesterday that his life is literally on threat, and that is Mr. Macron, as is known, a very, very popular with a strong followers, about almost 2.7 million followers. He was also tortured during the EndSARS. But this is what he has to say some 52 minutes ago. About 70% of the newly registered voters are youth. I am one of them. This was my promise after October 2020, that I must vote, that I must exercise my right come 2023. The youth have the power to elect the leaders we want. It is possible if we vote wisely. As much as he says that, he also talked about the killings and the kidnapping, poor healthcare system, poor educational system, unstable power sector, adequate job opportunity, destabilization of the economy. But for those that would like the country to be disintegrated, will ask, how would that change even if anybody is allowed to become the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as against everyone, going to have a nation of their own, and then we can as well defend the border, create the enabling environment. So let me take you back to what Are Karunwi Kakofo said. The black man had to go to war in America. The South Africa beloved before he could use the same toilet with the white man in those countries. Yet many of our brothers think the white man is our friend. They even thank him for colonizing them and calling them Nigeria. So you can see that is so that is what he has to say there. So let's take a look at what more others are saying this morning when it comes to Nigeria generally, again on the social media. Once again, this is Star Radio UK. You can join us Monday to Friday, where we continue to look into the stories and the headlines coming out of Nigeria. And like we always say on this program, Nigeria never happened to you. Anako Briggs, they have to say Nigeria is a country of ethnic nations, speaking different languages, different cultures, worshiping different gods. No ethnic nation owns Nigeria as a right. If you reject Peter Obi as the president of Nigeria because he's an Igbo man and a Christian, the truth is we must break up. He is, I believe from the Niger Delta area, and let me give you a background, if we can pick that up about her, and also someone that believes in the total disintegration of Nigeria as well. But one thing is that as a lot of Nigerians are getting ready for 2023, the question again is would the Northerners allow power to go? Anakio Briggs, alternatively spelled as Anakio Briggs, is an English-born Nigerian environmentalist and a human rights activist. She is the founder and the director of the non-governmental organization Agap Birthright, and like I said, at the age of 70, that is exactly what she had to say when it comes to, whether Nigeria should remain one or not. But one thing is a lot of Nigerians are still getting ready for an election that might happen or not. But she says again, Nigeria is a country of ethnic nation, speaking different languages, different cultures, worshiping different gods. No ethnic nation hold Nigeria as a right. And the last one that we're going to take, Indian offers to help Nigeria fight insecurity.
Well, when it comes to India, I think they can do something about it. But when it comes to some other countries, well, I don't know. Well, India has its own problems. But Yomi, before we go, now Peter Obi, what has been his stance towards the IPOB? Because I was just thinking something that, assuming Peter Obi is one who sympathizes with the cause of the IPOB, that means that he sympathizes with the fact that people should not be marginalized, and therefore he will give the option for people to decide whether they want to belong to Nigeria or they want out. Now, what has been his statement so far?
Well, following Peter Obi, since he declares his intention, to become, a president under the Labour Party. I mean, yes, he has made some few, remarks on, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as an example. And I'm just going back to some of what, has been said on the media, in the last couple of weeks. Peter Obi calls for the release of IPOB leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The former state governor, Peter Obi, has called on the federal government to release the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Addressing journalists in Owerri, the capital, Obi said the government ought to dialogue with the activists. He emphasized that the use of force is not the solution to the Biafra agitation, as such agitation are best resolved through dialogue. So as you can see that, as much as, he's also a presidential candidate, he will not be speaking on behalf of the Biafra as an Igbo man. He's speaking on behalf of Nigeria because he still wants to keep Nigeria. But the argument from the Biafra is, we do not want you, to keep Nigeria for us as an Igbo man. We would rather want to disintegrate, Nigeria as a Biafran. But in terms of, Peter Obi, he's been very, very careful when it comes to, IPOB issue, because already, some of the northern groups have already said that, is more of a, aligned with the IPOB, even though the IPOB totally disagree with him. And you just heard, what, Simon Ekpa actually said, in that, broadcast I gave on the Twitter just some few minutes ago, when he says, what we, the modern generation of Biafra, will never do is to allow the repeat of Zik to happen with Peter Obi. Their history are the same: banking, fraud, corruption. Britain used Zik to divide the southern Nigeria and put hatred. Today we have corrected it. Zik was very corrupt. So you can see that, the reason why they're saying that is, remember that Peter Obi flew into London and then he went back to Nigeria, come out of PDP, went into the Labour Party, and the youth have now become obedient.
Well, maybe it's because someone was talking to me whilst we were on, telling me that, well, they think that maybe giving Peter Obi a chance, he can say that, look, okay, let's give people the referendum. Let the Yorubas be given a referendum. Let the Igbos be given a referendum. If they want to be part of the country, they want to leave, that will be the way forward, because he's talking about jawing rather than warring or clamping down on people like that. What do you think if you are listening to what? It is Star Radio UK. Yomi, before you go, or if you want to react to that statement, yeah.
Well, I'll just say let's continue to listen to Star Radio UK. I'll be back again same time tomorrow. As we say, may Nigeria never happen to you. And as Indians say, they would like to support Nigeria to fight the insecurity. I hope they will also be prepared to allow the disintegration of the the indigenous people as well. So let's continue to listen to Star Radio UK. I'll be back again same time tomorrow at 11 o'clock. For now, have a very good morning and bye for now.
Good morning, Yomi. Well, if the colonial masters themselves who put Nigeria together cannot even solve it out for us, and then what about the country that they colonize as well? Come to say that, you know what, we can help you fight the insecurity issues that is.
And that's about it on the Star Radio. I hope we've not taken your time too much this morning. Lenkonsi would like to appreciate every one of you that have joined us on the morning show that links us straight to the Star Radio UK. It's been a very long one as usual. I think we've done about almost 4 hours already, 3 hours 57 minutes, and I think we should call it a day. I'll be back with Omoluka at 8 o'clock near Chalet, where we will continue the engagement. And the reason why the Yoruba people, somebody say, yeah, I agree, Zik is corrupt. Okay. Mokinyo Yawa, Alawo Tijani, Pablo Oladimeji, Fatai, and everyone that have been there listening carefully to the broadcast, and likewise that links us to the Star Radio UK. Sometimes it's like that. Very busy day. We must not relent. We must not do a mistake not to say we don't want to go. We're better off to go than to remain in Nigeria. And I know that. The longer we Murimbe Yami Sholari, the longer Taba stay in Nigeria, the more we will have problems. But I know we are already heading out. The mega rally. And Auntie Tokmomi, I talked with my big auntie. She said something, and I need to get something to put in my mouth a little bit because it's been almost 6 hours now. I've had a lot of water already this morning, but I had to run a brunch already. So I have to eat something. Moriembe Latifo, Ekusha Takun. I think what we need to understand is a lot of rally, it will be very difficult because you cannot plan, you cannot buy a ticket in advance, you don't know exactly when it's going to happen. I don't know as well. So, and nobody knows, okay? So if you have had anywhere where you job in a mega rally, that is a total lie. Nobody knows, not including myself. But at the appropriate time, they will tell us, when it's going to happen. Those of you that would like to travel to Yoruba land as at that time, like to participate. I don't know how that you're going to do that, but should you not be able to do that, I hope you will then also come out to London, New York, Texas, California, Malaysia, Togo, Kenya, Benin Republic, Ghana, Oman, anywhere that you are at the moment, to at least participate. Germany, Italy, Cyprus, Turkey. I hope we are because at least you don't need any notice than okay, bíbá láti máa ṣe ní ọ̀dọ̀ tiwa ní France, bíbá láti máa ṣe lọ́dọ̀ tiwa, and everybody will come out. Because that is going to be the only way we can support those at home. Bí a ṣe lè support wọn nìyẹn. So even if we cannot make it to Yoruba land, and then maybe if Tabade wa bẹ̀rẹ̀ rally yẹn tó bá jẹ́ pé nǹkan tó máa go into more days and weeks, I'm sure you can then buy your own ticket and then go and join them on the ground. But at least, even if you would love to go, but because more date, there more time, it's going to be difficult. I mean, we might have people that will say, what is your date? Call a ticket, come and lọ join. I mean, we have people that have that kind of money that they can do so and they have the time. But in the process, ambulance ban lọ lọ́dọ̀ bàbá missing is either emergency either fire or anybody lọ fi lọ rescue. So kò ní sí any excuse fún wa if we do not come out in our location tabawa. Yàtọ̀ sí àwọn tó bá yẹ pé fún ìdí kan àbí ìdí kejì you cannot make it. Tó bá pè fún mega rally ní Nàìjíríà lénìí tí àwa táwa lábúrò bá jáde as well is a complete total failure on us. Kódà bó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n fún ẹ ní booking iṣẹ́, tell them that you cannot come down on that day. Because I know a lot of us are expecting the same thing pé ká mọ date ká lè sọ fáwọn ọ̀gá wa níbi iṣẹ́. Ìran wa là ń torí ẹ̀jà o. Àwọn pé lóòótọ́ owó yẹn náà la fi ń support Yorùbá nation, la fi ń support aráalé, but interfaith fight fún yìí is a long term something that will help us. At least kọ́ tẹ̀ fílẹ̀ níbi iṣẹ́ pé àwọn Yorùbá kan àwa síbi iṣẹ́. It's not a rally tá máa sọ pé mega rally táwa náà lè jáde in our thousands ní ojú títì wá sí UK. Sójú títì ní any state ẹ bá ti fi ṣe ní Nigeria, ní America is quite big, ní Canada kò gbọ́dọ̀ sí excuse yàtọ̀ sí àwọn àgbàlagbà fún dé kan àbí dé kejì àbí emergency tí kò bá ní fún yín láyè because àráyè sọ̀rọ̀ lórí mega rally yẹn dáadáa kó tó di pé mo lọ sí Star Radio ẹ má bínú mo ní láti fi ó tẹ̀ jẹ́ kan kékeré ní láti fi sínú nígbà tí mo sínú àwẹ̀ so àbúrò mi ò yẹ yín nísìn ó wà very very important pé kí gbogbo ọ̀ká jáde very very important so àwọn ọ̀tún nídìí láti ṣe máa fi excuse upon excuse Mr. Koiki adẹ̀ máa lọ síbi iṣẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ti sọ ìjọ tẹ̀mú yóò dáa kò síjà kan tó dáa o à ń sọ fún wa nísìnyí o fẹ́ bọ́ ilẹ̀ yìí ni o fẹ́ bọ́ ilẹ̀ yìí màá ṣí phone line mi padà fún àwa tí a bá fẹ́ ṣì sọ ọ̀rọ̀ bíi méjì mẹ́ta lórí nǹkan tí mo sọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nísìnyí ká tó máa lọ I can allow my line to be open but kò kàn ní pẹ́ ni because ebi ti wọra báyìí nígbà tí a dẹ̀ sí nínú àwẹ̀ bí yàn bá tẹ̀ wà nínú àwẹ̀ gan ó depend on time o lè wọ́n lè ti ní kò break nísìnyí ìgbà tá a dẹ̀ sí nínú àwẹ̀ so ṣàlàyé tí mò ń ṣe yé wa nísìnyí yàtọ̀ sí fún ìdí kan àbí ìdí kejì àbí tó bá yẹ pé iṣẹ́ tẹ̀ ń ṣe ó wà very very àwọn kan ṣiṣẹ́ tó yẹ kó wà very sensitive mo ní jẹ́ lójú yẹn máa wọ̀rọ̀ ìgbà máa jẹ́ máa bọ́ sẹ́yìn àbúrò mi yìí nísìn ó ṣe pàtàkì gan pé kí gbogbo wa ká jáde o tá a bá jáde tí àwa máa expect pé àwọn tó wà lé nìkan ni kó jáde ìyẹn ò ní bójú mu o ní excuse kankan yàtọ̀ sí fún bí ṣe sọ there will always be one reason or the other I understand àwọn àgbàlagbà àwọn ọ̀dọ́ kankan náà bí a fún díkan àbí díkejì ìtafẹ́ sọpá fẹ́ gbà ẹ̀ Mr. Koiki àwa máa lọ bí iṣẹ́ o ẹ bá ti sọ èmi tẹ wá mú yẹn ọjọ́ iṣẹ́ ni o kò sí kankan tó jọ bẹ́ẹ̀ o tó bá ti pè pé rally máa wáyé gbogbo bí kíbi tọ́mọ Yorùbá bá wà gbọ́dọ̀ jáde o yàtọ̀ sílùú tá mọ̀ pé fún one reason or the other they do not accept such and I think Dubai wà lára wọn ìlú yẹn a lè ní kẹ́yìn kẹwàá ní Dubai nísìn kẹwàá jáde kò make sense because àwa náà ti mọ̀ pé Dubai yóò allow protest bọ̀ pé wọ́n wá pé rally nísìn Mr. Koiki ó dẹ̀ wùn mí kí n wá àwa yìí okay àbọ̀rọ̀ mi yẹ yín nísìn ó dẹ̀ wùn wá pé ká wá o but ká bá ti ń fi bọ́ sí yẹn imagine if we have about TV yẹn gan ti wà on ó wà sensitive after 6 hours kan ló ti kú yẹn gọ̀tá àbá jáde then go make sense ẹ̀yin wá expect pé kí Ìgbòho kí ìyá Onítìrí kí bàbá Akíntóyè káwọn nìkan wá jáde lọ ní ọ̀dọ̀ tiwọn ní no àwa tí a wà ní abroad náà máa níṣẹ́ tá máa ṣe o ẹ gbọ́ mi dáadáa o kò ń ṣe pé à ń mandate but ká fi sọ́kàn ara wa ká fi sí ẹ̀mí wa pé níjọ́ tó bá ti pè fún mega rally it doesn't matter even if it's at the shop tá bá ti lè jáde pé mega rally ó máa wáyé o kò dẹ̀ ní jẹ́mi nìkan gbogbo mídíà ló máa pariwo ẹ̀ ká ṣe kíni ká káṣọ wa wọ̀ ká mú fìlà wa ẹni tó bá láṣọ tó bá ní flag kò mí ìpẹ́ lè wá o ẹ lè wọ white kò sí excuse o because ó ní message tá a fi jẹ́ kí gbogbo àgbáyé mọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká rántí o let's put that at the back of our mind ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á fún wa ṣe o káwa náà fúnra wa ṣe o a fẹ́ lọ kò ń ṣe àjókòó tatarata sínú ilé o kò ń ṣe àwọn tí lè fi sọ ìdí máa wà kò sọgbọ́n ẹ̀. But the most important thing is we must all come out for the Yoruba Nation mega rally. Even if you have to travel overnight, pé o gbọ́ pé rally máa wáyé báyìí. Mr. Koiki no, excuse me yẹn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká fi ṣírò pé that is the only thing táwa lè sacrifice. Àwọn kan là ní kó jáde nílé o. Ẹ jáde ṣojú ń rọ ni àbójú mi lórí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àbí gbogbo ṣe ọ̀dà nǹkan fine ọ̀dà kójú ọ̀rọ̀ ìnáwó tó ṣe kú. àwọn kan là ń ní kọ́ jáde nísìnyí ò nílé bòkó wá jẹ́ pàwálà ni wá jáde rally tá a máa ṣe nísìnyí ó gbọ́dọ̀ ju ti June 12 lọ ní UK lèmi sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ and that goes across the globe as well. We need that numbers to come out. Ìlú tó bá ti allow kódà ẹ̀kọ́ lè jókòó sí restaurant kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ there's always a way you can just nígbà yìí máa pariwo Yorùbá nation now but give excuse pé ká má jáde ẹn tó bá láṣọ ẹ wá bí tẹ́tí fẹ́ rà sílẹ̀ o wọ́n rà pé Cashmore Media pè mí lánàá wọ́n náà máa ṣaṣọ wọ́n máa ta ní o ẹ tó bá fẹ́ rà ní Nàìjíríà àbí nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ pè mí máa fún yín ní nọ́mbà Cashmore kẹ pé Cashmore sọ́dà kẹlẹ̀ gẹ́tẹ̀ ẹ ṣe gan bàbá mi Sulaimon ẹ̀rú mọ̀ pọ̀rọ̀ tí mò ń sọ yìí ó ṣe rí a máa lọ kò ń ṣe pé àkànjókòó lórí social media tá à ń wò báyìí o tó bá ti pè fún mega rally yìí ó bá kò ń ṣe àwọn tó wà nílé nìkan ló bá wí o ó bá wàtà náà wí o ìtẹ́mi ò bá máa sọ nísìnyí pé gbogbo àwọn táwa ní UK as an example nísìnyí ẹ máa ṣe prep sílẹ̀ kí ni mo mean by that gbogbo nǹkan kí nǹkan tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ṣe ẹ máa nídìí chair kékeré ní àwọn ìyá wa àgbàlagbà àwọn foldable ones ẹ rà á bẹ́yìn ọba tẹ̀lé bá wa rìn tá a bá ń rìn lọ ẹ lè jókòó sójú kan bẹ́ẹ̀ and we pray that as at the time that the weather will also be very good on us. I don't know when it's going to happen. September ni wọ́n fún Buhari dì. So ṣé ó máa wá lẹ́yìn September? I don't know. Kò sẹ́ni tó mọ̀ yẹn. But in tó ṣe kókó tó ṣe padà ni pé we must all come out. Ẹ lè kàn sí mi lẹ́yìn Mr. Adebayo. Kò síbi tá a lè post ẹ̀ sí. And we are pushing it now. Àwọn tó ń béèrè big ones yẹn. The big ones yẹn nìkan la ní àwọn ní £10. Ní kékèké yẹn mọ́. Because kékèké ta ní it's in the production apart from etí and send lọ sí létí process yẹn ti wà. I can't go into too much details. That's all. Mo rí bẹ̀ yá mi gbé mi lékè kárọ̀. Ẹ má ẹ̀ka fi Mr. Koika kọ̀ máa fún yín lówó ní kẹ́yìn lọ́ọ́ máa ṣe nínú àfẹ́ yẹn. Bó jẹ́ drink tẹ́ fẹ́ gbé wá ẹ ra drink ò kí ń bàjẹ́ ẹ ra omi yẹn gbé sínú ilé yín tó bá ti pè fún rally báyìí ní UK ni mò ń sọ o ẹ máa kò sí Uber gbé yín débẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lè wọ bus. It is our final push. Ẹ wá imagine ká wá pọ̀ in thousands kọ́ máa béèrè pé kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní London ká máa sọ pé Yorùbá Nation mega rally. So let us mo rí mẹ̀yà mi tẹ́mi ẹ jẹ́ ká jáde o when the mega rally will be called. Let us prepare for it now. The weather is still very good anyway. So kò sí bó ṣe lè rí tó weather ṣì dá. Even if it's October, I don't know. Even if it's September, I don't know. But mo ṣáà mọ̀ pé between now weather ṣì máa ó ṣì wà favourable. Even if the weather is not favourable, we can weather ò lè pààyàn. Ẹ jáde o. Ẹ má fi dáhùn tó wà nílé nìkan pé àwọn ní kó jáde káwàtàwà lábroad ká sọ pé àráyè torí pa ń ṣiṣẹ́ ìjọkùn iṣẹ́ ẹ̀ máa fi wá sílẹ̀ o mo pa àrùn bẹ́ẹ̀ ní tí mo dẹ̀ mean by that ni pé tẹ bá tẹ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́ nísìn after some years ẹ máa retire níbi iṣẹ́ yẹn but àìmọye tó ti retire nísìn wọn lè lọ́lé o kàkà bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn tó wà nílé gan wọ́n fi sá jáde tó bá rọ́nà tó máa fi sá jáde please do so mo ń bọ́ ilẹ̀ kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ má sọ̀rọ̀ lọ okay ó tẹ wá bí pé ṣé mo fẹ́ nǹkan kan láàárọ̀ kò dá bẹ́ẹ̀ ọmọ ìdúrà ṣé kí n jẹ́ lójú yín ni should I eat in front of the camera I can eat ọmọ ìdúrà tí mímu lè jẹun èèyàn kan máa complain a ní wọ́n máa jẹun lójú camera kò dáa ebi ń pa mí get me a drink bambo drink please. I'm gonna be at the carnival they're planning it but on the 28th a máa wà ní Dustin wọ́n náà gbọ́ nẹ́gbọ̀n wa àmọ́ definition kankan ní Dustin ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ la máa kọ́kọ́ wà ní on the 28th it's a Sunday ẹ send message mi Mr. Adebayo ẹni tó bá fẹ́ flag àní àwọn ẹmọ size tí mo fún wa ààyè lè £10 ní tẹ́ bá rà àwọn náà fi ń ṣe díẹ̀ sí fáwọn tí a fẹ́ fún nílé ó ṣe jọ rìn ìjọba fún mi báyìí. No. So bó ṣe jẹ́ nìyẹn yẹn wà we are on the final push. Àyà politician ń já àyà gbogbo wọn ń já pé Yorùbá nation ti dúró àníṣọ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. So ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lọ kí n lọ relax. Are we gonna be in the Nottingham Carnival? I will give more information. Well, on the 28th, I'm out in Dustin. We're going to Bali Pade in Dustin. The carnival is still a little bit because it's still like that. No, because they got float. What that floating were expensive. Float in the motor to man lawyer. Or they know you are late. So I understand the same. So, Bosha, thanks so much, Kenny Richie. So, I got to prepare for mega rally and sumo. Àwọn náà sáré nílé pé gbogbo tá bá lè fi support àwọn èèyàn within kódà imagine pé òkè nísìnyí bó tẹ̀ jẹ́yàn 6,000 ló bá ní flag kékèké lọ́wọ́ is still something because that's the total number of the flag that we probably get home or if we can do more before then. Àní ìjù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ so ẹ ṣe gan ni èèyàn wa odò agbèwà kò ní gbé ọ̀dà lẹ́ o orí mídíà tó jẹ́ gbogbo àwa mídíà nìkan lẹ ti máa rí authentic information whether myself the Yoruba World Media the Yedara Heritage and every one of us like that we ń gbọ́ níta fake news ni so time tá à ń fight yìí èèyàn kan tẹ̀ sẹ́ni mẹ́sì pé ó níyàn kan kìíní kan bá ńlá náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ àwa lójú kan bí tá à ń lọ so bó ṣe jẹ́ nìyẹn so a máa play anthem wa because ó ti ní kí n máa play anthem ẹ̀ tá a bá ti fẹ́ parí program ó ti ṣe é ṣe ní ká máa sọ àwọn alálẹ̀ ti dé tó fi kó wa kúrò nínú oko ẹrú ṣé mo wíire ìyá mi Adéníkẹ́ òfì kò ní bàjẹ́ fún yín ẹ̀ tí ń sùn gbogbo yẹn ará Amẹ́ríkà ṣé mi ni mo keep gbogbo yín àwọ̀ ìkẹ́ má bínú àná ẹ̀ mo kàn ń rest ní throughout yesterday gbogbo wàhálà tá a ṣe ní Saturday yẹn kò easy ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó easy fún wa Oòduà ti dé gbogbo yín ni mo kí o Treasury Road Anthony Mary gbogbo wa ni mo kí o gbogbo ẹni tẹ́ wà lórí Instagram mi ni mo kí pátápátá àwọn ẹlòmíràn akọ́ra máa wò mí quiet ẹlòmíràn ti lọ sí fake Facebook account bí a ti máa lọ máa dárúkọ real name wọn gangan Buhari ò lè ṣe nǹkan fún yín ẹ má wọrí ìrora wà nísìnyí lọ́mọ orúkọ wa ìfilẹ́ fẹ́ fi orúkọ yín ṣe ìbẹ́ ìwọ program ni àwa là ń pariwo pé ká lọ náà sí nǹkan kan tó lè ṣe kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan kan tó máa ṣe fẹ́ anybody Koiki Media you are my BBC and Sky News mo jẹ́rìí ẹ ṣe gan ni. So once again, with love from here, have a very, very good morning, good afternoon, and bye for now. 8 o'clock, Luka, and we'll continue the campaign and awareness. Bye for now.
Heard about GoDaddy domain names?
GoDaddy domain name, and this is our anthem. Forile Ibiwa. Kàgbéga Fálérí ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé bá ti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́ ká ṣiṣẹ́ ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ìkẹjẹ́ ká máa lépa tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtò tó dára ọmọ Oòduà dìde bọ́ sí ipò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ ìwọ ni ìmọ̀lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀ ìwọ ni ìmọ̀lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀. 25 people have actually joined us on the MixLR. Wow, amazing. Thank you so much. Mo gbúrò yín o. Mọ́mí mi tó ṣe tán ní First Bank. Ẹ ti mọ̀ra yín o, ó tó jẹ́ mẹ́ta o. Ṣàlàfíà lẹ́wà àtàwọn grandchildren. Àwọn ṣiṣẹ́ dáadáa ní First Bank. Àwọn mọ́là náà ló jẹ gbogbo bẹ̀rù. But she has retired. She's watching me. Thank you so much. Odaleo. Bye for now.